In 1902, French filmmaker Georges Méliès created a visionary film which seemed to anticipate in many ways the Apollo missions to the moon of the 1960s. Méliès' film, of course, was just a fantasy. And the Apollo missions? Were they real, or were they just a modern and more sophisticated version of the same fantasy? The story of the Apollo missions began in 1961, when President Kennedy announced before the world that the United States intended to land a man on the moon before the end of the decade or before 1970. This caused quite a stir, as up to that point the United States had only been able to launch an astronaut, Alan Shepard, in a short suborbital flight of only 15 minutes. Never having even sent a man in Earth orbit, setting the goal of reaching the moon in less than 9 years sounded like a far-fetched idea, to say the least. But it is at that point, according to the official narrative, that the United States set in motion a powerful technological machine that would actually allow them to reach the goal established by Kennedy a few months before the end of the decade, in July 1969. Those who don't believe that we went to the moon instead maintain that the United States did launch into this titanic enterprise, but they reached a point around 1967 in which they realized they could not overcome all the obstacles posed by such an ambitious project. And at that point, the only option left was to pretend to go to the moon. As they could not admit to the entire world that they were unable to achieve their goal, the United States would have chosen to fake the missions by using all the simulation systems they already had in place, which allowed them to replicate an entire lunar mission from beginning to end. For the people watching at home, it would have made no difference. Let's see now more in detail what happened during the historic decade of the lunar missions. History books tell us that in the 1960s, the so-called race to the moon took place. It refers to the competition between the United States and the Soviet Union about who could reach the moon first. If we take a closer look at the events, however, we will realize that it was actually a one-sided race, without a real opponent. It was only the Americans who truly tried to the end, driven not so much by the competition with the Soviets, but rather by the monstrous propaganda machine they themselves had set in motion at the beginning of the decade. Officially, the so-called race to the moon began on April 12, 1961, when the Soviets managed to put into orbit the first human being, Yuri Gagarin. It was then that President Kennedy asked Vice President Johnson to assess what the actual possibilities were for the United States to beat the Russians into space. This is where a very important figure comes into the picture, NASA Administrator James E. Webb. Johnson consulted with Webb and a few days later returned to Kennedy with an answer. Among the contemplated possibilities, one was to send a man to the moon. 2 weeks later, President Kennedy delivered the following speech in front of Congress.
Now it is time to take longer strides. Time for a great new American enterprise. Time for this nation to take a clearly leading role in space achievement. I therefore ask the Congress, above and beyond the increases I have earlier requested for space activities, to provide the funds which are needed to meet the following national goals. First, I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the Earth.
From that moment on, NASA Administrator James Webb threw all his energies behind the Lunar project. From NASA's historical archives, we read, Webb, who had endorsed the Apollo program to Kennedy, now had his priorities fixed on the manned lunar landing, and he reorganized the space agency accordingly. An excellent mediator, Webb managed to gather the support from prominent political figures such as Senator Kerr from Oklahoma. From the NASA archives, we read, Kerr told his congressional colleagues that Webb was enthusiastic about the program and that if Jim Webb says we can land a man on the moon and bring him safely home, then it can be done. This endorsement, concludes the document, secured considerable political support for the Lunar project. Behind the scenes, however, Kennedy remained skeptical about such a monumental task. On September 18, 1963, Kennedy summoned Webb at the White House to express his doubts about the Lunar project. Thanks to a recently released recording, we can listen to the actual conversation between the two men.
If I get reelected, we're not going to go to the moon in our period, are we? No, we're not going. We're not going. You apply by it, Papa. You think the man landing on the moon is a good idea? Yes, I think it is. Because when you do the same with instruments much cheaper. No, sir, you can't do the same. The lunar landing gave us the impetus to build big boosters and to tailor them specifically for the purpose. Therefore, they're going to succeed. Otherwise, they would not have succeeded or been efficient. But this looks like a hell of a lot of dough to go to the moon when you can learn most of what you want scientifically through instruments. And putting a man on the moon really is a stud, and it isn't worth that many billions.
Only 2 days later, in front of the United Nations, Kennedy made one last attempt to engage the Soviets in going to the moon together.
Finally, in a field where the United States and the Soviet Union have a special capacity, in the field of space, there is room for new cooperation, for further joint efforts in the regulation and exploration of space. I include among these possibilities a joint expedition to the moon.
Khrushchev's response was not long in coming, but it was certainly not encouraging. 1 month later, at a meeting with the foreign press, the chief of the Kremlin stated, "At the present time, we do not plan flights of cosmonauts to the moon. I have read a report that the Americans wish to land on the moon by 1970. Well, let's wish them success, and we will see how they fly there, and how they will land there, or to be more correct, moon there. And most important, how they will get up and come back. We do not wish to compete in sending people to the moon without thorough preparation."
They took off their hats.
At that point, Kennedy realized that the die was cast, and that the United States would have to go it alone.
This nation has tossed its cap over the wall of space, and we have no choice but to follow it.
The day after, in Dallas, John Kennedy was killed. But at that point, the Lunar program had been launched and passed directly into the hands of the new president, Lyndon Johnson. In the meantime, the Soviets were still trying to develop a lunar program and were secretly training their cosmonauts for it. But their program ended abruptly for a number of different reasons. The first was the unexpected death of Sergei Korolyov, the father of the Russian space program.
During routine surgery in January 1966, Korolyov died. The one figure with the authority and vision to galvanize the system behind the goal of beating the Americans had gone.
The man who had launched the first satellite, Sputnik, who had put the first man in orbit, Gagarin, the man who had conceived the entire Soviet space program, was gone without leaving a successor, and there was no one capable of replacing him at that point. This led to a series of internal divisions at the top of the Russian space agency, which resulted in a streak of dramatic disasters. 4 heavy rockets of the new N-1 kind, designed to reach the moon, exploded during testing on the ground. It was the end of the Soviet lunar program, as described by Roald Sagdayev, the former director of the Russian space agency.
Very few people remember that in parallel with American Apollo program, Soviets attempted to have their own program. But this Soviet program on kind of counterpart to American Apollo, it failed. It failed because the large rocket, Russian counterpart to Saturn V, exploded several times, even without getting chance to take off the launching site.
In the meantime, the situation in the United States was rapidly changing.
This evening, I came here to speak to you about Vietnam. I do not have to tell you that our people are profoundly concerned about that struggle.
The Vietnam War now completely occupied the minds of the Americans, while ingurgitating an ever-increasing share of the national budget. At the same time, the cost of the Apollo program was spiraling out of control. As this documentary of the time explains, the cost of the Lunar project had soared beyond all expectations even before a single rocket had lifted off the ground.
The status of fabrication and testing of Apollo hardware was such that the program had reached and passed its peak costs. Before a single manned Apollo mission was launched, the program itself began to go out of business.
In fall of 1965, General Samuel C. Phillips, director of the Lunar landing program, presented NASA executives with a report that exposed in no mild terms the state of confusion and shortcomings suffered by the Apollo program. In particular, Phillips pointed his finger on the command module and the second stage of the Saturn rocket, which had been contracted to the aerospace company North American. After 4.5 years, and a little more than a year before first flight, wrote Phillips, there are still significant technical problems and unknowns affecting this stage. Technical problems with electrical power capacity, service propulsion, structural integrity, weight growth, etc. have yet to be resolved. Delayed and compromised ground and qualification test programs give us serious concern that fully qualified flight vehicles will not be available to support the lunar landing program. There is little confidence, concluded Phillips, that North American will meet its schedule and performance commitments within the funds available for this portion of the Apollo program. In this recorded conversation with President Johnson, NASA Administrator Webb can be heard complaining about the lack of funds needed to keep the Apollo program within schedule.
Well, I mean, these people have got to fly and put men up there, and it's awfully hard to go to North American and say, we're going to cut you back $130 million under your own estimate of doing the work and demand even more work for $130 million less, and you've got to find a way to do it.
Instead of being resolved, the problems denounced by Phillips kept piling up, sending the cost tally into a seemingly endless spiral. A fuel tank from the command module exploded during a test. The environmental control system of the command module didn't work and had to be redesigned from scratch. The second stage of the Saturn rocket had exploded once in 1965, and then again in 1966, considerably delaying the program itself. Cracks had been found in the structure of the rocket and in the fuel tanks. The lunar module design was also progressing among continuous problems and consequent delays.
They find hundreds of problems, things that weren't built right, weren't installed right, electrical wires that are frayed, possibly broken, and most alarming of all, there are fuel leaks everywhere in the system.
This brings us to 1967, the year of the crisis. In January of that year, Thomas Barron, a North American inspector in charge of security verifications, presented a 50-page report revealing that the problems denounced by Phillips had been anything but resolved. Among the most prominent issues, Barron listed difficulties with people, parts, equipment, and procedures, not to mention poor safety practices and the accidents they caused. In particular, Barron denounced a lack of coordination between people in responsible positions, a lack of communication between almost everyone, the fact that people in responsible positions did not take many of the problems seriously. Barron then added, "We should not compromise the safety of the astronauts just for the benefit of a schedule." As if to confirm Barron's premonitions, on January 20, the rocket that was supposed to take the first manned flight into orbit exploded during the testing phase. And then, 7 days later, tragedy struck. During a ground simulation of Apollo 1, the first Saturn mission with men on board, the 3 astronauts, Virgil Grissom, Ed White, and Roger Chaffee, died on the launch pad, burned alive inside the capsule that was supposed to take them into space 3 weeks later. Just moments before his death, Grissom had complained about the malfunctioning of the communications between the capsule and the control tower.
Hey, how are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between 3 buildings? I can't hear a thing you're saying. Jesus Christ. But how are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings?
They were his last words. A few seconds later, a blaze engulfed the interior of the cabin, which was pressurized with pure oxygen. The first to call out the fire was White.
Oh, no, fire in the cockpit!
Then came the desperate scream from Chaffee. Then, nothing else. In a few seconds, it was all over. The Apollo program was suspended indefinitely, even before a single capsule had been launched into space. The technical commission charged with discovering the cause of the fire was entrusted to astronaut Frank Borman. At the end of the investigation, it was concluded that the Apollo capsule needed to be redesigned from top to bottom. This added another year of delay to the already tight program schedule. At that point, many felt that the Apollo program was over even before it started.
That was quite a shock. I almost had to pull over to the side of the road, catch my breath, because I thought, well, this is the end of our future.
The program started to just churn. Churn and churn and churn.
With the months passing fast, the 1969 deadline was getting closer and closer. In March 1967, NASA Administrator James Webb testified in front of the House Committee on Science and Astronautics. This was a very different person from the one who had enthusiastically supported President Kennedy's project 6 years before. But my own judgment, declared Webb, is that if we get this done by the end of 1969, we will be very, very fortunate. The possibility of doing all the work necessary is less this year than it was last. And I testified at this table last year that it was less at that time than it had been the previous year. In other words, according to the director of NASA himself, the closer they were getting to the end of the decade, the more the dream of reaching the moon was slipping away. And 1 year after these statements, the same James Webb suddenly quit NASA. The man who had inspired Kennedy from the beginning, the man who personally rewarded the astronauts on their return from the first orbits, the man who had done everything possible to allocate the funds to go to the moon, inexplicably abandoned the project of his life, a step away from its realization. On October 7, 1968, less than 3 months before the historic Apollo 8 mission around the moon, James Webb retired from NASA and returned to private life. NASA's deputy director, Robert Siemens, had also inexplicably resigned in January of the same year. When the Washington Post asked him, "There must be some reason why you're leaving right now. Why not stay until you get to the moon?" Siemens sternly replied, "Look, I've been down here 7 years. I only intended to stay 2. But it's clear that his resignation must have had something to do with the catastrophic situation in which the Apollo program found itself at that point. Possibly even more surprising was the resignation of astronaut Walter Schirra, which came only 4 days after James Webb's resignation. Schirra was one of the legendary Mercury 7, the original group of astronauts that had started the entire space program back in the 50s. He had already flown on both the Mercury project and the Gemini project, and given his long experience, he was certainly due to be sent to the moon with the Apollo program at some point. Yet, inexplicably, only a few months before the first lunar missions, Schirra gave up the possibility of triumphantly crowning his lifelong career and chose to retire instead. Why these people, who had dedicated the best part of their professional life to the space program, chose to resign just months before the final achievement is a question that remains to be answered. In fact, after the Apollo 1 fire, many at NASA wondered whether they should just stop altogether. But they realized they could no longer withdraw from the race, for they were held hostage by the very challenge they had thrown to the world a few years before. This sentiment was well summarized by Chris Kraft, the former Houston Space Center director.
After the fire, I don't think we would have continued had we not made the commitment. The country made the commitment, and they would have looked like a bunch of gooks if they hadn't continued on in the eyes of the world and in their competitive position in the Cold War.
It is at this point, according to the alternative theory, that the heads of NASA decided to stage in a studio what they would have not been able to achieve in reality: the moon landings of the Apollo missions. After all, by that time, NASA had developed all the technology needed to simulate a complete mission to the moon and back without ever having to leave the Earth. As we will later see, all they would have needed to do was to use the images produced by the simulators to pretend that they had really landed on the moon. There was another reason why the United States could no longer withdraw from their commitment to go to the moon. It was the domestic public opinion, which had been galvanized by a decade of relentless propaganda, in which the conquest of the moon had been sold to the public like something imminent and certain. These clips from the propaganda films of the time help us to understand the spirit of the era.
Sometime in the future, American astronauts will explore the moon. This is the first of the big Saturn V. Someday it will carry 3 men and equipment to the moon and back. In a few short years, this scene of man on the moon will be a reality. This is the Apollo Command Module. A spacecraft like this will one day carry astronauts to the moon and back.
This is the Lunar Module. A similar craft will one day allow 2 astronauts to set gently down on the surface of the moon.
Kennedy Space Center, a reality in the preparation for manned lunar landings.
The press had done its part as well. More and more often, magazines were publishing articles showing modern man projected to the conquest of space. Adventure books set in space multiplied, making the public ever more familiar with the idea of colonizing other planets. For a nation raised in the myth of the Far West, the new space frontier was only the natural extension for their spirit of conquest. Thus, interplanetary rockets, new satellites, and spaceships of all kinds became every day more familiar for the American public. New guides to space were born every day, such as those published by Hammond or by Doubleday, which illustrated the upcoming Apollo missions in utmost detail. There was even a guide to space for elementary teachers. Kids in schools spent their time building their rockets, dreaming of going to the moon one day.
If I ever go to the moon, I think it'll be very fun. I just hope to go very, very soon, and I hope I'm not really that old.
Walt Disney had created an entire section of Disneyland dedicated to space travel called Tomorrowland. Meanwhile, Disney regularly published books and comics in which his most famous characters went into space. Then you had children's coloring books, with Daddy taking his kids to visit the moon. You had model books with cardboard rockets and astronauts' figurines to cut out. You had 3-dimensional books describing in detail every aspect of life in a space station. And at the center of everything, there was always the astronaut, the new mythological figure that had replaced the old hero of the West in the popular lore. After 10 years of such relentless propaganda, one thing can be affirmed with certainty. Had NASA not been technically able to send men to the moon, or had it been too risky to do so, they would have had to fake it. They had no alternative at that point. With the entire nation already focused on the new frontier, it would not have been possible to admit the failure of the space project without the U.S. government losing its total credibility in front of its population. This is, in essence, the thesis proposed by Bill Kaysing. the man who went down in history as the father of the so-called moon hoax theory.
The reason I believe that NASA and the government faked the moon landing was basically it was technically impossible to do it. And they simply had to come up with some sort of alternative that they felt the public would believe.
Casing was a former employee at Rocketdyne, the company that built the engines for the rockets used in the Apollo program. Only 4 years after the end of the Apollo missions in 1976, Casing published a book called We Never Went to the Moon, in which he listed the various reasons why he believed it was not possible for man to have gone to the moon. Casing maintained that the entire series of the moonwalks had been filmed in a secret NASA facility instead. Casing's book caused quite a stir and was followed a few years later by a similar book written by independent researcher Ralph Renee. His book was called NASA Mooned America. In particular, Renee claimed that it would have been impossible for the astronauts to safely get across the Van Allen belts, the two radioactive belts located around the Earth that one needs to traverse in order to reach the moon.
There is absolutely no way they went to the moon with what they had. In fact, there's no way they can go today. There's no way they can go tomorrow. You don't send man where you haven't sent the monkey.
As time went by, the theories proposed by Casing and Renee began to gain traction. But it was only with the advent of the internet that the so-called moon hoax theory began to spread at a worldwide level. Since the internet, NASA has placed all the pictures taken by the astronauts online in high definition. All the films and TV recordings from the same missions have also been published through their official distributor, a company called Spacecraft Films. Thanks to all this material, any independent researcher can now personally examine all the original footage and pictures from the Lunar missions. This has generated a flurry of highly researched books and documentaries that seriously question the fact that man has gone to the moon. Hollywood has also played its part in reinforcing the idea that men never went to the moon. In 1979, only 10 years after the first lunar mission, the film Capricorn 1 was released. Officially, the film told the story of a fake mission to Mars, which NASA staged in a TV studio in order to avoid the real dangers of a mission in space.
You don't really think you're going to get away with this? Well, I don't know. It's a chance. Maybe it's not a very good one, but it's a chance.
But Capricorn 1 was clearly referring to the recent lunar missions, as in fact the film's slogan read, "Would you be shocked to find out that the greatest moment in our recent history may not have happened at all?" The producers didn't mince words when suggesting that NASA could have easily fooled the entire world with the fake Apollo missions.
I believe, had they wanted to, that NASA could indeed have pulled off the greatest hoax of all time, never sent anyone to the moon, and recreated it in a television studio.
If they were able to make it look real with a budget of only $4 million, suggested the producers, the same could have certainly been done by NASA, which had practically unlimited funds and resources.
End of Capricorn 1.
And Capricorn 1 is not the only Hollywood film to have suggested that the lunar landings were filmed on Earth. In the James Bond movie, Diamonds Are Forever, Sean Connery accidentally finds himself running across a movie set where the lunar landings are being staged.
There he is, behind the rock. Come on!
What the hell is this, amateur night? Stop him, Harry!
In the animated movie The Minions, released in 2015, the group of characters also accidentally comes across a movie set where the Apollo missions are being filmed. And in yet another Hollywood blockbuster, The Coneheads, the famous comedy with Dan Aykroyd, the producers openly made fun of the idea that men really went to the moon.
Chicken embryos, seasoned patties of ground animal flesh.
I'm not really hungry. Just some Tang.
Ah, Tang, the drink the astronauts took to the moon.
Astronauts to the moon.
Obviously, there are also those who are absolutely convinced that we went to the moon and openly defend the official narrative by NASA. These people like to call themselves debunkers. Among the best known and most active, we should mention Phil Plait, editor of the website Bad Astronomy; Jim Oberg, journalist and expert in space issues; the Italian Paolo Attivissimo, editor of a website on the moon hoax and collaborator of the Apollo Lunar Journal, NASA's official website on the Apollo missions. As an official NASA collaborator, Attivissimo represents a particularly authoritative voice in the field of the lunar debate. Among the debunkers, we should also mention Jay Windley, editor of the website Clavius, and the world-famous Mythbusters, who have devoted an entire episode from their show to debunking the so-called moon hoax theory. Not only do these people believe that we went to the moon, but they claim that there is irrefutable evidence to prove it. We shall therefore begin by analyzing this evidence one item at a time. The first piece of evidence commonly cited in favor of the Apollo missions comes in the form of reasoning. If it's true that NASA faked the moon landings, goes the argument, why did the Russians keep mum instead of exposing the hoax to the entire world?
I russi sono stati zitti perché? Nessuno ce lo sa spiegare.
There are in fact different reasons why the Russians would not have exposed the fake landings in any case. The first one is that given their position, no one in the world would have believed them. Just imagine if the Russians, who had just lost the race to the moon, had tried to suggest that NASA faked the moon landings. The Americans would have ridiculed them in front of the entire world, calling them sore losers. With more than 500 million people having just witnessed the moon landings on television, it would have been very easy to dismiss any Russian accusation with a laugh. Had the claim come from a neutral nation, then maybe it would have been somewhat believable. But coming from the same people who had just lost the race to the moon, no one would have taken them seriously. There is also a second, very important reason why the Russians would not have exposed the hoax in any case. With the Apollo mission still in progress, serious talks between the Americans and the Russians about a joint space program had already been on their way. The times were no longer those of Kennedy and Khrushchev, and the Nixon administration had made some serious progress towards a substantial détente with the Soviet Empire.
We have opened a new relation with the Soviet Union. We must continue to develop and expand that new relationship so that the two strongest nations of the world will live together in cooperation rather than confrontation.
On May 24, 1972, in Moscow, with the Apollo mission still in full swing, Richard Nixon signed a historic agreement with the Soviets on space cooperation. And less than a year after the last Apollo mission, the same American astronauts were traveling to Russia to meet their Soviet colleagues. They took part in joint press conferences, visited their space center, got familiar with their spaceship Soyuz, and paid homage to the grave of the heroes of the Soviet space program, Sergei Korolev and Yuri Gagarin. A few months later, it was the Soviet cosmonauts' turn to visit the U.S. and get acquainted with the American way of life. They visited the Houston Space Center, familiarized with the American spaceship Apollo, and worked together with their counterparts to perfect the system that would allow their spaceships to connect to each other during future joint missions. All of this would culminate only 3 years after the last Apollo mission in the historic encounter between the American spaceship Apollo and the Russian spaceship Soyuz. These are the words by Soviet cosmonaut Leonov before departing for the joint mission with the Americans in space.
Chairman of the State Commission, the crew of the Soyuz spaceship is ready for the joint flight with the American spaceship Apollo. We have the great honor of participating in the first international flight of manned spaceships. The fulfillment of this experiment will yield still broader possibilities in our space research.
On the American side, the tone of the comments was just as appeasing.
The mission climaxed more than 3 years of planning and preparation, a time during which differences in language, in technology, in political creed were set aside in favor of the common goal.
In fact, the joint mission between the Russians and the Americans would pave the way to what is today the International Space Station, a place where astronauts from the U.S., Russia, Italy, Japan, and many other countries work elbow to elbow in the international space program. In conclusion, had the Russians exposed the lunar hoax by the Americans, not only would the entire world have laughed at them, but nothing of what followed in terms of space cooperation with the Americans would have ever been possible.
As old philosopher says, the best part of a good dinner is not what you eat, but with whom you eat.
The second piece of evidence often used in favor of the moon landings is the following. With over 400,000 people involved in the NASA project, goes the argument, someone sooner or later would have spilled the beans.
Poi vabbè, si può considerare una cosa molto banale. All'operazione Luna parteciparono 400.000 tecnici di società private, non militari, non era un'operazione di 4 gatti che lanciano un missile. Quindi tutta questa gente in 40 anni non ha mai confessato nulla.
But it's the very premise to this argument that is flawed. Nowhere does it say that all 400,000 NASA employees had to be informed of the scam being perpetrated. In fact, the lunar landing project had been split among thousands of different companies that worked all over the United States, totally independent from one another. The employees from Grumman were building the lunar module in their factories in Long Island. The technicians from ILC were designing the spacesuits in their laboratories in Delaware. The employees from Boeing were building the lunar rover in the state of Washington. The people from McDonnell Douglas worked on the Saturn rocket in their factories in California. The technicians from General Motors were producing the tanks for the command module at their home in Indiana. The experts from the Link Group developed the flight simulators in their factories in New York. As told in this documentary from that era, there were about 20,000 different companies working at the same time on the Apollo project from all over the United States.
More than 90% of the work is conducted by contractors spread across the nation. In fact, some 20,000 prime contractors, subcontractors, and suppliers located in virtually every state are participating in the manned spaceflight programs.
Thus, the idea that all these people had to be in on a plan to fake the moon landings is simply ludicrous. When a soccer player chooses to sell out a game, he certainly does not inform the rest of his team of his intentions. He acts alone, and the first ones to be duped are, in fact, his own teammates. Another example is the so-called Volkswagen scandal. In 2015, it was revealed that the German automaker had deceived the entire world by selling them cars whose engines exceeded the established emission regulations. But this doesn't mean that the entire body of 600,000 workers at Volkswagen had been informed of the scam being perpetrated. All that was needed was a restricted group of managers and technicians in the know, without everyone else necessarily being informed of what was going on. Also, in the case of the Apollo missions, all that was needed was a small group of NASA's top managers who decided to fake the moon landings, while everyone else at the agency would have believed that the missions were real. For the hoax to succeed, for example, it would have been sufficient to take control of the television signal that was received by the stations on Earth. Officially, the images from the first moonwalk were transmitted directly from the moon and were broadcasted in real time by the television stations all over the world. But if the same moonwalk had been pre-recorded in a studio instead and was then rebroadcast to the receiving stations by a satellite or any other means, then the first people to be duped would have been the very technicians at NASA who were following the moon landings from Houston Space Center. And with them, the entire world would have been deceived. There is also, according to the debunkers, some physical evidence for the moon landings, which they claim to be irrefutable. One such piece of evidence is the presence on the moon of the so-called retroreflector. This is an object capable of returning a laser beam to Earth, which was allegedly left by the astronauts on the surface of the moon. According to the Mythbusters, this retroreflector represents irrefutable and conclusive evidence that man went to the moon. It may seem like conclusive evidence, but it is far from that. It's in fact perfectly possible to bounce a laser beam off the lunar surface and detect it on Earth without the aid of any particular instrument. This kind of experiment had already been successfully conducted by the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in 1962, 6 years before the Apollo missions. From the December 1966 issue of National Geographic, we can read, 4 years ago, a ruby laser, considerably smaller than those now available, shot a series of pulses at the moon. The beams were reflected back to Earth with enough strength to be measured by ultra-sensitive electronic equipment. A similar experiment was replicated by the Soviets 1 year later. From the New York Times of November 4th, 1963, we can read, a concentrated beam of light has been bounced off the moon and detected on Earth by a Soviet observatory in Crimea. The feat duplicates an experiment conducted late last year by engineers of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It was 6 whole years before the Apollo missions, and it was already possible to bounce a laser beam off the moon with no need of a retroreflector. In no case, then, can the retroreflector be considered a valid proof in favor of the Apollo missions, let alone a definitive one.
Okay, now, you think you can chip off the...
Another piece of evidence for the lunar landings often mentioned is the moon rocks. All those samples of rocky material that the astronauts allegedly brought back to Earth from their missions to the moon. Being composed of different material than the Earth, claim the debunkers, these rocks are the tangible proof that man went to the moon. From the debunking site Clavius, we can read, the lunar surface samples returned by the Apollo missions are considered by many to be the most compelling evidence that the missions were authentic. On its own website, NASA writes, moon rocks and common sense prove Apollo astronauts really did visit the moon. In reality, these alleged moon rocks by themselves don't prove anything. Even accepting that their composition is different from that of the Earth, we must remember that many meteorites have been retrieved in Antarctica.
Well, I got a phone call once, a fellow at the Smithsonian, and he said, Jerry, we have now a meteorite which I just brought back from Antarctica, which is from the moon. Whole assembly of scientists attacked this object, and at the end of a year and a half, the conclusion was it was a moon rock. It was unambiguously a moon rock.
And it's certainly a curious coincidence that Wernher von Braun and some of his NASA colleagues visited Antarctica in 1967, exactly 1 year before the beginning of the Luna missions. As stated by the New World Encyclopedia, the expedition was one of the first to systematically search the ice surface for meteorites believed to originate from the moon for later use as a reference material. Nothing forbids that this reference material could have been later used as original after the Apollo missions. Furthermore, it is possible that the diversity of the lunar rocks was obtained with some special processing here on Earth, as suggested by Bill Wood, an aerospace engineer.
And then I think the vast majority of the hundreds of pounds of moon rocks that we claim to have are made here on Earth. They can be irradiated or exposed to a vacuum or modified in certain minor ways so that they appear slightly different.
In fact, in 2009, it was discovered that a lunar rock donated by the American astronauts to a Dutch museum was actually a piece of petrified wood, a cheap earthly fake presented to the world as if it were a precious lunar rock. Thus, in no case, regardless of their origin and composition, can the so-called lunar rocks be considered proof that man went to the moon. And one is left to wonder, why would NASA feel the need to state that the lunar rocks prove that we went to the moon, when they are the first ones to know that this is definitely not the case? According to the debunkers, the landscapes seen in the Apollo pictures are too large to have been recreated in a studio.
Se noi prendiamo le fotografie, questa è la missione Apollo 11, si possono mettere insieme per comporre delle panoramiche. Allora, quanto sarebbe stato grande il set per ottenere una panoramica di questo genere? Giusto per vederla in qualità migliore. Questo è Neil Armstrong che fotografa Buzz Aldrin, clic, 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 in questo modo. Quindi il set ipotetico avrebbe dovuto essere parecchio grande.
In reality, those who support this idea are not familiar with the great illusory capacities of cinematography. This, for example, is a scene from the film Magnificent Desolation, produced by IMAX in 2005. As one can see, the depth of the terrain in the background is quite similar to that of the Apollo missions. And yet, this is the actual set where the scene was filmed. Only the terrain in the foreground is real. The rest of the landscape is projected as a backdrop with the use of special effects. The only difference with the 1960s is that today the background images are superimposed to a green screen with a digital technique, while in the past the background images were projected onto a highly reflective screen with a technique called front projection. One of the first ones to use the front projection was Stanley Kubrick in the film 2001: A Space Odyssey. This is the famous opening scene with the monkeys in the African desert. As one can see, the savanna in the background appears to be immense. And this is the studio where the scene was shot. Only the first part of the set is real, the one in the foreground. The rest is a photographic image, which is projected onto this highly reflective silk screen. Here is another example of the use of front projection from the same Stanley Kubrick film. The terrain in the foreground is real, and we are in the studio, while the image in the background is the result of a projection onto a highly reflective screen. One way to know whether the front projection was used is to verify whether there is a continuous separation line between foreground and background crossing the entire image from left to right. This is actually the line separating the real terrain in the studio from the projection screen in the background. And, curiously enough, we notice that in many of the Apollo pictures, a continuous line crossing the frame from left to right is present. This line separates the terrain in foreground from the distant hills in the background. In fact, if we take a closer look at some 360 degrees panoramas from the landing sites, we realize that the continuous line separating the foreground from the background is uninterrupted for the entire 360 degrees, in whatever direction you look. This means that either the astronauts have landed on some kind of truncated cone separated for 360 degrees from the distant hills, or the images have been shot in a studio, and the continuous line separating the foreground from the background is just the separation line between the real set and the projected image.
The Apollo moon missions, a technological triumph or silver screen illusion. Professionals of the Russian University of Cinematography reveal how the American space propaganda machine works.
The majority of the lunar surface footage can be recreated in a film studio. The lunar surface footage can be created in a studio without problems.
To do this, a real moon surface, complete with craters and hills, is created in our TV network studio.
We reconstructed the lunar soil. For example, this crater is composed of a hoop and moon soil. Our lunar soil is composed of garden earth and cement. And here we created a track. This track will reach into the distance on the screen, because the screen is a continuation of our area of the lunar surface. It will produce a convincing moonscape.
When the scenery is ready, Konovalov explains what he will shoot.
Will we be able, for example, to take a lunar surface picture here, similar to this one? A man on the surface of the moon.
These days, we would simply put a green chroma key screen behind. And then on a computer, in place of the chroma key screen, there would be everything we need for the scene. But our task is to create an illusion using only the methods that existed at the time of the US moon landings. That is, without using any computer graphic imagery.
For this, we have used the front projection process. This method is well known thanks to Stanley Kubrick's movie 2001: A Space Odyssey.
We'll explain later what front projection technology is. Now let's focus on director Stanley Kubrick, mentioned by our expert. He was one of the most celebrated filmmakers of the 20th century. Kubrick entered the history of space infowars as a likely director of the moon hoax. Ostensibly, he was hired by the US government to create the fake lunar landings.
Honey, I'm going over this crater and get you some of this white soil. I think it's coming off of this rock here, but it looks like caliche. I never thought I'd use that word up here, but that's what the coating looks like. It's right here. Let me see that. Come in and look at it, John. It might be just a total white rock. It cross on. Oh man, your setting's gonna be terrible. Good to see it. See it right there? Yeah. Oh, we've had a bag failure already. That thing. Where you? Little pull tab came off. You can still use them though. Here, hold this for me. Okay. Charlie, you got my camera? Yeah, and it's filthy. Get a little shovel full of that stuff. There's Charlie.
But the debunker of the record, Leonid Konovalov, is absolutely sure all the moon missions were staged and produced in low quality.
Only thanks to the propaganda and due to the fact that many people, 90% of people around the world, have never seen more than 15 seconds of the moon footage at any one time.
He is in no doubt. In the studio we can easily and convincingly recreate those moon landings.
This is a cosmonaut's helmet. It's our prop. And here are, it would seem, regular shoes. But they are very special for us, because they have a sole pattern which is very reminiscent of the footprints that were made on the lunar surface. Therefore, these are treasured and very important items of our equipment.
Once again, for this production, we will use only those film techniques which were available in 1969, primarily the so-called front projection method. So what is it? This is when an image is projected onto the big screen of a special material called Scotch light, containing very small bats, and an actor performs in front of this image, against the screen. So, the main thing in the front projection method is that screen. The Scotch light material is well known to you. It is used, for example, on retroreflective elements of clothing. If a Scotch light screen is constructed and an image is projected on it, then the image is reflected and appears to be behind the actor, standing next to the adjacent wall. That's the special effect it produces.
The front projection technique is used when one needs to place a person into a landscape. Here in our studio, the screen width is 16 feet, while Stanley Kubrick, in 2001, A Space Odyssey, had a screen of 100 feet wide.
Nevertheless, he is sure it will work. And now the projector with a moonscape transparency is turned on. Watch carefully. Konovalov says this is how the Americas had landed on the moon in 1969. It is clear that if the lunar landings were a hoax, then it would have required an alliance between the secret services and Hollywood. Some took care of the secrecy, others shot the fake material. The likely technology has been demonstrated by cinematographer Konovalov. And now he is ready to recreate this episode of the U.S. Moon Saga.
Американской лунной саги.
Lack of gravity force here. Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you have done. For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure that they too join with Americans in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the Sea of Tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Furthermore, at the time of the Apollo missions, Hollywood had already developed a mobile front projection system, which could have also allowed to film moving scenes with the distant background projected on a screen. Another technique used to obtain similar results was that of painted backdrops, as in this example from a Hollywood film from the 50s. Nicola Pecorini has worked extensively in Hollywood as a cinematographer, making films for Sylvester Stallone, Terry Gilliam, and many others. We asked him about this alleged impossibility of creating such large sets in a studio.
La tesi di chi dice siamo stati sulla Luna è che sarebbe impossibile costruire un set del genere sulla Terra.
Ma non è affatto vero che è impossibile. Cioè, dagli anni 30 che fanno set, perché non è che devi costruire il set fisicamente fino là, cioè, tu costruisci e poi ci sono dei backdrops. Cioè, i set enormi anche in, come si chiamava, Gone with the Wind, erano dei bei dipinti, i cieli, non è che erano veri cieli.
Another technique for which Hollywood is famous is that of miniaturization. Apparently huge situations can be reproduced in a studio to the smallest detail. Small-scale models are also regularly used in Hollywood with great effectiveness. In fact, there are serious suspicions that the images of the lunar module departing from the moon were actually filmed in a studio using small-scale models. In conclusion, if we were to believe that everything we see on a screen is real, we would also have to believe that New York was submerged by a devastating tsunami, that gigantic gorillas can climb the Empire State Building, and that the magical Kingdom of Oz actually exists.
To explain that, we have to introduce the concept of free fall. So let's use this model of the Earth. And let's enlist the help of a friend, Paxi. You might know her. Paxi, hello Paxi. She's with me on the International Space Station.
Another proof of the moon landings, according to the NASA supporters, are the images of the lunar surface sent to the Earth by unmanned probes in recent years. In 2009, the American probe Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter completed a full mapping of the lunar surface, sending back the images of what purportedly are the landing sites of the Apollo missions. Obviously, it's hard to consider these images as an actual proof of the landings when NASA itself is suspected of having falsified the pictures from 6 entire missions to the moon back in the 60s. Today, a kid armed with Photoshop could produce images similar to these in no more than half an hour. Somewhat different is the case of the Japanese probe, Kaguya. In 2008, this probe scanned the entire lunar surface, sending back altimetry data that allows us to recreate the exact morphology of the lunar terrain on a computer. According to the debunkers, the fact that the images generated by Kaguya show a terrain very similar to the one seen in the Apollo pictures proves that the lunar missions were real. One example often used by the debunkers is the one of Hadley Rill, this large canyon carved on the lunar surface where the Apollo 15 mission allegedly landed.
E questo è il risultato. Ovviamente gli oggetti in primo piano non ci sono perché l'altimetro non riesce a definire anche i sassolini più piccoli, ma le colline sullo sfondo sono assolutamente identiche. Allora, come faceva la NASA ad avere delle fotografie quasi 40 anni fa di un luogo sulla Luna con la forma esattamente giusta che poi 40 anni dopo noi siamo riusciti ad andare a verificare? Come faceva? Mistero.
In fact, there is no mystery here at all. As confirmed by this 1966 documentary, NASA had already sent probes to photograph the lunar landing sites from up close well before the Apollo missions had started.
Charting actual landing sites for the astronauts is the job of Lunar Orbiter. 2 of the 850-pound satellites have orbited the moon, photographing and mapping wide areas, sometimes sweeping as low as 25 miles above the surface. Here are some of the pictures helping to determine the height and slope of lunar mountains and the depth of craters.
So accurate had been the photographic surveys that NASA had been able to build a gigantic moon globe which replicated the entire lunar surface in utmost detail. All it would have taken at that point was to film the moving surface of this globe using, for example, this circular rail to give the impression of really flying around the moon. Furthermore, for the Hadley Rail area in particular, NASA had built a three-dimensional model reproducing the Apollo 15 landing site to the smallest detail. This three-dimensional model was then hung from a ceiling upside down and was illuminated by special lights that simulated the sunlight. By filming the model with this special camera, which could get as close as a few inches to the surface, NASA was able to film the entire lunar landing approach as if it were the real thing. The images were sent to the monitors in the simulator, making them look like actual images seen from the window of the lunar module. This documentary from NASA explains how the lunar landing simulator worked.
To the left of the simulator is a three-dimensional mosaic of the moon surface. Through closed-circuit television, it presents typical lunar landing displays marked by craters, mounds, and boulders. The mosaic gives the astronaut a realistic feel for his final landing approach. Lunar module motion is simulated by moving the map up and down for vertical motion. A camera on a dolly track provides lateral movement. Lights around the camera lens simulate lunar lighting conditions. With these two simulators, a crew can practice the basic flight elements of the Apollo mission from launch complex to landing on the moon and return to Earth.
As one can see, the images produced by the simulator are so similar to those of the actual landing that the initial argument by the debunkers can be reversed. Not only was NASA able to replicate the exact morphology of the landing sites in a studio, but they could have, in fact, simulated the entire lunar landing using the very images from their simulator without the need of actually going to the moon. The possibility of verifying the lunar landing sites from up close presented itself in 2007, when Google launched the international competition Lunar X Prize. In this competition, Google offers a prize of $30 million to the first private organization that would land a probe on the moon with a robot capable of covering at least 500 meters, while sending live images back to Earth.
Take video and pictures and send them back to Earth so we can all share what your spacecraft can see.
More than 20 teams from all over the world announced that they were entering the competition. Google also established an additional prize of $4 million for any team who would be able to broadcast live images from any of the Apollo landing sites. At that point, Astrobotic Technologies, a company based in Pittsburgh, announced they intended to visit the most famous landing site of all, the one of Apollo 11. But NASA didn't seem too happy about this initiative, and in 2011, they officially requested a 2-kilometer no-fly zone to be established all around the Apollo landing sites. The purpose, said NASA, was to preserve the landing sites from possible contamination.
NASA is taking steps now to preserve the steps they took decades ago on the surface of the moon. They are protecting American landing sites on the moon for historic preservation, presumably because you never know who or what will go back there. And there are a number of missions vying to go back with unmanned craft. They just wanted to clear the area off limits.
The request from NASA must have been taken very seriously, since the participants suddenly decided to forego a $4 million prize. From this 2012 article, titled "Rocketeers Obey NASA Moon Rules," we can read, "The organizers of the $30 million Google Lunar X Prize say their contestants will abide by NASA's appeal to stay away from the Apollo landing sites." One of the teams, Pittsburgh-based Astrobotic Technology, had planned to take a close look at Apollo 11's artifacts and footprints. But President John Thornton said the venture has shifted its primary target to the lunar North Pole. In conclusion, not only is there no actual proof that man went to the moon, but now that we had the possibility of at least checking out the landing sites from up close, NASA has chosen to impose a no-fly zone all over these areas. And all of this just to preserve some footprints that apparently no one will ever be able to see anyway. Let's now examine the most important evidence against the lunar landings, or the reasons why many people don't believe that we went to the moon. The first issue, and definitely one of the most important, is the problem of radiation, represented by the Van Allen belts. Earth is surrounded by two highly radioactive areas called the Van Allen belts. They were named after their discoverer, astrophysicist James Van Allen. These belts are located between a minimum of 1,000 miles and a maximum of 25,000 miles from the surface of the Earth. Up to this day, every single mission with men on board, from the American Gemini to the Russian Soyuz, from the Space Shuttle to the International Space Station, has kept well below this dangerous area of radiation, rotating in what is called low Earth orbit. The only men in history to have allegedly ever crossed the Van Allen belts are the astronauts from the Apollo missions. This crossing, however, poses some problems that apparently have not been resolved to this day.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
For all the people back on Earth, the crew of Apollo 8 has a message that we would like to send to you. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven, and the evening and the morning were the second day.
The Van Allen radiation belt is said to be a band of deadly radioactivity from the sun that surrounds the Earth. And it's the main reason why the moon landings never happened, because there's no way that astronauts were able to make it through these Van Allen radiation belts without getting cooked like a microwave. And so this Van Allen radiation belt is said to begin at 620 miles up and extends all the way to 3,700 miles up. And so 620 miles is also the highest point of the ionosphere. Check out my White Alice video if you want more details about the ionosphere. We're also going to discuss it more in this video as well, because it all seems to be connected to the height of the dome firmament. And it is described as a shell of electrons and electrically charged atoms and molecules that surround the Earth. Now, according to my research, I highly suspect that this line between the maximum height of the ionosphere and where this Van Allen radiation belt begins would possibly be the maximum height of the dome firmament. Because an interesting thing about this ionosphere description is it says a shell of electrons. A shell to me sounds like a firm and solid object, because the thing is, the scientists are literally saying that they're bouncing signals off of the sky. Now, their excuse is saying it's a shell of electrically charged particles, but this seems to be their excuse and their only way to describe what they are witnessing, because if you think about it with common sense, the air is supposed to be thinner the farther you go up. And so how are they possibly bouncing signals off of the sky? I suppose you're going to say that there's some type of magical magnetic field that happens to be protecting the Earth. This magnetic force field is said to have formed by some Big Bang accident. Or we can go with there's a solid dome firmament above us. In my dome firmament playlist, we also discuss satellites, because Satellites are definitely not what you were told either. You see, satellites do not exist. They're just bouncing signals off this reflective dome firmament. The reflective properties of the dome firmament is part of the reason why you see rainbows, sundogs, and more. Because according to my research, the dome is most likely some form of reflective material. There's descriptions that say it's as a molten glass. Molten sounds kind of metallic, and it could be a reflective metallic type glass. It sounds like it's probably see-through as well. And so this material doesn't seem like it's known to mankind. But there's also another striking coincidence of this ionosphere, because they say it begins 31 miles up. And so 31 miles up is actually the same height of the highest balloon that has ever been launched. You see, balloons will always pop around 30 miles up or lower. And this is allegedly due to the low air pressure that forces the balloon to expand until it bursts. And so scientists have been creating these balloons to be more flexible so they don't burst. What is causing these balloons to pop at 32 miles up? And what's with the coincidence with 32 miles being the lowest part of the ionosphere? And so, like I said, the ionosphere ranges from 31 miles up to 620 miles up. So if it begins at 31 miles up, this suggests a possible gradual firmament. Maybe the lower point of the firmament begins with some resistance at around the 30-mile height, and then gradually becomes more and more dense to the point where it's a solid dome firmament at around the maximum height, which is around 620 miles up. There's also another factor to consider when analyzing the height of the dome firmament, and that's the possible curved nature of the firmament. You see, if the dome is an arch-like shape, there would be various points of height on the dome, 31 miles up. Seems to be the average point where balloons pop no matter where you are. Most balloons usually only range from 11 to 23 miles up, so this 32 miles up was an exception, and this happened around 2002. And so polar orbiting satellites are said to be as low as 444 miles up. The ISS is said to be about 220 miles up. Low Earth orbit is said to begin around 100 miles up and is said to range to about 1,200 miles up. Outer space is said to actually begin at 50 miles up. Firmament activity appears to begin around 30 miles to 100 miles up. And maybe 100 to 600 miles up could be the second heaven area, possibly, because maybe that's the area where the stars and the planets, which are actually stars as well, hang out. In my last video, I discussed how planets are actually stars, so make sure to check that video out if you get a chance. And so the second heaven area seems to be around the range where scientists are saying the orbit begins, with the ISS being 220 miles up. So I'll also be covering the ISS in a later video as well. And so in this video, we see how if the firmament is indeed a dome shape, that means that there would be various heights of the dome, literally to the point where the sky would meet the land, somewhere in the Antarctic area. We also discussed the possible gradual resistance that the firmament might apply. There's some type of activity starting around 30 miles, but the activity could extend into a denser and denser resistance until it actually becomes a hard barrier at a possible maximum height around 620 miles. We also discussed how there could be possible layers of the dome where there could be an area where some would consider a second heaven, or where the possible planets and stars exist. Check out my Proof of the Dome Firmament playlist for much more information. I'll leave the link in the comment section and the description box.
Human action resounds in the heavens. The bell echoes above. What we decide here today will polish or crack the firmament. What shall it be? Human action resounds in the heavens. The bell echoes above. What we decide here today will polish or crack the firmament. What shall it be?
Let's take a closer look at the history of the Van Allen belts. In January 1958, the United States launched their first satellite, Explorer 1. This satellite carried some special instruments designed by scientist James Van Allen, whose purpose was to measure radioactivity in space. Van Allen made a double surprising discovery. Not only did radioactivity increase as we moved away from Earth, But beyond a certain point, the Geiger counter suddenly dropped to 0 before resuming normal operation. This is how James Van Allen describes that experience.
And I began to understand that what was going on here, because we had segments of this orbit when it came down to low altitude, which looked quite normal. Then we had a very rapid change, very rapid increase in counting rate, and then it dropped back to nothing. And then a few minutes later, it came up from nothing to a very high rate and then dropped back to a normal value. And this pattern was repetitive. It seemed to be a systematic pattern.
The reason for the sudden drop to 0 was due to the fact that the radiation became so intense beyond a certain altitude that the Geiger counter simply went off scale.
And now we'll jump above 600 miles, and we'll see what happens when we get closer to the source of radiation.
Uh-oh, there it goes back down to 0 again.
Yes?
The transition said yes. It went into something that was strong and then went to 0. Therefore, obviously, had encountered intense radiation.
It was the discovery of the so-called Van Allen radiation belts. In 1959, Van Allen wrote, "Our planet is ringed by a region, to be exact, 2 regions, of high-energy radiation extending many thousands of miles into space. The discovery is, of course, troubling to astronauts. Somehow, the human body will have to be shielded from this radiation, even on a rapid transit through the region." Later on, Van Allen published another article called "The Danger Zone. Earth is wrapped in deadly belts of radiation." Speaking of the inner belt, Van Allen wrote, "Owing to the great penetrability of the high-energy protons therein, effective shielding is quite beyond engineering feasibility in the near future." The article concluded by saying, "All manned spaceflight attempts must steer clear of these 2 belts of radiation until adequate means of safeguarding the astronauts have been developed."
And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven."
The existence of the Earth's radiation belts presents a very serious hazard to future space travel. What is the intensity of this radiation? What does it consist of? How much shielding will the first space travelers need in order to penetrate these deadly areas of radiation safely?
The need to develop new technologies to protect men from radiation had been clearly recognized by President Kennedy himself.
Third, medical space research may lead to new safeguards against hazards common to many environments. Specifically, our astronauts will need fundamentally new devices to protect them from the ill effects of radiation.
The Soviets also feared the effects of radiation in open space.
Of course, we were worried to go out into the unknown of space. Of course, we were fearful. We had no idea how a human would be affected by the radiation. We suspected that possibly the radiation could even penetrate through the craft itself.
In fact, NASA had taken the problem quite seriously, developing a system to study human tolerance to the effects of radiation.
At Kirtland Air Force Base, New Mexico, development of a plastic man with the same atomic composition as human tissue enables scientists to accurately determine the depths of radiation penetration as well as doses without actual human exposure.
But then something curious happened. When the time to launch the first astronauts towards the moon came, the problem of radiation magically seemed to disappear. Without developing any particular method of protection, and without even having sent a monkey through the radioactive belts, in 1968, the Apollo 8 mission was launched towards the moon. It would have been the first human mission to cross the Van Allen belts. The ship carrying the 3 astronauts had only a very thin aluminum covering and no specific protection against radiation whatsoever.
No, the walls of the craft were made as thin and light as possible. The Apollo capsule itself was made unusually thin. In fact, they couldn't even initially carry enough air inside to be the equivalent to sea level air pressure. They ran it at reduced pressure in order to be able to make the walls thinner.
Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and Bill Anders were the first 3 humans to ever venture across the radiation belts. And yet, during their trip to the moon, that crossing seemed to be the least of their worries. These are the 3 astronauts broadcasting from somewhere halfway between the Earth and the moon.
This is coming to you approximately halfway between the moon and the Earth.
It seems that the most interesting thing to talk about is the behavior of the toothbrush in absence of gravity.
You can see Bill's got his toothbrush here, demonstrates how things float around 0G.
In the Apollo 8 mission report, a 250-page document filled with technical information of all kinds about the mission just completed, the crossing of the Van Allen belts is not mentioned once, not even in passing. It was as if the problem of radiation, with all the dangers described by Van Allen, suddenly had never existed. In the Apollo 8 mission report, a 250-page document filled with technical information of all kinds about the mission just completed, the crossing of the Van Allen belts is not mentioned once, not even in passing. It was as if the problem of radiation, with all the dangers described by Van Allen, suddenly had never existed. After Apollo 8, another 8 missions followed the same route, each crossing twice, one on the way out and one on the way back, the Van Allen radiation belts. Some debunkers maintain that the problem with the Van Allen belts was solved by plotting an exit and re-entry course that would avoid the thickest area of radiation. In this regard, the debunking website Clavius writes, "The Apollo navigators plotted a course through the thinnest parts of the belts. Each mission flew a slightly different trajectory, but the orbital inclination of the translunar coast trajectory was always in the neighborhood of 30 degrees. A spacecraft following that trajectory would bypass all but the edges of the Van Allen belts." In his book, Activissimo also wrote, "To get around them or to cross the less intense zone, you just need to follow an inclined path, which was done by all the Apollo vehicles, both on the way out and on the way back." But this statement is contradicted by NASA itself. For example, in regards to the Apollo 14 mission, NASA writes, "The translunar injection trajectory lay closer to the plane of the geomagnetic equator than that of previous flights, and therefore the spacecraft traveled through the heart of the trapped radiation belts." Despite this, NASA has always dismissed the radiation problem, publishing data on the doses allegedly received by the astronauts well below the danger levels. In this regard, NASA wrote, "Apollo astronaut doses were negligible in terms of any medical or biological effects that could have impaired the function of man in the space environment. In fact, according to the debunkers, a lunar mission of a few days like the Apollo missions entails a total of radiation equivalent to 1 X-ray scan, or 3 years of life on Earth." Problem solved then. Obviously, Van Allen must have been mistaken when he said that it would have been necessary to protect the astronauts through the radiation belts, even on a rapid transit through the region. At this point, though, we are left in a conundrum. If it's true that the problem was so brilliantly solved in the 60s, why are the Van Allen belts being called dangerous again, now that NASA wants to travel to the moon with the Orion project?
My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth, 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
What does it mean, we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space? In the 1960s, the radiation received by the astronauts was the equivalent of a simple X-ray. And today, we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space? We are thus faced with a puzzling situation. Up until 1968, the Van Allen belts were considered very dangerous by the scientific community at large. Then, during the Apollo missions, they were suddenly no longer dangerous and could be safely crossed, while in recent times they have gone back to be considered very dangerous. Even modern astronauts, curiously, admit that we are currently unable to go beyond the low Earth orbit, and that perhaps one day we may be able to reach the Moon and other planets.
The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the Moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And certainly this interview with astronaut Alan Bean doesn't help us clarify the situation. As a crew member of the Apollo 12 mission, Bean is theoretically one of the very few human beings to have ever crossed the Van Allen belts. And yet, not only isn't he sure of having ever reached them, but in fact he doesn't even know where the belts are located.
Any ill effects from the Van Allen radiation belts?
No. Now, I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt. Maybe we did.
And listen to Bean's reply when he is told that the Van Allen belts are located between the Earth and the Moon.
The belts are 1,000 miles to 25,000 miles above the Earth.
Then we went right out through them.
It's a curious response indeed. After all, Activissimo himself wrote in his book, all astronauts are trained in plotting trajectories, rendezvous, and orbits by using a ruler, and in orientation by using the stars. Are we truly to believe that one of the few astronauts who ever crossed the Van Allen belts doesn't even know where they are? Or maybe Alan Bean, in a moment of distraction, has let an uncomfortable truth slip out by mistake.
I'm not sure we went far enough out to encounter the Van Allen radiation belt.
Question. Can you explain why NASA, despite everything Van Allen had written on the dangers of radiation, has sent the first astronauts through the radioactive belts without any specific protection and without even sending a monkey first in order to evaluate the effects of radiation on a biological organism as complex as the human being? If it were true, like the debunkers maintain, that a lunar mission entails a total of radiation equivalent to an X-ray, why does NASA describe today the Van Allen belts as an area of dangerous radiation? If it's true, like NASA maintains, that during the trip to the Moon 50 years ago, the astronaut doses were negligible, why does NASA state today, in regards to the Van Allen belts, that we must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space? How is it possible that one of the very few astronauts to have ever crossed the Van Allen belts doesn't even know where they are, and even doubts having gone far enough out to encounter the Van Allen belts? Let's now discuss the actual lunar landings. We will start by examining the lunar spaceship, or LEM, which has allegedly brought 12 astronauts to walk on the surface of the Moon in the course of 6 different missions. The LEM, or Lunar Module, is the vehicle that was designed to carry astronauts to the surface of the Moon. But this very LEM raises so many questions that many doubt this vehicle has actually ever reached the Moon. They suspect this is only a mock-up model sitting on a movie set instead. Seen from a distance, the LEM appears like a technological wonder. But once we get up close, we realize that it looks more like a mock-up model, somehow put together with steel tubes and papier-mâché, held together with simple Scotch tape. What immediately catches the eye is the large amounts of Scotch tape haphazardly placed here and there, as if it were a last-minute job. With temperatures that can reach over 200 degrees in the sun, doesn't seem like a smart idea to use Scotch tape everywhere. The debunkers, however, claim that there is a specific reason for the use of Scotch tape.
Una delle teorie, per esempio, è che il modulo lunare è rivestito di lamierino. Si vede addirittura che è unito con lo scotch. Quindi era un simulacro di cartapesta. No, non è vero, perché si va a vedere la documentazione tecnica e salta fuori che il modo migliore per applicare senza aggravare il peso il rivestimento termico in modo che non venisse surriscaldato dal sole era di usare dei giunti adesivi invece delle rivettature che con la dilatazione termica avrebbero causato delle sollecitazioni.
But this explanation doesn't stand to scrutiny. As one can see, the LEM is full of metal rivets everywhere. There is therefore no explanation for the sloppiness in the construction of the Lunar module, with the engines covered with aluminum foil, the external panels not even lining up with each other, and the Scotch tape that seems added at the last moment, just to keep together pieces that would otherwise fall apart. The Lunar module cost over $2 billion at the time, which is the equivalent of $21 billion in 2016 currency. Are we truly to believe that NASA has spent all this money to send a vehicle covered with loose pieces of cardboard into space? The second problem posed by the LEM is that there is no crater in the sand caused by the jet of the engine during the landing. According to the debunkers, this crater should not exist at all because the LEM uses very little power when it lands, they say. And it does so on a rocky volcanic surface anyway.
Sulla Luna, essendoci un sesto di gravità, il peso che deve essere sostenuto dal motore è un sesto, quindi la spinta che viene scaricata sul terreno è molto modesta. Non c'è motivo di produrre un cratere, oltretutto in una superficie rocciosa, di roccia vulcanica come è quella della Luna.
But the surface where the LEM supposedly landed is not rocky at all, like Attivissimo claims. Neil Armstrong himself refutes this statement when he describes a fine-grained, almost powdery surface instead.
The surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder.
A similar comment is made by Alan Shepard, one of the astronauts from Apollo 14. James Irwin from Apollo 15 even describes a layer of soft soil about 6 inches deep around the LEM's footpads.
No wonder we slipped, eh? Boy, that's really soft dirt there around the front footpads. Sure is. Like about 6 inches deep of soft material.
In fact, during the landing approach, we can clearly see large amounts of dust being blown away by the LEM's engine. But then, why is there no hollow underneath? This animation helps us better understand what should have happened during the landing on the moon. Just like this leaf blower, which blows away the dust on the surface and reveals the hard rock underneath, we would expect to see a hollow in the sand under the LEM, revealing the hard terrain under the surface. But the hollow is not there. Question: if a simple leaf blower can remove the dust from the surface, revealing the hard rock underneath, why has the same not happened under the engine of the LEM? And why do we still see several pebbles sitting under the engine, which weren't even blown away during the landing of the LEM? Given that James Irwin described about 6 inches deep of soft material around the footpads, why is there no hole in the sand under his LEM's engine cone? A problem connected to the missing crater under the rocket is the total absence of dust in the landing footpads. If this is the dust being blown in all directions during the landing, why is there no trace of the dust in the footpads whatsoever? In this case, Attivissimo seems to have a very particular explanation as well.
La prima missione era molto sperimentale e gli ordini erano: appena tocchi il suolo devi spegnere il motore. Invece era tanta l'emozione e la tensione di quel primo allunaggio che non si sono ricordati di spegnere il motore. Lasciando il motore acceso, spazzano via tutta la polvere che c'è intorno al modulo lunare ed è per questo che le zampe sono pulite.
But the statement by Attivissimo is demonstrably false. All one has to do is check the original video from the landing of Apollo 11 to realize that Armstrong orders the engine shut off right after the contact lights have come on, which is before the LEM actually touches the ground.
Contact light. Okay, engine stop. APA at a descent.
Also, in this statement released after the mission, Armstrong confirms that the engine shutoff took place just before the LEM touched the ground.
In any case, the engine shutdown was not very high above the surface. It was quite close.
Furthermore, the absence of dust in the footpads can also be noticed in other missions, such as Apollo 12 or Apollo 14, which means the explanation by Activissimo is not valid anyway. In any case, the debunkers must make up their mind. You cannot maintain that the jet from the engine was too weak to create a hollow in the sand, and yet strong enough to completely blow off the sand from the footpads during the moon landing. One of the two statements must be false. We then ask the following questions. Given that this is the amount of dust thrown around by the descent engine, why is there no dust whatsoever in the LEM's footpads? How is it possible that the jet from the engine is at the same time strong enough to wipe the footpads clean, but weak enough not to even form a crater in the sand during the moon landing? Let's now examine one of the most important problems regarding the LEM: the absence of a visible flame under the engine during the departure from the moon. The Lunar module consisted of two separate blocks placed one above the other. Each block was equipped with an independent engine. The first one was used to land the entire spaceship on the lunar surface. The second was used for the liftoff of the upper part of the spaceship, the one carrying the astronauts. Both engines used a special kind of fuel called hypergolic. This is a fuel that burns on simple contact between two chemical components, with no need for an actual ignition system. The debunkers claim that the reason for the missing flame is due precisely to the use of hypergolic fuel. On his website, Bad Astronomy, debunker Phil Plate writes, "There is actually a simple reason why you cannot see the flame from the lander when it took off. The fuels they used produced no visible flame." In his book, Activissimo also writes, "The product of combustion from these fuels is colorless and transparent. This is why there is no flame under the LEM when it takes off." But these statements are false. Hypergolic fuels produce a clearly visible flame, both on Earth and in the vacuum of space. This is a test from the engine of the rocket SpaceX, which uses hypergolic fuel. As one can see, the flame is clearly visible during the combustion. And this is a test of the LEM's ascent engine, exactly the one we are discussing now.
To keep it simple, it used so-called hypergolic propellants, a rocket fuel and an oxidizer that explode on contact.
The long flame from the hypergolic fuel is clearly visible under the LEM's engine during combustion. In the original images from the Apollo missions, however, there is no visible flame. This is Apollo 15, lifting off from the moon. This is Apollo 16, and this is Apollo 17. In all cases, there is no visible flame under the engine during liftoff. Some might think that hypergolic fuel, which is clearly visible on Earth, for some reason may become invisible in the vacuum of space. But it is not so, and there are several examples to prove it. This is a Draco engine, which uses hypergolic fuel tested in a vacuum chamber. As one can see, the flame produced by the engine is clearly visible. The Space Shuttle also uses hypergolic fuel for its orientation rockets, and the emissions from the rockets are clearly visible during the maneuvers in the vacuum of space. This is another image from the shuttle maneuvering in space. The jet from the hypergolic fuel is clearly visible. This is a Soyuz spaceship, filmed as it approaches the International Space Station. The Soyuz also uses hypergolic fuels for its directional rockets, and also in this case, the jets are clearly visible despite being in the vacuum of space. In fact, they are even more visible because they are pitched against the blackness of space. All these examples show how hypergolic fuels are also clearly visible in the vacuum of space. Given that this is the LEM's ascent engine tested on Earth, why is there no visible flame under it when it takes off from the Moon? Not only does the LEM engine not release any flame from the nozzle, it also seems to produce no particular noise. This is the noise produced by the LEM's ascent engine during a ground test. Yet during the ascent from the Moon, no particular noise can be heard inside the cabin.
Very smooth. Let's couple off.
Only the calm voice of the astronauts, with no engine noise in the background.
Very quiet ride. There's that one crater on there.
Some debunkers claim that the engine sound gets dispersed into the vacuum of space outside the cabin, and therefore no particular noise should be heard from the inside. But the cabin is pressurized, and the engine is located right in the middle of it, between the two astronauts. This NASA technician shows us exactly where the engine is located inside the LEM.
This is the upper docking hatch through which the astronauts will enter the LEM from the command and service module. They will step down here on the ascent engine cover. The engine we looked at before is right on the other side of this cover.
And the very website Clavius states that the ascent engine is mounted inside the spacecraft, not attached to the bottom of it. Attivissimo also confirms that the astronauts inside the LEM are literally sitting on the engine.
Praticamente basta avere un cilindro di latta con un motore sotto e gli astronauti americani erano seduti letteralmente sul motore, cioè ce l'avevano qua.
Thus, the engine, which is in direct contact with the pressurized environment of the cabin, should definitely be heard. Another explanation by the debunkers for the lack of engine noise is that the microphones used in aerospace for pilots and crew are built to operate in a noisy environment. You have to speak very close to the microphone in order for the sound to be picked up. But there is no such thing as magic microphones capable of fully excluding the background noise. If the engine noise can reach the ears of the astronaut, it will necessarily be picked up by the microphone as well. Furthermore, during the liftoff of Apollo 15, a curious thing happened. Moments after takeoff, one of the astronauts turned on a portable recorder placed inside the cabin in order to have some musical background.
Good liftoff. Automatic.
As one can hear, the music coming from the recorder is clearly picked up by the microphone, while the noise from the engine, which is pushing at full throttle at this time, cannot be heard at all. Question: given that, as confirmed by the debunkers, the astronauts are literally sitting on the engine, why don't we hear any sounds from the engine during liftoff? Given that during the Apollo 15 liftoff, we are even able to hear the music from the tape recorder in the cabin, why don't we hear the sound of the engine as well? The liftoff from the Moon is possibly the most delicate moment of the entire mission. The astronauts must keep their total concentration, and they must be able to communicate with one another instantly in case something were to go wrong. Why then put their safety at risk by playing loud music inside the cabin, which could have distracted them from the operations and could have kept them from communicating clearly in a moment of distress? Obviously, in order to verify whether the lunar module was actually capable of landing and taking off from the Moon, all one would have to do is to take the original designs from the LEM and feed them into a modern simulation computer. With today's computers, it would be very easy to verify all of the LEM's functionalities without the need of actually sending the machine into space. Unfortunately, though, the original designs from the lunar module are nowhere to be found. Apparently, Grumman, the construction company, chose to get rid of them because they took up too much space. To justify this incomprehensible act, the debunking website Clavius writes, "Grumman is an aerospace engineering firm, not a museum. It did not wish to house the 100,000 cubic feet or so of design documentation at its expense." But then, why not donate them to a museum? The LEM is the only machine that has ever carried human beings onto another celestial body. Its historical value is unique, and there must be dozens of museums around the world that would have killed just to be able to display its construction designs. Instead, we are asked to believe that all this documentation has been turned into trash just because there wasn't enough space to store it. Even more disconcerting than the disappearance of the LEM designs is the disappearance of the original tapes that contained the images from the first moonwalk by Neil Armstrong.
Now, nearly 40 years after the first moon landing, NASA has confessed that the original film depicting Neil Armstrong's giant leap has been lost. Well, not lost, says NASA, just can't be found.
We are simply talking about the single most important document in the history of mankind. The first step of a human being on another celestial body, which was recorded on magnetic tape by the receiving stations on Earth. As such, one would expect these tapes to be kept under lock, in a thermally controlled environment, in a place accessible only to a restricted number of people. Instead, NASA candidly tells us that the original tapes no longer exist. So shocking was this fact that filmmaker Aaron Rannon wanted to verify it in person, interviewing the former flight director of the Apollo 11 mission, Gene Kranz.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
But your own research has shown the telemetry data is missing.
That's right.
Also from NASA's official archives at Goddard Space Center in Maryland, Aaron Rannon received the same embarrassing answer.
We've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
But listen to what the explanation by the debunkers is for this inconceivable fact.
L'ha persa per una ragione puramente burocratica. All'epoca questi nastri erano considerati inutilizzabili. La registrazione del segnale televisivo fuori standard fu registrata su una traccia dei nastri di telemetria, quelli che davano le pulsazioni, lo stato del veicolo e via dicendo. Secondo prassi, dopo un certo numero di anni, i dati di telemetria delle missioni, se non li chiama più nessuno, vengono mandati alla cancellazione, perché i nastri costano e allora non si lasciano lì a marcire, si smagnetizzano, si riutilizzano.
So, according to Activissimo, there is an actual procedure at NASA that leads to the automatic cancellation of tapes if people no longer request them, even if those tapes contain simply the most important documentation in the history of mankind. One thing should be clear. In itself, the loss of the original tapes of the moonwalk would not represent an irreparable damage. There are copies of the same moonwalk recently digitalized, which are even better than the lost original. The problem is that besides the moonwalk, those tapes also contain some important telemetry data, ranging from the astronaut's heartbeat to the very location of the LEM in space at the time. This means that if the LEM had not found itself on the surface of the moon at that time, or if the situation on board had been any different from what we were told, the telemetry data would have clearly revealed it. So, if one chooses to, he can believe the story of the tapes that were erased because they were too expensive. For everyone else, one question becomes unavoidable. What was so important in those tapes that NASA had to come up with such a preposterous excuse just to ensure they would no longer be available to scientists and researchers from modern times? Let's now take a closer look at the telecommunications between Earth and the Moon. There are several elements that don't add up in this area, like, for example, the delay in the radio communications between Houston and the astronauts. The Earth and the Moon are about 240,000 miles apart. For this reason, a radio signal takes about 1.3 seconds to reach our satellite and another 1.3 seconds to come back to Earth. This means that when Houston asked a question to the astronauts on the Moon, the reply should have taken at least 2.6 seconds to come back to Earth. 1.3 seconds for the question to reach the astronaut, 1.3 seconds for his answer to come back. There are some cases, however, where the answer from the astronaut comes back much faster. Here is one example.
Roger, Jim, copy. And are you progressing towards Dune Crater now?
Yes.
The answer is almost immediate. It takes a little over a second for it to come back.
Roger, Jim, copy. And are you progressing towards Dune Crater now?
Yes.
This is the soundtrack from the original audio. This segment contains the question coming from Houston, and this is the answer by the astronaut. The gap between the end of the question and the answer is only 1.1 seconds.
Roger, Jim, copy. And are you progressing towards Dune Crater now?
Yes.
Too short for this communication to have really come from the moon. To examine the audio delays, we have obviously used the original, unmodified tapes from NASA distributed around the world by Spacecraft Films. If there is one thing everybody agrees on, it's that the DVDs by Spacecraft Films are the only originals that can be used as reference for any kind of research. Paolo Attivissimo confirms this in one of his conferences.
Poi ci sono i DVD come questo qui, Apollo 11, c'è tutta la serie, sono tutte le trasmissioni televisive che sono state fatte in diretta, lo sbarco, tutto. Quello è il riferimento. Se c'è una falsificazione è lì che la dobbiamo cercare, non è sulla copia trovata su YouTube. Questa è la versione di riferimento.
In this conference, Attivissimo also confirms that the original tapes are unedited and uncut.
DVD come questo, che si possono comprare tranquillamente su internet o dove volete, contengono tutte le riprese originali. Tutto. Senza censure, senza tagli, senza rimontaggi, esattamente così come è arrivato.
The same thing is confirmed by Clavius, one of the most authoritative debunking websites on the Luna issue. The DVDs by Spacecraft Films, writes Clavius, contain the digital transfers of original Apollo film and video unedited. What is interesting is that if one checks the Apollo Journal website instead, where NASA has reloaded the Luna transmissions, broken up in small clips, the audio delay appears to be inserted correctly. This is the audio track from the same scene downloaded from the Apollo Journal. The question coming from Houston is unchanged, while the answer seems to have been moved up to some 4 seconds later.
Roger, Jim, copy. And are you progressing towards Dune Crater now?
Yes.
It's as if someone, in reloading the clip, had realized that the answer came too soon and had inserted a pause to produce the proper delay. But in the original audio from Spacecraft Films, this delay does not exist. This conversation cannot have taken place between the Earth and the Moon. Here is another example where the astronaut's answer comes too quickly.
We're interested in either documented samples or a rake sample there if you think it looks like a good area for a rake sample.
Okay, understand, Joe.
1.6 seconds. The reply comes at least 1 second too soon for having originated on the Moon. There's even one case from the same mission where the answer takes less than a second to come back to base.
Rover, this is Houston.
Go ahead.
9/10 of a second to be exact. It's as if this astronaut were standing in a room next door rather than actually being on the Moon.
Rover, this is Houston.
Go ahead.
Question. Given that we have examined the original videos from Spacecraft Films and that the debunkers themselves acknowledge that these videos are unedited and uncut, can you explain why, in several instances, the delay between the question and the answer is far shorter than it should be if the conversation had truly taken place between the Earth and the Moon? Another aspect of the telecommunications that raises serious questions are the live television broadcasts from the Moon. The first 3 Luna missions, Apollo 11, 12, and 14, had sent some rather poor TV pictures back to Earth. But beginning with Apollo 15, the technology for the live broadcasts had definitely improved. Not only did the astronauts now have the Luna Jeep called Rover, but they also had a new color camera that was mounted right in the front of the rover. This allowed the public to follow the different operations on the lunar surface on live television. This camera, dubbed Rover TV, was remotely operated by a specialized technician from Houston. To transmit the images back to Earth, the astronauts used a special umbrella-shaped antenna, which was also mounted on the rover. Obviously, the astronauts could only broadcast live images when the vehicle was stopped between one station and the next, because the umbrella needed to be pointed with great precision towards the Earth before any broadcast could begin. The Earth and the Moon are some 240,000 miles away, and a small error in the angle of sight would be enough to completely miss the target. From the NASA website, we can read, "The high-gain antenna produced a beam tight enough that an adequate TV signal could be received by 85-meter dishes on Earth. This antenna had a nominal gain of 24 decibels in the center, which dropped to 20.5 decibels on a 10 degrees cone." In other words, by increasing the transmission angle, the signal would rapidly degrade. Pointing the antenna with sufficient accuracy was tricky, writes NASA. A preliminary alignment made by sighting along the transmitter mast had to be done carefully. After that, the astronauts carried out a precision pointing by using an optical device mounted directly on the antenna. From NASA's training manual, we read, "Bore sighting the high-gain antenna to the Earth requires an optical aid, since a full Earth subtends an angle of less than 2 degrees when viewed from the lunar surface. This is the aiming reticle from the optical device. Each square represents an angle of 3 degrees. The high-gain antenna pointing, states NASA, must remain within 2.5 degrees of Earth. This occurs when the Earth's image is within the bullseye of the optical sight. The video signal will degrade extremely rapidly beyond that point due to the very narrow antenna radiation pattern. In other words, even a misalignment of a couple of degrees in pointing the antenna would have resulted in the Earth target being missed." We must keep in mind that both the TV camera and the transmitting antenna are mounted on the rover, which means that any oscillation of the camera implies an equal oscillation of the antenna. This is a well-known problem for television crews who broadcast images via satellite. Their mobile units are normally equipped with special pods that are extended once the transmitting vehicle is in position in order to avoid oscillations of any kind. And on Earth, the margin of error is much larger than that of a broadcast from the Moon, since the distance from the geostationary satellites on Earth is much shorter than the distance between the Earth and the Moon. It is therefore evident that, in order to maintain the live connection with the Earth, the rover needed to remain practically still for the entire duration of the broadcast. What we have instead is a series of situations in which the astronauts violently shake the rover, and thus also the antenna, without the broadcast ever breaking down. This usually happens when one of the astronauts touches the rover to drop or retrieve some tools. In order to assess the actual oscillations, one needs to look at how much the line of the horizon in the background moves up and down. Being equipped with very soft suspensions, the rover shakes quite visibly as soon as anyone touches it. Yet, as we have said before, the television signal never breaks down. We must remember that each oscillation of the camera corresponds to an equal oscillation by the antenna. And yet, as if by magic, the television signal never breaks down, nor does it degrade at all. Seen through the optical device, the oscillations of the antenna must have looked something like this. Question. On Earth, transmitting vehicles are normally equipped with stabilizing pods in order to keep them from shaking during the broadcast. Why didn't NASA think of placing something similar on the rover, since it was supposed to broadcast from a distance dozens of times higher than a simple Earth satellite? Given that, according to NASA's manual, the high-gain antenna pointing must remain within 2.5 degrees of Earth, and that the video signal will degrade extremely rapidly beyond that point. How was it possible to broadcast images with such violent oscillations without the signal breaking nor degrading during the live feeds from the moon? Let's now examine another interesting problem, the behavior of the dust on the moon. On Earth, the dust remains attached to objects thanks to the humidity of the air. On the moon, however, there is no atmosphere, and therefore there is no humidity. Theoretically, lunar dust should not be able to stick to any particular surface. Looking at the images from the Apollo missions, though, we have dozens of situations in which the lunar dust sticks everywhere. That happens mostly on the astronauts' suits, with dust sticking not only to the lower part of their legs, but also to the arms, trunk, and even the backpacks. Often it's the astronauts themselves who notice the amount of dust that sticks to them.
I am covered from head to foot with dust. Yeah, we got some work to do here. Boy, they're all dirty. You ought to see you back. I couldn't have gotten any dirtier than you.
From Houston Center, someone has noticed the problem as well.
Looks like you guys have been playing in a coal bin.
Dust inexplicably sticks to the surface of the cameras and their lenses, too. The astronauts often complain about this.
We haven't checked the dust on the lens on these cameras.
Sometimes the problem is so serious that they can't even read the settings.
So much dust on the camera, it's hard to read the settings.
Same problem for the television cameras used by the astronauts. In this case, we notice several speckles of dust that are stuck to the camera lens. Here instead, the entire lens is covered by dust. The lighter spots are the only areas of the lens not covered by dust. Sometimes the astronauts realize this by themselves.
I think we need to dust the TV lens. It's pretty dusty.
In other cases, the request to clean the lens comes directly from the control center.
Troops, before we leave this area, we want you to brush the LCRU and the TV camera lens.
These images, shot on Earth, show dust particles that stick to the lens because of humidity. Why does the same happen on the lens used by the astronauts, given that there is no humidity on the moon? Also, the gnomon, this color chart used by the astronauts, simply refuses to stay clean.
The gnomon's pretty dirty, unfortunately, Joe. Just no way to keep that color chart clean with all this dust. Roger.
It's not just the astronauts' suits and instruments that get covered with dust. For example, look at the lunar rover with the frame and the engine protections fully covered with dust. Or the fenders from the rover, with dust sticking on the inside of the wheels and on the outside as well. Some debunkers have suggested that all this dust may stick to objects because of some kind of electrostatic effect. But this explanation is not plausible for at least two reasons. First of all, we're talking about completely different materials from one another. The astronaut suits, the photo cameras, the surface of the lunar rover, the lenses from the TV cameras. Secondly, NASA itself excludes this possibility when they explain that an electrostatic effect can possibly take place in the shadow areas of the moon. But in the areas hit by sunlight, this effect is instantly dissipated by the solar wind. From this NASA document, which studies the electrostatic charges on the surface of the moon, we can read, "In the photoelectron-dominated daylight plasma region, the charge dissipates almost instantly in all cases. Thus, charging on the lunar day side is not an issue." Furthermore, in some cases, more than dust, we seem to be looking at actual mud. Look, for example, at this wheel from the lunar rover. Or this other image from the wheel of the rover, with the rim that seems completely covered in mud. It's as if we were looking at a muddy wheel from an all-terrain vehicle down on Earth. There's also another, even more puzzling example. This is a thermal degradation experiment conducted during the Apollo 14 mission. How could the sand have compacted itself enough to appear like mud in a moistureless environment? There is also another detail worth mentioning. These metal plates have a series of letters and numbers engraved on their surface. Subsequently, these letters and numbers have filled up with sand. But how can the sand preserve the shape of the number once dislodged from the original place where it was formed. Here, for example, we can see the number 5, which has kept its shape even after being dislodged from the engraving. And here is the number 3, also keeping its shape after it was dislodged. How can the sand keep the original shape after having been dislodged from the engraving if we are truly in a moistureless environment?
We'll start with one of the most, if not the most, damaging evidence that the moon missions were not shot on the moon, but right here on Earth. This is a close-up of the Apollo 17 flag. We've all been told that there's no atmosphere on the moon, and therefore there could not be any moisture, right? Then why is the flag wet? You can see it is drying from the edges in. Additional photos in this series will reveal other areas of moisture and even standing water.
Infamous Apollo 17 flag up there. That particular image has been viewed by millions of people a year over the last 45 years. It's up on walls probably 10 or 12 feet high. It's photographed in books and magazines and everywhere else. And of course it's the American symbol as well. Your very reverent symbol. And everybody that has analyzed and studied this photo in any way, shape, or form has never looked at it and seen that it's wet.
Yeah.
It quite clearly is.
That is amazing, because it absolutely is. You can see along here where the arrows are, the line between the dry and the wet part of the flag, and of course it's very obvious over here. It's even crinkled up, almost like it just came out of a washing machine or a rainstorm.
It's in the red and white as well. It's harder to see.
Mm-hmm.
If you see almost in the center, in the close-up part there, on the first full band down, just the bottom half of the red is actually water as well on that. Right in the section there.
There and here, yep.
Yeah, you can see it if you study it. The harder you study it, the more you see it. And of course, when you realize that it's wet, and it was raining, the entire set is wet.
And that kind of goes back to when it comes to this conspiracy, right? There's many schools of thought. Was this all shot in a studio, in a Hollywood basement? But, when you start looking at some of the other evidence here that Scott's uncovered, where you've got standing water on some of the equipment, you've got mold growing, and you've got a wet flag, just to name a few, it's clear that this was shot outside and over a long period of time, where the weather and the elements, took its toll on the equipment and the props and everything that was involved.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the other photographs associated with this particular flag, which are the two astronauts standing beside it, being shot, beside it, that shot there, you can see the mud on them. Well, when you look at the whole series through, these guys are just picking up mud and putting it on each other's suits. Okay, and then of course there they've washed it off for the shot, and you can see that the suit's still wet. And that's Harrison Smith in that particular photograph. It says Cernan. Paul, myself, and Marcus Allen are the only ones that know the difference on who's who on it, and we left it up there to see if anybody would even notice which astronaut is which. I mean, most people can only name one or two astronauts that landed on the moon. So the difference between the two in the Apollo 17 really doesn't make any difference who that is. Both of them are covered in mud. Both of them are showing off that it's a fraud. And they're just basically a couple of boys having fun with some very expensive toys.
Yep. Yeah, that is absolutely amazing. Yeah, there's no way that I could ever tell. Obviously I know Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, Tom Hanks, those astronauts, but
Yeah. Well, the commander.
Don't forget Kevin Bacon.
The commander has the red stripe on his suit. All except Neil Armstrong. He was the commander. He doesn't have a red stripe on his suit, but the rest of them, the commander has a red stripe, and the lunar module pilot doesn't.
First one, let me zoom it in a little bit. But this one, it's very obvious, especially along here, that this is wet through and through. It's very obvious that this is wet.
Oh, yeah, I do see it. Yep. Yeah, I couldn't get a good view of it before. Yeah.
And then a couple other shots as well where you can see that it appears that something has gotten wet, some of the equipment, and then it has dried and has left, what it looks like is mud that has dried. And there was a shot that you had there earlier, Bob.
Yeah, I'm going to find it
there.
And that was equipment that was used over and over again, for all of these, what I think was used over and over again based on this analysis. And, the deterioration of the equipment over time is obvious because of the weather.
Absolutely. And the one, I think it's in this one, I may not have that other one, but it is one of these that shows the water.
And it is near the bottom. And I can't, Scott, what is this? This
Right
is it.
there.
Just past it.
Oops, I did.
Well, those two there, one showing mold. On the left-hand side of that, where the left arrow is, you can see where it's like it's foil, so everything is wrinkled except that one spot there. It's absolutely perfectly flat, so there's water lying in it. And then on the other arrow, you can see where the water is dried back. There's actually green mold around the outside of it, and the mud's caked onto it. And that's exactly what happens when water evaporates. Those aren't little pictures. Those aren't even blown up. Those are the actual pictures, the way they are. And I don't know why anybody looking through there couldn't see that. I mean, if you take a piece of tinfoil and rip it off and set it on your barbecue and take a picture of it, it's going to look pretty clean. And that's exactly what they were doing. When they set this equipment up, they took the photograph right away of it. It's not like it was laying around. And this stuff was supposed to be prepared in a clean room.
Yeah, now this to me looks like, you've got like leftovers from water here. You see this? Looks like
it's so wet.
Yeah.
So if you look at the backdrop, the so-called mountain, in this, when you're going through the Apollo 17 photos, as the ground in front dries out, then it starts to match the backdrop. So when you go back two or three magazines further on, they'll match up in color.
Yeah.
But when
this is so blatantly different.
Darker in color. And that's why the footprints are so much darker as well. And it's the same as if you were walking in sand or anything else, right?
Yeah.
Or any dirt, when you kick it up, it's darker underneath as it starts to dry on top. Yeah. That particular photograph, they must have been shooting quite a few golf balls around, because there's quite a number of them out there on that set.
Yeah, there's a ton of them. The other thing that strikes me, of course, is right along the little plus marks here where the Hasselblad has the plus marks, you can clearly see this bifurcation mark in between the foreground and the background. That, I mean, it is so obvious that they are so blatantly different that how anybody could not look at that and go, come on, really? I mean, it's not even a good blending job. They didn't even try.
Well, because it rained. They would have had the ground closer. Like, if the ground wasn't wet, it's much closer match.
Yeah, but in this case, it was wet, so it made it a little bit darker.
That's right. And if you go through 2 or 3 magazines later, then this particular same spot is much lighter. It's much closer to the background as it dries out.
Yeah. Yeah, not surprising. And, of course, then we have mud on the wheels from the rover, which I thought was pretty crazy. And, and then earlier, the mud on the suit. So I'm just curious, Scott, if, when you show people, like, for example, the mud on the spacesuits that we were looking at earlier, what do they say when they look at that? I mean, what excuse do they make when you're saying, look, there's the mud right there on the spacesuit. Let me get to this. Whoops, there it was. When they look at this, you know, what excuse do they have for that? Do they just say, well, it's just regular dirt, or you know what?
I haven't heard anybody tell me that it's anything other than just dirt that is sticking to the suit, static or whatever is causing it.
Moon dirt, man.
Why doesn't the whole suit get like, right?
Yeah, exactly. Well, especially as often as they fall or they're down on their knees or whatever. But I mean, this is so obvious that this is mud. I mean, this is absolutely positively mud. There's no doubt whatsoever about that. And then you can see, of course, over here where they've washed it off, you know, it's still wet. They didn't even try to hide any of that. And, you know, we know that everything that goes up into space is pristine clean, you know, in the first place. And yeah, of course, you're going to get some dirt on it from the moon or soot, but this is mud, and there should be absolutely no water, because in the shade it would be ice, and in the sun it would evaporate instantly. So there is no excuse for obviously any water being up there whatsoever. And yet the flag is soaked with it. There's mud all over his suit. How can anybody buy this? It's beyond me.
Well, I mean, the astronauts are showing this off. They
Yeah.
deliberately put that mud up on that sleeve and took that picture, and everybody thinks, oh, they're on the moon. They're not. They're just a couple of guys having fun in the mud, showing off a wet flag. And if you realize that it rained, everything is wet.
Yep. So yeah, so here we are back at the flag again. Of course, this is very, very apparent that it's wet, especially along the top. You can see it running down here.
Yeah, just through this over and over again, you know, that just seems to be, it was just such a blatant, you know, a piece of evidence that we decided, let's put this in every video, at least one shot of it, just to remind folks that, you know, this is almost blatant. You know, anybody all should have been pulled out. You know, there's no way that this stuff should be even existing like we talked about.
And somebody told me it was dust blowing in the wind, that it wasn't moisture. And I said, it doesn't matter which it is. It can't be there.
Yeah. Yeah,
Right?
no, absolutely should not be.
Can't be there. Yeah. And like, these are just going through the various shots where there is water to be seen. Right. And once you see, like, there's not just one or two photos in each one. There's a whole series of them. Right. And you can just, like, there's thousands of photos to go through. Right. Each one has its own story to tell.
Yeah.
You put them all together, you got a big book.
Yeah. You know what they say? Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Flagstaff landfill.
Yes. In this particular picture, buried in the report server of NASA, when I was reading through the many thousands and thousands of PDFs, pressure test done on the CSM blew that window out. And you can see that they just duct taped it back together. They put a rain guard on it. That rain guard is broken. And of course the seal's gone because the water is in between the two layers of glass, and it's been in there long enough to peel the paint up.
Duct tape fixes anything.
The official version of that photograph with the water running down in zero gravity, of course, is halfway to the moon.
Yeah.
Okay, it's minus 250 outside and the water doesn't freeze.
Magic.
Amazing. Magic.
Amazing, amazing, amazing piece of glass. How many years can you look at that and not see what it is?
Exactly.
Like, there's water laying right there. You can actually see where he wiped his finger across that. Right about where the arrow is.
Yeah, I see that.
Across. Okay. In the checklist, they're to photograph it, wipe their finger, and photograph it to show that there's no dirt on it anywhere except on that panoramic mirror.
Yeah, so what's up with that on the lower right-hand picture, and Paul just moved his thing, on the second arrow, Paul, there's this like area that is rising up in the corner there. What exactly is going on there? Yeah, that's it, Paul.
That's just the panel curled up.
Okay, just coming apart at the
And
seam.
there's some plastic, whatever the coating is on it is peeling back.
Wow. I don't think this thing would make it as a homeless tweaker shelter, honestly. The homeless people would catch pneumonia and die. it's so bad, so bad. And of course, NASA's excuse is well, it didn't have to be very durable because it had to be lightweight and all that stuff. But this is patently absurd. And the fact that you can see this water, and it is obvious that it's water. It's water on the lander here. It's water on the ground. You can see that. There's mud on their spacesuits. I mean, you're right. It rained. And that's the thing that really got me when you first said, well, this is basically in a landfill up by Flagstaff. I was thinking to myself, I thought all this stuff was shot inside on a studio set, but obviously not.
There's a nice shot of it. Just that's Apollo 12 as well. It rained in Apollo 12 and Apollo 17. That's where you're going to find the water.
Oh yeah, look at that on the right side.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. They didn't even bother to clean it up or anything. And why they would keep all that stuff outside at a landfill. And I mean, they must have really been counting heavily on the fact that they were making the TV station shoot second generation off of another screen to be able to conceal all that stuff. And that, you know, they were thinking, well, there's never going to be any good detail of any of this. Or maybe what they were thinking, I don't know.
NASA has their own directors, right? They had the largest studios in the world. There's a good shot there. The astronauts had control of these cameras, right?
Mm-hmm.
Not a film crew, not a director, not anybody. The astronauts themselves had control of these. They took them. They made sure that these photographs didn't disappear over time like all the rest of the documentation did. And somewhere along the line in 2015, they decided to release them back out.
This may be a function of the suit as well as lack of gravity force here. Go ahead, Mr. President. This is Houston out.
Hello, Neil and Buzz. I'm talking to you by telephone from the Oval Room at the White House. And this certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House. I just can't tell you how proud we all are of what you have done. For every American, this has to be the proudest day of our lives. And for people all over the world, I am sure that they too join with Americans in recognizing what an immense feat this is. Because of what you have done, the heavens have become a part of man's world. And as you talk to us from the sea of tranquility, it inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace and tranquility to Earth. For one priceless moment in the whole history of man, all the people on this earth are truly one. One in their pride in what you have done, and one in our prayers that you will return safely to Earth.
Possibly the biggest problem of all is the one posed by the footprints that the astronauts allegedly left on the surface of the moon. Wherever they go, the astronauts leave very sharp footprints on the ground. But how is it possible for lunar dust to remain so hardly compacted, to the point of maintaining the shape of the boot, being that there is no atmosphere on the moon, and therefore there is no humidity? We know that in order to give sand a specific shape, it is necessary to wet it first. If the sand is dry, the sand grains won't stick to each other and the shape will not be preserved. The debunkers, however, maintain that lunar dust, which is called regolith, is much sharper than the sand on Earth. For this reason, they argue, the simple pressure from the boot is enough to compact it, even in total absence of moisture. In order to prove their theory, the Mythbusters have asked NASA for an exact replica of the moon boot and for a certain amount of a special dust prepared by NASA, which has very similar characteristics to lunar dust.
So for this test, NASA has given us a lunar regolith simulant.
It's manufactured to test equipment that is going to the moon. It's very similar to lunar dust in the fact that each particle is very sharp. Dirt on Earth has been weathered, so it's very smooth. So this is as close to lunar dust as we can get.
It's one kind of dust that Paolo Attivissimo is also very familiar with.
Questo è un campione, è un simulante, si chiama, un simulante di regolite, che è la polvere di luna sintetica che si usa per collaudare i veicoli che poi torneranno sulla Luna.
The Mythbusters have conducted their experiment in a vacuum chamber, in the total absence of moisture, thus replicating the same conditions found on the moon.
The rig is ready to take its one-legged step, and the vacuum chamber has been vacuumed.
Boot stop, vacuum. Here we go. In 3, 2.
We notice that the Mythbusters have even added some counterweights to their device in order to simulate the exact weight of the astronaut's foot on the lunar soil.
1.
Yeah! Take that!
Yeah! Look at that. We made a footprint inside of a vacuum.
And there was no water vapor, which is what this conspiracy theory is all about.
In your face, conspiracy theorists!
The Mythbusters seem very eager to celebrate, but in reality they have not succeeded at all in replicating the original footprints by the astronauts. Just look at how solid and squared the little bars of sand that have formed under the astronaut's boot are. They are almost perfect geometric solids, with sharp edges and well-defined contours. These sandbars are so solid and compacted that they even retain their shape after they are broken in pieces. It's as if we were looking at a clay model that has later dried up in the sun. It is clear that we are looking at a very different result from the one obtained by the Mythbusters in the vacuum chamber. If we were to break apart or even just try to move one of these sandbars, they would certainly not remain compacted, nor would they retain their shape. In conclusion, the Mythbusters, with their experiment, have proven the exact opposite of what they intended to prove. In absence of humidity, it's absolutely impossible to replicate the astronauts' footprints. Question: given that there is no moisture on the moon and that the solar wind dissipates electrostatic charges almost instantly, can you explain why the lunar dust sticks to all kinds of materials, from the astronaut suits to the photo cameras, from the rover's surfaces to the TV camera lenses? Can you explain how the rover's wheels can gather so much thick dirt on them as to look like they're covered in mud? Can you explain how the lunar dust can stick together to such an extent, even preserving the shape of the numbers after they were moved from the engravings in which they had formed? Given that the Mythbusters have replicated the lunar conditions under vacuum and with the sand simulant, can you explain why they were unable to reproduce the astronauts' footprints from the original photos? If it's true, like many believe, that the Apollo missions were filmed in a studio on Earth, one of the biggest problems would have been to simulate the lunar gravity, which is about 1/6 of the gravity on Earth. The most common technique to obtain such an effect has always been the use of steel wires. extremely thin and invisible to the camera, steel wires were already in use in the early 1960s in movies such as Mary Poppins. And even today, they're regularly used, like in the film Magnificent Desolation, precisely to replicate the lunar walks of the Apollo missions. Connected to a sophisticated system of pulleys and counterweights, steel wires allow the astronaut to reduce his weight until a perfect simulation of the lunar gravity is achieved. Another way to obtain a similar effect is to connect the steel wires to balloons filled with helium. This system was used, for example, in the television series From the Earth to the Moon, produced by Tom Hanks. This also produces the effect of reducing the astronaut's weight until lunar gravity is simulated. There is a problem, however, with steel wires. While they are normally invisible to the camera, they may get hit by the light at a particular angle, making them momentarily visible on the screen. And this is exactly what seems to have happened in the sequence from Apollo 14. While the astronauts are busy near the LEM, at one point some flashes of light can be seen above the head of one of them. The initial flash is certainly caused by the antenna mounted on the backpack. This antenna, which is about 1 foot long, often reflects the light that hits it. But then there is a second flash, right above the first one, which cannot be attributed to the antenna, and looks exactly like one caused by a steel wire. Let's watch again in slow motion. This is the contour of the astronaut with the backpack on his shoulders. This is the antenna causing the first flash of light. And this is the second flash of light, definitely above the first one, which cannot be ascribed to the antenna. There is something else reflecting the light, some 3 feet above the astronaut's head. And this something cannot be a flare in the lens from the first flash, because the second flash occurs after the first one and not simultaneously. A similar case occurs during the Apollo 17 mission. Here, too, we see a double flash of light from the antenna, and then another flash, much higher, right above the astronaut's head. In this case, this cannot be a flare inside the lens either, because the flash above occurs after the ones below, and not simultaneously. There is something else reflecting the light, a few feet above the astronaut's head, in a space that should be totally void of objects of any kind. The debunkers, however, maintain that these are not flashes of light on steel wires, but simple defects due to the video conversion. On his website, Attivissimo writes, "They are not wires or cables. They are usually compression artifacts or mistakes introduced by the video conversion from one format to the other, for example, for the publication on YouTube. The original videos, which we should always use as a reference instead of using copies converted so many times, do not present these phenomena." But Attivissimo is wrong. What we have just shown you are the original, non-converted videos by Spacecraft Films. The same originals that Attivissimo says should be used for reference or analysis. Anybody who owns the original videos can verify that the flashes of light we have shown are already there. They are not the effect of compression or video conversions as claimed by Attivissimo. Furthermore, the flashes of light aren't the only thing suggesting that steel wires were used in the scenes from the moon. There are also several instances in which the astronauts seem to be rising from the ground with no effort whatsoever, as if some invisible force were pulling them up. Let's analyze some of these situations. This astronaut is leaning on the ground, and then he suddenly gets up with no apparent effort. It's as if a mysterious force were suddenly pulling him up from the ground. Here, the astronaut is suddenly pulled upwards and then remains dangling while rotating on himself. Let's watch it again. Here, the astronaut is first pulled up and then seems to remain floating in midair. It looks like a puppet hanging from some invisible strings. Here, the fallen astronaut gets up from the ground as if a mysterious force were pulling him up through his backpack. Let's watch it again from up close. Here, the astronaut is working with some tools when suddenly a mysterious force yanks him upwards and to his right. Let's watch it again. There is even a situation where the astronaut complains that he cannot get up, and he almost seems to wait for someone or something to pull him up.
But I can't get up.
The astronaut waits until a mysterious force helps him up.
There we go.
In this case, the astronaut falls forward, but somehow remains suspended in midair. In fact, if we look more closely, we notice that he first remains floating in midair, then a mysterious force pulls him upwards. Here we have a case of apparent levitation. The astronaut on the left takes a leap forward and then remains floating in midair, his legs dangling, while a strange force pulls him upwards. Let's watch it again in slow motion. And finally, here's a very curious situation. Look at the movement the astronaut manages to make with both his legs, first forward and then backwards, without leaning onto anything. It's as if his feet were free to slide first forward and then backwards on the ground underneath. If we straighten the frame in order to place the astronaut vertically, we will see that he is not just lifting himself on his toes. The entire lower part of the leg from the knee down is sliding forwards, then backwards. But how is it possible to slide with both feet at the same time, first forward and then backwards, without an external force pulling you upwards in the meantime? Question: given that these are not artifacts from video conversion, nor are they glares inside the lens, can you explain what these flashes of light sometimes appearing over the head of the astronauts actually are? Can you explain how it is possible to make a movement such as this one, or this one, without some kind of external force pulling you upwards? The last set of evidence includes elements that suggest the presence of air on the set of the lunar pictures. As we all know, there is no atmosphere on the moon, which means the astronauts should be moving in a situation of absolute vacuum. There are different elements, however, suggesting that we are in the presence of air instead. One such element is the behavior of the clouds of dust behind the wheels of the rover. If we were in the absence of air, all the sand lifted by the wheels should follow a perfect parabolic trajectory from the moment it leaves the wheel until the moment it falls to the ground. Being that there is no air to slow them down in their path, both the heavier particles of sand and the lighter ones should follow the same parabolic trajectory. On Earth, instead, the lighter particles of sand are slowed down by the impact with the air and remain suspended for a few seconds in midair, forming the typical clouds of dust that can be seen behind the car wheels. This phenomenon can be observed in many different situations: simply kicking up some sand, during a golf game, or during a motocross race. But it is a phenomenon that can also be observed behind the wheels of the lunar rover, where instead it should not happen. For example, look at these clouds of dust that remain momentarily suspended in midair behind the rover's wheels. As we have said before, without an atmosphere, no cloud should be forming at all. All the sand particles, both the heavier and the lighter ones, should follow the same parabolic arch. This is also confirmed by Clavius. If an atmosphere is dense enough, writes the website, it can hold small particles suspended against gravity for a short time. None of that would happen on the moon, because there's nothing to keep the dust particles suspended. And yet, small clouds of dust form repeatedly behind the rover's wheels and briefly remain suspended in midair before falling to the ground. All of this should not happen if we were actually on the moon, where no atmosphere is present. Here is another situation suggesting that we are in the presence of air. The golden material on the right is a thermal covering mounted on the front of the rover. We often see this covering float up and down during the rover's transfers from one station to the next. When the rover is stationary, however, this covering should not move, given that there is no air to lift it up. There is a situation, however, where the covering seems to be moving by itself. At first, we cannot tell whether it was the astronaut who touched it. But then we see that while the astronaut is brushing the dust away, the thermal cover floats by itself more than once, as if a soft breeze were lifting it from below. There is also another curious case, again during the Apollo 16 mission. When one of the astronauts closes this flap on the rover, we notice a puff of dust being blown upwards. Let's watch it again in slow motion. Some may suggest it could have been a vibration to move the sand. But in reality, the entire rover is covered by sand. If there was a vibration, all the sand would move at once. Here instead, the sand is blown upwards in one specific spot only, and exactly next to the flap being closed. Let's now tackle one of the most debated and well-known issues in the entire lunar discussion: flags waving in the vacuum. In the videos from the Apollo missions, we can often see the American flag waving, but it's hard to tell whether it waves because it was moved by a gust of air or just because the astronaut is touching the flagpole. The Mythbusters have conducted an experiment in a vacuum chamber to prove that even in absence of air, the flag can continue waving for a while after the astronaut has touched it.
This is flag waving test in a vacuum. And stop.
Oh, it's moving a lot.
Hey!
It's moving a lot.
So in the vacuum, the flag moved, not just a little bit. It actually moved quite a bit. So that proves you don't need wind in order to move the flag in a vacuum.
But then it's the Mythbusters themselves who raise the ante by throwing this challenge.
So unless someone finds a shot of the flag flapping without an astronaut manipulating the flagpole, it's myth-busted.
Unless someone finds a shot of the flag flapping without an astronaut manipulating the flagpole, they said. Well, we have found at least 3 situations where the flag waves without anyone touching it. The first one is from this television sequence from Apollo 15. Here, one of the 2 astronauts is standing next to the flag, having his picture taken by his colleague. This is one of the shots taken. And this is the camera mounted on the rover, broadcasting the images on live television.
Okay.
After a while, the astronaut exits frame to the left.
You like that flag there, Joe?
A few seconds later, one of the 2 astronauts walks back in front of the camera, headed to the LEM. After he passes, we notice that the flag is waving without anyone having touched it. Let's watch again. Some debunkers have suggested that the astronaut could have touched the flag with his elbow as he was passing by. But a simple triangulation with the photographic image shows that this was not possible. In order to fill up the frame to this point from the top of the head to the waist, the astronaut must have been somewhere halfway between the flag and the camera. There is too much distance for him to have touched the flag with his elbow. Other debunkers, like Attivissimo, accept the fact that the astronaut did not touch the flag, but suggest that the waving was caused by some kind of electrostatic discharge.
Questo è il momento misterioso. L'astronauta non ha toccato la bandiera, ma oscilla. Perché? La teoria che circola fra gli addetti ai lavori è che sia un effetto elettrostatico, come quello che si ottiene quando si sfrega un maglione con una bacchetta di plastica o di vetro.
As we have seen earlier, however, there cannot be any electrostatic phenomena on the sunny side of the moon, because the solar wind almost instantly dissipates any possible charge that were to accumulate. Furthermore, a hypothetical electrostatic effect could take place at most when the astronaut is right next to the flag, a few inches away. But as we have seen before, the distance between the astronaut and the flag is quite substantial. In any case, if we look more closely at the astronaut entering frame, we notice that the flag begins to move even before the astronaut passes by. This clearly excludes both an electrostatic discharge and the possibility that the astronaut could have touched the flag with his elbow. The only plausible explanation for the waving of the flag seems to be a displacement of air caused by the astronaut walking by. Here's another case in which the flag waves without anyone touching it. This is the famous scene from Apollo 16, where the astronauts photograph each other while jumping next to the flag. Initially, the first astronaut proceeds to take a picture of his colleague and asks him to jump high in the air.
Okay, here we go, a big one. Off the ground, floor. There we go.
Then, when they trade places, we notice that the flag waves without anyone touching it. If we speed up the playback, the flag's movement becomes even more evident. A little later, when the second astronaut has also taken the picture, they both walk by the flag, making it wave again without anyone touching it. Again, the same shot in fast forward. There is finally a very interesting case in which the flag waves repeatedly by itself more than once, while the astronauts are on board of the Lunar module. This is the Apollo 14 mission at the end of the second and last lunar excursion. The two astronauts are getting ready to re-enter the LEM when one of them accidentally trips into the television cable, causing the camera to fall to the ground. After a few seconds, the same astronaut approaches the camera and puts it back in position, while his colleague begins climbing the ladder of the LEM. After this, the first astronaut heads back to the LEM. From this moment on, no one will touch the camera again. The first astronaut completes some loading operations by means of a pulley, then climbs the ladder as well. As the two astronauts close up the LEM and prepare for departure, the camera continues to take in the empty scene. 15 minutes go by without anything happening at all. But then at some point, without anyone possibly touching it, we notice the flag waving and partially entering frame on the right side of the picture. After 15 seconds, the flag moves in the other direction, returning to the original position. After another 20 seconds, the flag enters frame again, as if a light breeze were moving it. The flag remains visible for about half a minute, then disappears again to the right. A couple of minutes later, the same thing happens for the third time. The flag enters frame from the right, it exits, then waves back in, and eventually disappears from sight. As we have said before, both astronauts are already in the LEM, and there's no one else around who could have touched the flag. Furthermore, by using this white object as a reference, we can establish that the frame does not pan from left to right, but it remains fixed. In other words, it is not the camera moving sideways, it's the flag actually waving as it enters and exits frame by itself. Some debunkers have suggested that the waving of the flag could be caused by emissions of gas from the LEM during the depressurization process. But this explanation does not stand up for at least two reasons. First of all, any ejected gas would immediately disperse its pressure into the vacuum of space and would not be able to create the turbulence needed to move the flag. Secondly, we have seen that the flag always moves initially from right to left. In other words, it always moves towards the LEM before going in the opposite direction. In no case, therefore, any hypothetical gases expelled from the LEM could attract the flag towards the LEM itself. Question: given that there is no atmosphere on the Moon, can you explain what slows down and suspends the sand particles in midair, forming small dust clouds before they fall to the ground? Given that the flag begins to move even before the astronaut reaches it, which excludes both a static discharge and a physical contact, can you suggest anything different from the displacement of air to explain the flag's movement? Given that this flag waves not once but twice without anyone touching it, can you explain what caused this flag's movements? Given that the astronauts have been in the LEM for at least 15 minutes and that there is no one else around who could have touched the flag, can you suggest anything different from a displacement of air on the set to explain the flag's repeated movements? Let's tackle now one of the most well-known and debated aspects of the entire lunar discussion, the photographs from the Apollo missions. In order to analyze them in detail, we have turned to the experience of some world-famous photographers who have worked for all the most important magazines in the world. All these photographers were already professionally active in the 1970s, using the same cameras and the same kind of film used by NASA for the Apollo pictures.
Look into the night sky on a clear night and you'll see thousands of stars spanning across your view. But curiously, when you look at the many different images released by space agencies of objects in space, the background looks mysteriously void of anything. Why is that? Surely with nothing in the way like an atmosphere, we should be able to see all the stars that would be in that view.
Let's take a look now at some of the real problems with the Lunar pictures. To begin with, we must ask ourselves whether the film containing the Lunar pictures has ever been on the Moon at all. For on this film, there is absolutely no trace of what should have been the damage caused by the radiation present in outer space. Obviously, if cosmic rays can penetrate spaceships, they can just as easily penetrate the body of a photo camera. And it's well known that all these radiations are very harmful to photographic film. This is explained by Douglas Arnold, who was assistant managing director for Kodak at the time of the Apollo missions.
You have an enormous amount of radiation in space, and potentially it affects film, of course, and of course, as you will well know, its prime effect is on contrast.
An extreme example comes from the pictures of Chernobyl. This is Igor Kostin, the Soviet photographer who shot some of the most famous images of the nuclear disaster of 1986.
I processed my pictures, and I noticed the negatives were black.
The effects of radioactivity are clearly visible on film. The emulsion shows some very heavy graining, and the colors are visibly altered. But even less powerful radiation can seriously damage photographic film. This technical bulletin published by Kodak shows the damage that can be caused to photographic film even by a single pass under an airport's X-ray scanner. On the left, an original shot. On the right, the same film after a single pass under the scanner. After 5 scans, the film is completely ruined, and the image is barely visible. Here's another example with a 400 ASA film. The difference after a single scan is quite evident. Contrast and color saturation disappear, and a general fog seems to be covering the entire image. Even with sensitivities closer to those used in the Apollo pictures, the damage caused by a single pass under the scanner is evident. The graining is present all across the picture, and it becomes particularly visible in the darker areas of the image. Here is another example at 200 ASA. A single pass under the scanner has completely ruined the blackness of the night sky. In the pictures from the Apollo missions, however, the skies are perfectly black. The color saturation is fully preserved, and there is no graining whatsoever in any part of the picture. And we must consider that the pictures from the Apollo missions have been exposed to cosmic rays, which are much more powerful and penetrating than simple X-rays. True downpour of cosmic rays capable of penetrating any object they were to find in their path. Considering that the photo cameras have been on the lunar surface for up to 8 consecutive hours with no specific protection against radiation, each roll of film should have received tens of thousands of impacts from the cosmic rays, damaging the pictures in a visible way. Instead, the pictures taken by the astronauts show no damage whatsoever due to radiation. Colors are perfect, the contrast is fully preserved, and there is no visible sign of graining on the emulsion. This apparently inexplicable fact is remarked both by Douglas Arnold and David Groves.
If you look at the results, top quality duplicates, you can see that there appears to be no effect whatsoever.
I would expect to see on the transparencies evidence of small bright dots where a high-velocity nuclear particle had impinged on that film. I have no evidence whatsoever that this has occurred.
But how is this possible? After all, it's NASA itself in this document from the Skylab project who writes, "The radiation environment encountered during Earth orbital missions was studied extensively. The results indicated that the radiation environment could severely damage unprotected film. The energy level of the intergalactic cosmic rays," explains the document, "is so high that no practical method exists for eliminating cosmic radiation damage. This degrading factor must be accepted, and, though significant, it should not be unacceptable for short-term exposure or with relatively insensitive film types. We then ask the following questions. Given that, according to NASA, no practical method exists for eliminating cosmic radiation damage, and that this degrading factor must be accepted, where is the degradation, significant but acceptable, that should appear on the lunar pictures? Given that this is the result of a simple X-ray scan, which lasts only a few seconds, can you explain why in the Apollo pictures, which have been exposed to cosmic radiation for up to 8 consecutive hours, there is no visible graining whatsoever? Given that the lunar surface gets hit by an average of 1 to 4 particles per square centimeter per second, and that the cameras have been out on the surface unprotected for up to 8 consecutive hours, can you explain why on the lunar pictures there are no signs of degradation due to the radiation? Another question to be answered is how could the cameras have worked on the moon, given the extreme temperatures, especially the cold, being that there is no atmosphere to soften the transition between sun and shadow. On the moon, temperatures can easily go from 200+ degrees in the areas hit by the sun to temperatures of more than 200 degrees below zero in the shadow.
In space, you're facing the sun, it's 240 degrees. The dark side is 240 degrees below zero.
The environmental hazards were really tough, like thermal control. I mean, you get in the shadow on the moon and it can drop hundreds of degrees below zero.
But how can a camera keep working in such extreme conditions, given that its delicate mechanisms are subject to the effects of thermal expansion and thermal contraction? Let's take, for example, Neil Armstrong's descent to the lunar surface.
I'm going to step off the left now. That's one small step for man, one giant leap. So, I guess you want to do it again. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Gorski.
From the moment the hatch is open and the cabin is depressurized until Armstrong actually touches the ground, some 30 minutes go by. The entire descent of the astronaut takes place in the shadow area of the LEM, which means in an environment at some 200 degrees below zero. Once Armstrong touches the ground, his companion lowers the camera for him through the open porch. Armstrong straps the camera to his chest,
Installed on the ICU bracket.
walks a few steps back, and takes the first set of pictures, always remaining in the shadow of the LEM.
I'll step out and take some of my first pictures here.
This is the full sequence of shots taken by Armstrong without ever leaving the shadow area of the lunar module. But how can this camera keep working in an environment at about 200 degrees below zero? We know that photo cameras have a tendency to jam at much less extreme temperatures due to the thermal contraction that affects the film transportation gear wheels.
Gli ingranaggi meccanici della macchina a 100 gradi sotto si bloccano. Perché il metallo si restringe, il metallo si dilata, quindi le macchine fotografiche sono fatte a ingranaggi meccanici. Io non sono mai stato a 100 gradi sopra e 100 gradi sotto, però sono stato a 40 gradi sotto in Manciuria e mi si bloccava la macchina.
Quando andavo in montagna mi toccava mettere tutti i materassini addosso, perché sennò non funzionava, insomma. Non funzionava proprio la meccanica, perché i metalli si modificano col calore, cioè la dimensione anche, sono millimetri, decimi di millimetri, ma però per una macchina complessa, una macchina fotografica.
This promotional video by Audi, which plans to send an unmanned rover to the moon, explains how even 10 minutes spent in the lunar shadow can bring the vehicle's mechanical parts to a complete blockage due to thermal contraction.
Another danger to look out for: shadows, which could instantly damage the rover. That's because of the moon's extreme changes in temperatures and lack of atmosphere. The rover is made from different materials, all of which expand and contract when their temperature changes. If the rover were to drive into a shadow, it could cool down to 50% of its normal temperature in under 10 minutes. This could lead to parts contracting too fast and ultimately render the rover immobile.
Because of the lack of atmosphere, the heat dispersion on the moon takes place by irradiation. And we know that Armstrong's camera has spent more than half an hour in an environment at 200 degrees below zero. This radio communication confirms that 35 minutes have gone by from the moment the cabin was depressurized, and the astronaut's survival backpack, called PLSS, has been activated.
35.5 minutes of PLSS time expended now.
Also, this table, describing the timeline of the operations on the moon, indicates that some 30 minutes have passed from the cabin's depressurization until the moment Armstrong gets a hold of the camera. This means that the camera has had plenty of time to irradiate and dissipate a good part of the heat it had accumulated while in the cabin. How can this camera keep working after having spent more than half an hour at 200 degrees below zero without suffering the consequences of thermal contraction on its mechanical parts? Question. Given that the Audi technicians fear the complete blockage of the mechanical parts of their rover after only 10 minutes spent in the lunar shadow, how can a camera keep working after having spent over half an hour in the same shadow, its mechanical parts being far more precise and delicate than those of a lunar rover? Another problem connected with the cold environment is that at such low temperatures, the photographic film loses its flexibility, becomes rigid, and may easily break during the transport within the camera. Even though we are in the vacuum, the film touches the camera body all along its path. Since the camera irradiates and progressively loses heat, so does the film inside. And we know that below a certain temperature, photographic film becomes rigid and brittle, almost like glass.
Il problema è che la pellicola a meno 80 diventa cristallo, si rompe. Nel momento in cui carichi si spezza.
Quindi non puoi avanzarla?
Molto improbabile, cioè è stato sempre uno dei grossi problemi di lavorare all'estremo freddo, è che la pellicola diventa vetro. Freddo è micidiale. Io mi ricordo in Russia a meno 26 si combatteva che non si spezzasse la pellicola ed era meno 26.
E la pellicola a meno 40 cosa succede?
E la pellicola teoricamente non dovrebbe funzionare, però se ha funzionato si è stati fortunati.
What we discovered was that when photographic film is exposed to a vacuum, it disintegrates. So because they were using photographic film in the spy satellites to photograph Russian rocket launches and all the rest of it. They weren't using digital back then. This is late 60s, early 70s, coincidental with Apollo. What he found, or what was necessary to be done, was that the photographic film had to be contained within a very slight pressurized environment. Only 1 pound per square inch was sufficient to maintain the integrity of photographic film, which is made from photographic emulsion. It basically starts life as a liquid. It's dried, but it still has the form of a liquid. The point is that the photographic film in a vacuum of space, and we're talking well above the Earth's atmosphere, it would destroy photographic film, or it appears to have done, and that's why it was necessary. And we were shown very nice images of the tubes through which the photographic film had to be transported, and the tubes were pressurized with nitrogen. We've shown the nitrogen gas canisters that we used to pressurize it, all the way through to being dropped out of the craft. Now, if that was required, photographic film, in the late 1960s, what happened on the moon? We're still using photographic film, Kodak Ektachrome material, reversal film, slide material. Forget digital, we're not talking digital, we're talking photographic film.
Yes.
The moon has a far stronger vacuum than occurs in low Earth orbit.
For sure.
So
significantly stronger. And so
let's now examine the problems related to the type of lighting used for the lunar pictures. There are in fact different elements suggesting that an artificial source rather than the sun was used to illuminate the set. This would obviously mean that the pictures were taken on Earth and not on the Moon. The first element suggesting the use of artificial light are the so-called hot spots. When the sun illuminates a large, flat expanse, the light reaches every visible point with the same intensity. Whether we observe an area closer to us or one in the distance, the luminosity of the ground is practically the same everywhere. Use an artificial light source instead, like for example a movie light, the area of illuminated terrain will be much smaller. Furthermore, at the center of the illuminated area, we will see what is called a hot spot, while as we move away from the center, we will notice a substantial decrease of luminosity called fall-off. If we now examine some pictures from the Apollo missions, we will notice the same phenomenon that we saw in the pictures taken with an artificial source. A noticeable hot spot in the center of the image and a just as noticeable drop of light as we move away from the center of the illuminated area. There is no reason why this area should appear darker than this one, this area darker than this one, or this area darker than this one. As we have seen before, when the sun illuminates a large expanse of land, its light reaches every visible point with the same intensity. If we use an artificial light instead, the illuminated area becomes brighter in the center and ever more dark as we move towards the edges. A blatant case of hot spot is found in one of the most famous pictures from NASA. This shot of Buzz Aldrin taken by Neil Armstrong during the Apollo 11 mission. Here the difference on the terrain is already visible to the naked eye, but it becomes absolutely evident for everybody after we increase the contrast. An opinion on this picture was asked of Jan Lundberg, the Hasselblad technician responsible for providing NASA with the cameras for the Apollo missions. When shown the Aldrin picture, Lundberg had to acknowledge, with some embarrassment, that the image seems to have been shot under a movie light, and was unable to provide a valid explanation for that.
Yes, it seems like he's standing in the spotlight. And I can't explain that. That escapes me. Why? So maybe you have to find Armstrong and ask him.
The professional photographers were also very surprised by this noticeable and inexplicable fall-off of light in the distance.
È chiaro che qua c'è una caduta di luce strana. Il sole arriva così, ma è strano che qui sia più buio che lassù, sembra un riflettore messo non centrato bene. Anche qui che è strano perché sta sorgendo luminoso. Sembra ci sia una lampada con attorno un riflettore, tipico delle lampade da studio.
La scurezza della parte scura di qua, della parte in ombra qua, è superiore alla parte in ombra qua.
E non dovrebbe essere.
E non dovrebbe essere uguale.
Qui effettivamente ci si domanda cos'è che crea questa fascia di ombra, perché in teoria è un deserto e quindi...
Sì, anche qui no, perché è più scuro qui, cioè sembra come che... Cioè, non c'è motivo che queste colline sia... perché il sole è a milioni di chilometri. Cioè, sì, potrebbe essere lo scuro dovuto, diciamo, al fatto che il sole sta tramontando, è radente. Ma radente fa delle ombre semmai più lunghe, ma non questo tipo di ombra.
Se fossimo in una sala di posa o se avessimo puntato un grande faro in questa scena, per quanto grande sia il faro, non può mai avere una luminanza come quella naturale del Sole. E quindi per forza si creano delle cadute di luce.
In studio hanno molto senso, in effetti diciamo in studio questo è giustificabilissimo, però qui non ha molto senso, dovrebbe essere piattamente, uniformemente illuminato dal sole. Sì, e le cadute qua sono pazzesche.
Very funny. That is totally spotlight. But it's totally spotlit. No? It's not like at all a big light coming over there. Yeah, that is funny. Yeah, that is like totally lit. It's absolutely true. And I know these pictures. I've never thought about it.
Meno è più scuro il terreno in lontananza.
Sì.
E non si capisce perché.
Non si capisce perché.
Il sole dovrebbe illuminare il terreno.
Tutto da tutte le parti, è all'infinito la luce praticamente, no?
E sono illuminate queste cose qui, il terreno dovrebbe essere
come qui. Infatti. Solito discorso.
Dà la sensazione di uno spot.
Qui, sì. Proprio un sirio, ecco. Un grande sirio.
A sirio, for those who are not professionals, is a large and powerful movie light. And curiously enough, a similar image was obtained in this documentary on the moon landings by using just that, a large movie light. As one can see, the results are very, very similar to those present in the Aldrin picture. In other words, the ground swept by the lunar module's jet should appear darker than the rest, if anything, and certainly not lighter, like Activisimo says. Another theory put forth by the debunkers to explain the inconsistent illumination of the terrain is the so-called vignetting effect, a phenomenon that sometimes occurs in pictures when the corners of the frame appear darker than the rest of the image. But vignetting is a defect that only occurs in the low-cost lenses, and certainly not in the Zeiss lenses used by Hasselblad, which are simply the best in the world.
Alcuni hanno suggerito che sia un problema di vignettatura, secondo te può esserlo?
No, se l'Hasselblad la vignettatura, scherziamo, non la fa. Quindi, fosse una macchinetta da addolire, sì, ma...
Furthermore, several pictures show how the difference between hotspot and fall-off is present in the center of the picture, as in the case of this image reflected in the astronaut's visor. And since vignetting never takes place in the center of the image, we can state with certainty that we are facing a real phenomenon on the ground, and not a case of vignetting.
Stranamente, il sole viene da questa parte e qua è più luminoso, come se arrivasse a illuminare questa zona e meno questa.
This is supposed to come from the sun.
Yes, the sun the sun behind. This is the photographer.
The most ridiculous thing, because there's absolutely no reason that it's darker here. It's when you have a spot which is not strong enough.
Right.
Come here, really.
Yeah.
Here's another similar example in which the illumination problem is quite obvious. If we look at the sides of the astronaut photographer, we notice that on the left the ground is brightly lit, while on the right there is a dramatic decrease in luminosity. If this scene were truly illuminated by the sun, this area of the ground would appear as brightly lit as this one. Finally, as a possible explanation, a phenomenon called Heiligenschein has been suggested. It refers to that peculiar halo of light that sometimes appears around the shadow of the photographer in some particular situations. But the Heiligenschein effect only occurs when the sun is located exactly behind the photographer's head, along with the axis of the lens. This is the reason why the halo effect, which is due to a retroreflection phenomenon on the ground, appears all around its shadow. As we have seen instead, many of the hot spots in the NASA pictures occur when the light source is placed on the side of the photographer and not behind his head. Question: given that the sun should illuminate the whole landscape with the same intensity, both close and far away, can you explain the reason for the noticeable fall-off of light seen in many of the Apollo pictures? In this particular case, the fall-off takes place in the center of the frame, thus excluding a vignetting problem, and with the source placed on the side, thus excluding the Heiligenschein effect. Can you explain the reason for the noticeable fall-off of light that can be seen on the terrain right behind the astronaut photographer?
This iconic photograph, it's the only one that was ever taken, beautifully framed, He almost got his head cut off, but not quite. How far away is the horizon? Is it really 2 miles away? He's standing in a pool of light. That's what it appears to be. The shadow is what you expect it to be, but how come you can see every detail in his spacesuit which is in shadow? On the moon, it's very bright light or it's very dark. Shadows get very dark. You can see the top of his helmet. It's all filled in, technical expression, filled in. You fill light in because the human eye can see much more contrast than a camera, not a digital camera. That photographs things completely differently to film camera. A film needs additional, that's why film cameras have flash guns on them to give the additional light. This, you notice he's not wearing a camera, by the way. They only had one camera on the lunar surface for Apollo 11. They had two in the spacecraft, but they only used one, and it's called Magazine 40. There's 121 images on that. You can go and check them on the NASA website. You'll see every photograph that they took. They're all in focus, except the last two, I think it is. So this photograph here, taken under controlled studio lighting conditions here on Earth, as were all the others. It's actually been altered. This is the official image with just on the top of the head, and this is the image you're more likely to have seen, with a nice bit of black at the top so it balances the photograph out. When I first started looking at this whole Apollo anomalies, this was one of the only images I could find. I bought it at an astronomy show in London. That was before the internet existed. And this is the sort of thing you had to get hold of. And that's where it all started. Because you can see where it's been added in. That's the original, which is a bit light. Just a tiny bit light. Again, a bit of a pointer to something weird going on. This photograph here shows both astronauts on the lunar surface at the same time. That's fine. We'll come to another photograph that shows two astronauts on the lunar surface that isn't fine. This was taken from what's called the data acquisition camera, mounted in the spacecraft, that was filmed at 1 frame per second the whole time they're on the lunar surface. And what they're doing is putting the flag up. Okay, they put the flag up, but where's the light source? They're both astronauts of about the same height, about 6 foot. Why is one of their shadows nearly 50% longer than the other? If the light source is the sun, which is a long way away. The sun should cast the same length shadow on two people, but it doesn't. The angles are different. And also, the angles here, it's 25 degrees and 35 degrees. We're told at the time of Apollo 11 landing, the sun was at about 13 degrees above the horizon. That's fair enough, it gives good shadow definition. But not in this picture. So there are these inconsistencies between the official story and what we see.
Another problem found in certain lunar pictures is the direction of the shadows, which should be parallel to each other had they been generated by the sun, but inexplicably diverge on the ground instead. All the shadows generated on Earth by the solar rays are parallel to each other. We can see them parallel, however, converging or diverging, depending on the angle with which we photograph them. If we shoot a picture with the sun behind our shoulders, the shadows will seem to converge as they move away from us. If we take a picture with the sun in front of us instead, the shadows will seem to diverge on the ground. This is due to the phenomenon called perspective. In reality, the shadows created by the sun are always parallel on the ground. We may see them converge or diverge simply because we are photographing them along the vertical axis of the image. If we instead take a picture with the sun at 90 degrees on our side, we will see that the shadows will always appear parallel to one another in all cases. The same thing happens with train tracks. which seem to converge if we shoot them along the vertical axis of the image, but will remain perfectly parallel if we shoot them along the horizontal axis. There are some Apollo pictures, however, where the shadows inexplicably appear to diverge from one another, even though the sun is on the side relative to the photographer. This is the most famous example of all. Judging from the lens shadow, the sun is located some 90 degrees to our left. Despite this, the shadows of the rocks in the foreground are not at all parallel to that of the lem, but they clearly diverge from it instead. This is theoretically impossible. As we have seen before, when the sun is on the side, the shadows must be absolutely parallel to each other. If we use an artificial light instead of the sun, and we place it much closer to the objects we are photographing, then the shadows will diverge from each other even though the source remains on the side. This is due to the fact that the closeness of the source creates a strong angle with the objects being photographed. If we use the sun instead, its practically infinite distance makes the shadows appear parallel anyway. Let's go back now to the NASA picture. While these diverging shadows cannot be explained with sunlight, they immediately become justified if we imagine an artificial source placed near the left side of the image. We're talking about a situation akin to this one. This is the set of the television series From the Earth to the Moon. As one can see, the large artificial source imitating the sun, which is placed on the side, produces shadows that are clearly diverging from each other. This is due to the closeness between the source and the objects being photographed. In fact, in the case of the NASA picture, all we need to do is to extend the direction of the shadows backwards, and we'll find that the source is located just outside the left edge of the frame. This obviously cannot be the sun. It must be an artificial light. The Mythbusters have conducted an experiment, trying to find an explanation for the diverging shadows in the NASA picture. First, they created some parallel shadows on the ground. Then they started to modify the topography by inserting holes and mounds until the shadows diverged from each other. But the Mythbusters have made a huge mistake. Instead of using the sun, they themselves used an artificial source, which makes their experiment absolutely null. In the best-case scenario, they have proven nothing at all, while in the worst case, they have just confirmed that NASA also used an artificial source of light like the Mythbusters did. Other debunking sites have tried to offer a similar explanation by showing that in some cases, the roughness of the terrain can generate shadows that seem to go in different directions. But this is not the case with the NASA picture. Here, the terrain is practically flat, and all the rocks in the lower part, including the smaller ones, have shadows clearly pointing in the same direction. The point here is not to find different pictures taken on Earth, where the shadows seem to diverge due to the terrain. The point is to explain why in the NASA picture, all the shadows lead back to a source that is placed just outside the left edge of the frame, and that obviously cannot be the sun. We have shown the same picture to the professional photographers.
Qui c'è un problema di direzione di ombre, cioè c'è quest'ombra qui che è così e queste qui che sono diagonali così. La domanda qui è, secondo te a che distanza è la sorgente, più o meno? A occhio, cioè, può essere il sole che fa una diagonale?
No, perché il sole essendo lontano non può fare una diagonale. Le ombre devono essere parallele a questa distanza.
Lo giustificano se c'è la fonte è qui, non se la fonte è a milioni di, non so quanta distanza c'è tra il sole e la luna, ma insomma milioni di chilometri, non so. Perché a quel punto, a quella distanza, la luce praticamente va nella stessa identica direzione.
Torenberg happens to have a picture in his studio which clarifies exactly the problem we are talking about.
Così sono le ombre del sole, cioè maledettamente tutte, diciamo, nella stessa identica direzione. Perché il sole, vedi, questo è un sole al tramonto, no? Molto basso, ma vedi come, voglio dire, nonostante la profondità dell'immagine, cioè l'ombra è assolutamente parallela, non può andare questa di qua e questa cominciare ad aprirsi in questo senso, non ha nessun senso, non può essere. Il sole è comunque lontanissimo, quindi queste ombre che vanno di qua e questa che va di qua non ha senso, vuol dire che il sole è qua, cioè a qualche metro di distanza. Oh, guarda.
No, dovrebbe esserci un palo qua.
Se
C'è un palo. Vabbè, ma se io mi immagino qua un bel crane con un bel ari da 12.000, fa totalmente queste luci qui, cioè quella luce che viene da qua viene qua e quella là va là.
Look at the shadows here and the shadow there. Can this be this?
No, but they're getting worse and worse, I have to say. Look, you have a picture, it's like one shadow comes from here, one shadow comes from here, and there's only one sun apparently.
According to those shadows, where would you place the source, more or less?
It's here on the left. That's very funny. Because the source should be like here, because that would give a light like this, and that would give shadow, this shadow here.
Right.
But only if it's like a pretty close source.
Qui c'è due tipi d'ombre. Questi. Due tipi d'ombre, un'ombra che va per così e un'ombra che va per così. Ma è assurda questa. Qui c'è un'illuminazione che viene da questa parte e qui da questa.
Quindi secondo te, giudicando questa foto, dov'è la fonte?
Basta fare così, qui, più o meno qui. A questa altezza, fra l'altro.
Quindi ovviamente non può essere il Sole.
No, il Sole è all'infinito, quindi sono parallele.
Question. When the sun is on the side, all shadows on the ground must appear parallel to each other. Can you explain why in this NASA picture the shadow of the Lamb and those of the rocks in foreground appear to be clearly diverging instead? Given that this scene is supposedly lit by the sun, which is millions of miles away, can you explain why the shadows lead to a source that is located not far from the left edge of the image instead? Given that the photographers we interviewed placed the light source a few meters away from the left edge of the frame, can you explain how this could be the sun?
This is reference. You can come back and rewind and look at this. The sun is up and to the right up here. Up and to the right. More to the right than up. Very low on the horizon. To the right. All right. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to show more of the horizon. Notice there's no Earth in the sky anywhere. You never see the Earth in the sky. Only in still pictures, guys, that I know of. Now the flag's in shadow. I don't know how that happened, but now the flag is in shadow. They're in the sun. And look, the sun's in front of him. Look at all the shadow on the sun now, on the flag. Still the same square. This thing was drenched in sunlight before. Unbelievable. If you can't, I mean, when you really start looking at this stuff to try to find errors, it's really all over the place. It really is. It's not hard to find all kind of little things. Look at this thing here. Look at this. You think they would do that in no atmosphere? Now, before I get to what I really want to show you, let's take a look at this. All right. Here is a picture. These are all Apollo 17 guys. Look how long, elongated the shadows are. The sun is very low in the sky. It's still slightly, I don't know why we're seeing this shadow come this way. I don't understand that. Let me show you what I mean there. Here we go. This is what makes sense to me. We got a sun low in the sky on the right for this thing pointing at the Earth. We've got it going straight at the astronaut from the guy taking the picture. And we know that's true because there's absolutely no shadow at all on the astronaut. See if I can zoom that in a little bit. Do we have any shadows we can see on him? A little bit under his arm here. Okay. Actually, this looks studio lit to me. You should have more shadows than that, especially this side. But maybe it is. Maybe it's straight here. Okay. In any case, it's low in the sky. Look how long these shadows are. This guy's 6 feet tall. The flag looks like it's maybe 7.5. Shadow goes long behind the guy. Okay, we have a low in the sky shadow. So we have a sun somewhere in this area here, I guess, or over here. In any case, it's low in the sky and in front. Remember the square here to the left. All right, the square is on the left side. So let's take a look at the problem. Now, if the Earth was in the sky, this is something what we should see, right? Maybe less, who knows? Let's just give it, you know what, whatever the moon phase is, the Earth is the opposite phase. Apollo 17, let me put that on here. Okay, VX pretty much represents where they were. Now, if you want to relate this to Earth, let's say that would be maybe the UK, as far as how far it is up from the middle. Maybe not that far up. Maybe it's Spain. I don't know. Maybe up to as far as north as Switzerland. But that's where Apollo 17 was, guys. You can look it up. So this would be the same as us being in, let's say, somewhere in the vicinity of the Mediterranean Sea, looking up at the sky at the moon. All right. Now let me show you what the moon's phase was when they were there. When they landed, this was the approximate phase. Actually, I believe it was like this, but let's give them a little credit and say we're there. But in any case, they got the shadows right. They should have been long and elongated to the right. All right, got that? Now, here's the deal. Since less than half the moon was visible, when you understand the model that they came up with, more than half of the Earth should be visible. So if when the moon is full, like this, okay, the Earth would be in its new phase. You wouldn't see it at all. Make sense? Because the sun is in direct line between the two. So anyway, we should be seeing something about like this, just like you would see in the UK, right? You would see, let's give it on their third day, it was about a half moon. Although this was taken on the first day, guys. Okay, well, I don't know if this particular one was, but the flag planting was that we looked at. All right, so anyway, this is what we should expect. And what's under their feet? They're standing on the side of the ball, just like they tell us we're standing on the side of a ball on the Earth, right? We look up at the moon, it's up in the sky. What do we see? Do we see the moon, the Earth, anything but a left-right orientation? Do we see it like this? We don't expect to look out and see the moon like that. We'd be like, what the heck is going on? So let's take a look at what Apollo did when they took the picture. All right, everybody with eyes to see will see the problem here. See the Earth, it's almost in its top-bottom orientation. You can see that the sun is barely here on the corner of the astronaut. You can actually see it here on this one. Okay. So it's coming back from this slightly left direction. We know it's low in the sky, but yet we have the Earth here, which would require this. I'm going to show you on each one where the sun would have to be located. Now we're going to look at two different halves. We got the left half and the right half. Let's start with the right half. The issue here isn't so bad, and by the way, when you see some of these other pictures from a distance, they are pretty well corrected to what it should be, but the close-ups are always messed up. And by the way, as far as I can tell, I've looked at footage, a lot of footage of Apollo 17. For some reason, they just never catch the Earth live in the camera. Now, maybe somebody can come up with footage and prove that wrong to me. Let me know. Anyway, in case you didn't know it, let me show you something here. This is the famous one on the left, okay, where the Earth is in the sky. This is one of the two famous ones, actually. And when you turn the contrast up, you see a box around the Earth like this, because it was pasted in later. Very obvious. But this is just another way to show that this is fake. Back to the right. The sun has to be above and to the left for the Earth to be in this position. It's not a complete left-right orientation, which I do not understand how you can have that with the moon under your feet. In any case, because it should be the exact opposite of what you see on the Earth, and you don't see that, do you? Or do you? Anyway, here, in fact, I've actually exaggerated this a little bit. There's a slight downward angle to the sun. Not as extreme as what it would be here. But the point is, I can't do the 3D rendering correctly here. The sun should be, if the astronaut's eye is looking out this direction, he would be looking at the sun in front of him. In front of him. So how do we have this in the sky? This is the real killer here, though. You have to have the sun directly overhead to have that on the Earth. Correct? Tell me if I'm wrong. How could you have the top half of the Earth lit like that and not have the sun directly above it? But the astronaut in the very same picture, he has no downward casting of his shadow other than very slightly. It's almost perfectly parallel. You can look at all the shadows in the flag. In fact, some of the shadows look like they actually might go up a little bit. I don't know if that was extra stage lighting that caused that. I don't know. But in any case, you cannot have what we see here. It makes no sense. The moon is obviously under the astronauts' feet. They're standing on the moon, aren't they? And yet here's the Earth in a top-down orientation. And guys, when they're up there, you know, the Earth changed a whole lot between these two pictures, didn't it? And remember, when they're on the moon, it's not like what we see here on the Earth. They see the same thing because they're in synchronous orbit, supposedly. They see the same thing for 7 days at a time at least. Very, very slow changes. We see a rapid change rising and setting. Why? Because we rotate once in 24 hours to the sun. The moon rotates at 10 miles an hour, guys. 10 miles per hour. It takes days to see the change. And here we have, in a matter of just a couple photographs, look how much change in the Earth there was. Again, there's the boxes and everything. Just critical thinking stuff. Wanted to throw out there to tie this up.
There is also another series of images from the Apollo 12 mission suggesting the use of an artificial light. In all these shots, we can notice on the ground the dark shadow of the astronaut who supposedly took the pictures. If we close in on any of these shadows, however, we will notice that they are entirely surrounded by a grayish, blurred kind of edge. This blurred edge in the shadow is absolutely unnatural for having been caused by the sun. Since the sun is millions of miles away, it generates sharp, well-defined shadows on the ground. If you use an artificial light instead, you will get this kind of shadow with soft and blurred edges. Some may suggest that the blurring of the shadow is simply due to a focusing mistake, but this is not the case. If we observe the ground next to the shadow, we will see that it is perfectly in focus, from the closest point to the farthest one. The depth of field here is absolute. This is not a focusing mistake. It's really a kind of light source that generates a blurred shadow on the ground and which therefore cannot be the sun.
If you turn this way and look at the edge, what does that tell you?
I don't know, but it looks very weird.
Could that be the sun? Does the sun cast shadows that soft?
No, because you see the shadows here, they are absolutely tough, no?
Right.
Wow.
No, indubbiamente l'ombra dovrebbe essere più netta, visto che il sole è lontano. Più lontana la sorgente luminosa, e più l'ombra è netta, cioè non è sbarrata. È stranissimo questa ombra sbarrata.
Più la distanza più la fonte è distante e più le ombre sono nette.
L'ombra dovrebbe essere netta, invece è sfumata, quindi questo c'è un velatino sul sole o su... Ma questo è proprio da incompetenti, chi l'ha fatto, perché il sole fa un'ombra netta. Questa sfumatura è eclatante.
Quindi
è una lampada.
Question. Being millions of miles away, the sun casts sharp shadows on the ground. Can you explain why, in these pictures, there is a soft edge all around the astronaut's figure instead? Let's now tackle the most important issue in the entire discussion on the lunar pictures: backlight photography. When we shoot a picture with the sun in front of us and the subject in the shade, we say that the picture is taken in backlight. In backlight photography, the subject in the shadow is always darker than the ground directly hit by the sun. Let's use as an example this picture taken in backlight. As one can see, the entire part of the subject in the shadow, the cabin, is much darker than the sand underneath. The reason is simple. The sand gets hit directly by the sunlight, while the cabin is lit only by the reflection of the sand, plus the diffusion caused by the atmosphere. Obviously, the light reflected from the ground is always only a fraction of the light it receives, which is called incident light. For this reason, it is absolutely impossible to balance incident light and reflective light in backlight photography. The ground illuminated directly by the sun will always be brighter than the subject in the shadow. One of the techniques used by professional photographers to get around this problem is to use a highly reflective portable panel. Let's look at this example. Here the photographer is shooting the model in backlight. As one can see, the subject in the shadow is much darker than the ground lit by the sun. But if the photographer adds a reflecting panel which bounces the sun rays back onto the model, then he can get a good balance between the illuminated background and the face in the shadow. The difference is obvious. While the luminosity of the background is unchanged, now the luminosity of the face is balanced with the one of the ground. Here is another example. The sunlight which comes from behind is bounced off this reflecting panel and goes to hit the model who is in the shadow. In this way, the luminosity of the model is perfectly balanced with the one of the background. Another technique used to balance the background light on the subject in the shadow is the use of a portable flashlight. This secondary source will illuminate the part of the subject in the shadow. In this example, we can see on the left a picture with only available light, while on the right an additional flashlight is used. The difference is clear. On the left you have no balance between light and shadow, on the right you do. But without these additional sources, it is absolutely impossible to balance the light hitting the ground and the one reflected onto the shadows in backlight photography. On the moon, however, something miraculous seems to have happened. Despite the fact that the astronauts did not have any portable reflectors nor additional lights, there is a whole series of photographs taken in backlight in which the entire shadow area of the LEM appears perfectly illuminated. As we can see, the luminosity of the astronaut in the shadow is practically the same as that of the terrain in the background, which is hit directly by sunlight. Not only would this be impossible on Earth without the use of reflecting panels, but it is even more inexplicable on the moon, where you don't even have the atmosphere as a secondary source of refraction. In other words, while on Earth we have both the ground and the atmosphere reflecting light onto the shadow part of the subject, on the moon we only have the ground to do so, because the sky is completely black. And the lunar surface is known to have a very low reflectivity, as it can only reflect back about 8% of the light it receives. In fact, in this 1964 document, NASA wrote, "There is one characteristic associated with the near vacuum on the lunar surface, which may be extremely important to photography. There will be virtually no diffusion of light. Since the lunar surface itself is a poor reflector, the subject material for photography will be either in full light or in full and complete shadows." In other words, according to NASA itself, the shadow area of the LEM should have looked more or less like this. We have such an abundance of luminosity instead that even in the shadow area we can clearly see all the smallest details. In this photo composition created by NASA by joining several pictures, we can see clearly how the sun is on the opposite side of the LEM. This being the only source of light, one wonders what could have lit the shadow area of the LEM so effectively. Despite not being professional photographers, some debunkers insist that the mere reflection of the sand would have been sufficient to illuminate the shadow area of the LEM.
Conspiracy theorists are saying that the shot had to have been faked using a fill light. Personally, I think it's because the moon's surface is reflective.
To prove their point, the Mythbusters conducted a small-scale experiment in which they tried to reproduce the pictures from the Apollo missions.
All right, you ready?
I'm set.
All right, here we go. Taking the photo. Let's see. There it is.
Oh, there you go. He's standing full on in the shadow, and you'd think you wouldn't be able to see him. He'd be dark, but he's not. He's in bright as day.
With a single light source, with the surface of the same reflectivity as the moon, our astronaut is clearly visible, busting that myth.
But the Mythbusters have made a gross mistake again. After removing every possible source of reflection by using black paper all around the set, they forgot to remove the one of the two who was wearing a bright white shirt. Obviously, this white shirt acts as a large reflector towards the dark area of the LEM. The same experiment, replicated by two Russian photographers, shows how important is the presence of a white garment reflecting light onto the astronaut. In any case, the problem is not simply to be able to see the astronaut in the shadows. As every photographer knows, all you need to do to see in the shadow is to open up the iris in your lens. The problem here was to balance the luminosity of the shadow area with the one of the ground, illuminated directly by the light source. And if we look more closely at the results, we will see that the Mythbusters were not able to balance the luminosity of the background with the one of the astronaut anyway. As one can see from the direct comparison, the sand illuminated by the sun is darker in the NASA picture and is lighter in the Mythbusters one, while the astronaut is lighter in the NASA picture and darker in the one from the Mythbusters. In other words, there is a much larger difference between light and shadow in the Mythbusters picture than in the NASA picture. Also, from this image from their own set, one can clearly see how the astronaut in the shadow is definitely darker than the terrain illuminated directly by the light source. It's a much different result from what we see in the Apollo pictures. Thus, the Mythbusters, again, have proven the exact opposite of what they intended to prove. That without additional lights, it's not possible to balance the area in the shadow with the area hit directly by the light source, not even using their white shirt as an additional reflector. In any case, the idea that the sand is sufficient to illuminate the shadow area of the LEM can be easily refuted by using the same NASA pictures. All we need to do is to look at other pictures taken with the same source of light, what supposedly is the sun, to realize that the shadow area in these pictures is practically pitch black. If the lunar sand truly had these magical reflecting powers, this part of the rock should more or less have the same luminosity as the terrain in the background. These panels should be almost as visible as the illuminated sand, and this shadow area of the rover would be clearly lit as well. Instead, everything that is not directly illuminated by the sun appears as a deep black shadow. This proves that the sand is not sufficient to brighten up the shadow areas by itself. There is therefore no valid explanation for the practically identical illumination of the area hit directly by the sun and the shadow area of the LEM. In fact, the professional photographers we interviewed believe that in order to achieve such results, large reflecting panels or additional lights placed on the side of the photographer are needed.
La tesi, del complotto dice: siamo sulla Luna, non c'è nemmeno il cielo, non c'è l'atmosfera a farti da riflesso.
Ormai qui è chiaro, cioè questa luce non corrisponde a questa, diciamo.
Esatto.
In effetti è vero, non corrisponde. Diciamo, guardandolo attentamente da un punto di vista, diciamo dovrebbe esserci un pannello bianco qua, perché la luce sia così. Cioè questo qui, ma neanche se tu sei in riva al mare, hai un riverbero, hai una cosa che va così, con la luce così protetta, ma questo in effetti è veramente incredibile. Anche qui, guarda che dettaglio c'è qui. Cioè, dove c'è la luce è bene, dove c'è l'ombra
non si vede un cazzo, c'è un buco nero. Invece qui avrebbe senso se qua ci fossero tutti dei pannelli di polistirolo, ma grandi però.
Così che illumina
caspita, cioè.
È possibile avere, senza l'atmosfera che fa da riflesso, un controluce con esposizione quasi uguale qui e qui, in luce diretta e luce riflessa?
Beh, ci vuole un riflettore, insomma, un controluce così. È chiaro che ci sono dei riflessi qui del metallo, che vuol dire che c'è una sorgente di luce dalla parte di chi fotografa. Lo vedo soprattutto nei riflessi qui, no? Vuol dire che da questa parte qui c'è una sorgente di luce. No, non c'è l'aria da sole. Non c'è questa, per esempio, tutto questo c'è un'aria da lampada di studio. Questo schiarimento qui, cioè questa luce sulla scala, per esempio, da dove viene? Quello che mi impressiona è che il sole, un controluce così, in più riesco a vedere i dettagli di questo riflesso su questo oro. Da dove viene? Perché qui il cielo è nero. Il cielo è nero, non c'è. L'unica riflessione è la sabbia, però dovrebbe essere molto più luminosa sotto e non sopra. Questo riflesso sopra qui da dove viene? A meno che abbiamo portato dei grandi riflettori, ma non credo, insomma.
La luce viene da dietro al modulo, no? L'astronauta o presunto tale è al buio totale e è illuminato. Perché? C'è un'altra luna o c'è qualcuno con un faro? Voglio dire, perché tanta così qui e tanta così nella parte buia più che altro? Da dove viene sta luce? Qui dovrebbe essere completamente nera, come il cielo.
Quindi diciamo senza sorgenti secondarie, senza riflettori non sarebbe possibile?
No, questo è impossibile. Verrebbe nero come qui. E poi guarda, si vede anche la scaletta è di metallo, no? E c'è un riflesso di una luce, vedi? Questa riga bianca è il riflesso di una luce. Quindi da questa parte c'è una luce.
The main problem here is backlight. On the moon you have no sky behind you to refract the light, and you only have the sand. They did not have any artificial illumination. They do not have any reflectors or any flashes, just a camera, which was the Hasselblad with the 60 millimeters and the Ektachrome from the good old days.
I was feeling, if this is happening, where is this coming from? And if I was already thinking when I saw the first picture that once you step down here, if you step down in a light like this, you will never have that reflection like this, even if it comes from here.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
That's totally strange light.
Here too, you have you can see they have almost the same luminosity in the front and the back. Now, my experience tells me you have at least 2 stops difference when you turn around in backlight, and that's when you have the atmosphere.
Yeah, but that is totally lit with the reflector, no?
You tell me. That's the whole discussion.
I would say that is totally. I don't want to get into it's fake or the moon landing was fake, but these pictures are fake. No? That is, I think, I would say 100% sure.
Okay.
Because all this cannot exist that way. So if you ask me as a photographer,
yes, I am.
I have to say this cannot be on any moon or something with one single light. The sun, look, it's totally. If you see that, I mean that's a movie light, no? Because you have the source here. That should be all black. If it would not be black, then this would be burned out, burned out, burned out. Then you get some texture here. But like this is absolutely impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh, what happened there?
That's supposed to be the sun. Does that look like the sun to you?
If this is the sun and the only light, and this is how whatever reflects, which is ridiculous because nothing can reflect this, then this would be so burned out and bleached out not to get any structure here.
Yeah.
That's my...
Same as the others have said the same thing.
That would be unbelievable. If this is the sun, and there must something be here, because that would be just black. So what is it?
Yes.
Yeah, this is impossible without reflectors. So it's really impossible without reflectors.
Okay.
With this comment, Tarimbert well summarizes the professional's opinion.
Le foto avrebbero dovuto essere state fatte sulla Luna portandosi un'attrezzatura da studio. Non so se questo ha molto senso. Se qua ci fossero dei grandi pannelli bianchi, diciamo, deve essere proprio tutto un set con tutto ben riflesso, diciamo.
And maybe it's not a coincidence that on the set of the IMAX film, large reflecting panels were used right behind the LEM in order to replicate the NASA pictures. A source of light placed behind the Lunar module and large reflecting panels used to bounce the light onto the dark area of the LEM. By using this technique, the luminosity in the shadow area is perfectly balanced with the one of the terrain illuminated directly by the source. Exactly like in the Apollo pictures. In 2014, the NVIDIA software company created a computer simulation, thanks to which they believed to have identified the source of light that could have brightened the shadow area of the LEM. In their opinion, it was the photographer's white suit, Neil Armstrong himself.
There is a huge, glowing, bright white light. And as we analyzed that video a little more, we realized it's Neil Armstrong himself. The bright white space suit that he was wearing reflected all that sunlight off of him and back onto Buzz Aldrin. So essentially, Neil Armstrong himself was a light source in that scene.
But the professional photographers explain how the white suit could at best partially brighten up the companion's figure. But it's too small and too far away to be able to illuminate the entire shadow area of the LEM.
È possibile teoricamente che la tuta dell'astronauta che fotografa, che è bianca, riesca a fare questo controluce? Perché è una possibilità che è stata...
No, allora il bianco fa, però a questa distanza è un po' tanto, è un po' distante. Cioè se fosse, diciamo, qui, allora sì, ma poi comunque farebbe, diciamo, illuminerebbe una parte molto più piccola.
Ecco, qui l'unica cosa di riflesso può essere questa superficie chiara su cui si riflette l'ombra del modello, no?
Sì.
Però questa superficie non è sufficiente, ecco qua la vediamo meglio,
sì.
Non è sufficiente per illuminare il LEM come è illuminato, insomma.
Potrebbe essere la tuta dell'astronauta che fotografa?
No, troppo lontano.
Certamente.
Troppo piccolo e troppo lontano. Lui sarebbe a 10 metri circa, che non fa niente.
In order to conclusively discard this hypothesis, all one has to do is to look at the television images from the very Apollo missions. Here, for example, there is an astronaut hit by sunlight who is moving right outside the edge of the frame. We can see how the reflection from his white suit partially brightens the underside of the rover, but does absolutely nothing to the LEM in the shadow, which is much larger and far away. Here, the same astronaut enters the field of view from the right. And again, the light he reflects goes to partially brighten the underside of the rover, but it has no effect whatsoever on the darkened mass of the Lunar module. And finally, there is another detail suggesting the use of a secondary source of light, either a reflecting panel or a small flashlight. And it's this shiny glare repeatedly appearing on the heels of the astronaut's boots.
Qui c'è una luce.
La sabbia che c'è intorno?
No, questa è puntiforme, vedi, piccola.
Anche questo, di nuovo, stesso problema. Cioè questo dettaglio dentro quest'ombra nera praticamente è impossibile. Tecnicamente è impossibile.
No, appunto, il dettaglio sulle scarpe, il dettaglio sul metallo. Qui, indubbiamente, questa riflessione vuol dire che c'è una sorgente di luce dalla parte di chi fotografa, mentre in realtà il sole è dietro, questo è un controluce. Forse è un flash, no? No?
Potrebbe.
No,
se io avessi usato un flash a me veniva così.
Sì, appunto, forse un flash, perché no? E c'è un'area da flash, un piccolo flash sulla macchina fotografica.
The same here. And it's true, you see them in the shoes, you see the reflectors, no?
You do? Can you show me again?
Where does this light come from? But in the shoes, you have that shine. This, here are the shoes. See, that's the shoes again, see?
Right?
That's, yeah.
Could that be a flashlight?
A flashlight, a reflector, or anything, you know?
Yeah.
Given NASA's statement that since the lunar surface itself is a poor reflector, the subject material for photography will be either in full light or in full and complete shadows, can you explain why the side of the LEM in the shadow is brightly illuminated instead? As we have just shown, the reflection from the sand is not sufficient to brighten up the parts in the shadow of the lunar landscape, and the astronaut's suit is too small and too far away to brighten up the dark side of the LEM. Can you then explain what source of light has managed to illuminate so clearly the dark side of the lunar module? Given that the lunar soil reflects only 8% of the light it receives, how is it possible that the shadow area of the LEM, which is lit only by reflected light, has a similar luminosity to the terrain hit directly by the sun? Given that not even the Mythbusters, with their experiment, have managed to balance the reflected light with the one hitting the terrain, can you explain how that could have happened with several of the Apollo pictures? Given that the professional photographers we interviewed have stated that these pictures would not have been possible without the aid of reflecting panels and additional lighting, can you explain how they could have been taken by the astronauts on the moon, who didn't have any reflecting panels nor additional lighting?
This is one of the great mysterious photographs of all time. Photographs don't work like this. Right, this is Apollo 14, Antares. That's the sun there. This is the lunar surface, allegedly, and this is the shadow cast by the spacecraft. So where's all the light coming from that is illuminating the shadow side of the spacecraft? If there's nothing on the moon to reflect sufficient light, because to photograph the directly illuminated surface here as clearly as the totally dark shadow area here, you would need as much light reflected back into it as you have got on here. It's simple optics. There's nothing simple there. That is a fake. And just looking in detail at these crosshairs, it's as if there are two images coming on here. You've got one correct crosshair and one distorted crosshair, as if the film wasn't correctly in register when they faked it. Okay, here we have Buzz Aldrin and the solar wind collector. It's just a strip of aluminium foil. And how come it's so beautifully illuminated on the back and there is a shadow off the pole? Buzz Aldrin isn't standing close enough to do that. And what are all these things here? This is likely to be lens flare. That's the shape of a Hasselblad shutter. What's this? And why is this area here almost illuminated? Maybe it is illuminated. But there's no explanation for that. Back to Neil and Buzz, and here he comes down the ladder. Think about this picture for a minute. You're going, allegedly, to a place you've never been to before, in an atmosphere that doesn't exist, wearing a spacesuit which is heavy and cumbersome. You can't see where your feet are. Would you really kick your left foot out like that when your right foot is not even on the ladder? I don't think so. You might do that when you've done it 100 times during your training and simulation exercises, just to prove to the guys photographing you that you can have a bit of a laugh as well. Anyway, down the ladder. Yep. Beautiful pictures, aren't they, by the way? Absolutely wonderful. Well lit, well focused, well framed. No viewfinder. Don't forget, no viewfinder. Bit further down, yeah, he's about to get off the ladder, or is he about to get up the ladder? It's hard to tell. Now, in the time I've been speaking, since we looked at the first photograph, is the time it took him to do it 3 minutes. So in 3 minutes, Neil Armstrong, who was operating the camera, could focus on different distances, top of the ladder, bottom of the ladder, underneath the spacecraft. He could set different exposures in shadow, in bright sunlight. He could do all this without cutting Buzz's head off, without getting the camera off center. He could do all that in 3 minutes without doing a second shot of any of it. That is what does not make sense. Now, we'll look at those 8 photographs in sequence there. Those are the pictures. If you go onto the NASA website, those are the reference numbers for each of those 8 photographs. They were taken in sequence in 3 minutes. They were taken on Kodak Ektachrome transparency material, which cannot be altered in the process. It's transparency material. Now, if you're used to digital cameras, this may all sound a bit old hat and old-fashioned and very 20th century, but this is what they used. They used transparency material. Once you develop it, that's it. You can't change it. You can take prints off it, which is what they've done, and you can change those prints, but it will start to show up.
This one right here, this is interesting because on the right is the live TV camera shooting. And if you see that arm that's sitting out there, just at the bottom of the ladder, okay, you can see where the camera should be sitting. And what's coming down, that shadow coming down on the ladder, is Aldrin's leg. On the left-hand photograph, okay, when you look, there's no camera there. Now, NASA claims that that camera was on that pallet that folded down and came out, and where the location of that is in between, in that black spot in between the rungs, is where the camera is actually sitting mounted. And it is mounted there. But that's the one they drag out and set out on the ground to pull it out 100 feet and shoot from there.
Well, these photographs are basically completely incompatible.
Well, it's shot at different times. They shot the
Notice
video.
Aldrin appears to be in the shade, whereas here on the left, he's very clearly, illuminated.
Well, that's right. It's shot at different times, different lighting, different everything.
I mean, in and of itself, this proves the fraud right here. In fact, many of your different presentations, each of them is sufficient to show the whole thing was an elaborate hoax.
But why isn't Armstrong in the photograph, in the live video? He has to be, you can see where he has to be standing to shoot that. It's shooting both the legs back, right? When you're looking there, you can see him shooting both the legs back. He has to be out on that side of that ladder.
Roughly where the name Aldrin appears.
Yes, he has to be standing there. And that bright spot is where he walks around to. If you're watching the video, he just appears around there long before, like, you see him taking some photographs or whatever, and then he walks around behind there. But Buzz hasn't even started down the ladder when he disappears. And the only way that could happen is it's shot at 2 different times. They're doing multiple takes. The first set that we're going through are with the rover itself. This is the Apollo 17 rover. There are 3 of them, and it's very apparent in the picture. The one on the left in the screen is actually used in 15, 16, and 17 on it. The one at the top right is just used for a demonstration photo shoot, and the one at the bottom right is that's the photograph of the actual final resting place of the rover. And if you look carefully across the frame rail on that one at the bottom right, you'll see on the right-hand side, the links are quite a bit shorter on the right-hand side by the tire there, coming up. And then if you look at the one on the left, you'll see that they're quite a bit longer. The frame rail is completely different on the 2 machines.
Well, that's fascinating. And of course, I notice on the top right, we have what looks like tracks for the rover, but on the left-hand side, there are no tracks, which of course is very, very puzzling, unless perhaps the rover was set down using a crane.
Well, if you realize that they might have driven it in, if you realize that they were probably shooting it multiple times, okay, and the set crews and that would be out there, they'd have to rake off all of their footprints so that only the astronauts' footprints are in the shot. So in fact, when they were re-grooming the set, they inadvertently had raked over all of the tracks as well. That's my theory on how that happens.
But of course, you'd agree there's something funny there, because we should have tracks. If indeed moon dust retains any tracks, we see a number of footprints there, which suggests it does. My belief is, since the moon is bereft of atmosphere, that you could no more leave tracks in moon dust than you could in the sands of the Sahara.
That's right. Well, of course, this was not shot on the moon, so the tracks are there, right? And they're very defined. If you go to the next slide on there, that on the left is Apollo 16. That is the first photograph where the fender fell off of. And the one on the right is Apollo 17. I mean, they were literally using the same equipment for all of the 6 missions that they photographed. That you'll see it that more apparently as we run through them, that it's the same equipment being used, and you can see it age over time. So the astronauts in Apollo 17 took one of the maps off and put it on the fender. And that's how it got there. But it actually fell off in Apollo 16. It's the same rover, that particular one. Now, this is also Apollo 16 in this one. And if you look just above the fender there, you can see that the steering arm has fallen down. Okay, and the steering was damaged in Apollo 15 and apparently was magically repaired by parking it in the shade overnight. and that's done by a well-respected presenter that put that out. I won't say who it is. But what happened is the front steering broke, so the front tires would just splay out. So the only way to keep it running and going is they were driving it backwards. And on the right-hand photograph there, you're looking at the tire tracks, and the actual video of that, they've actually reversed the video, so it looks like it's driving forward, but it's exactly following the tracks. Now the chevron pattern on the tires show you which way it's running. They're driving that backwards, and they're stopping and taking pictures and driving it backwards. And there's about 70 or more photographs of that on it. And if you look at the photographs backwards, then it matches the video, because the video has been run in reverse, right? If they were actually driving over their own tire tracks, the chevron pattern would be the other way. Here is the same rover in 15, 16, and 17. Those are the top photographs on it. And the close-ups of the tire show that the left rear wheel axle has a leak in it, and it's coming out, and as the tire rotates, the oil is getting all over the rim, so the dirt is now sticking to it, right? And you can see it in 15 on the top left and 16 in the middle. That's apparently the sea rock there, that one in there. And the bottom are the blow-ups. And by the time you get to Apollo 17, which is the one on the right at the bottom, the oil is really leaking rapidly out of it, and it's going up the frame rail, it's going across the side frame on it, and other associated pictures with it, it's actually getting all over their suits as well.
And of course, Scott, wouldn't it have been all but impossible to repair a rover on the moon?
they had absolutely no contingency for any additional equipment when they were traveling, so they had no repair equipment. The amount of tools were cut down that they needed to have. They developed a bolt called a void bolt, which is they just needed one tool and they just push it in and give it a half turn, and it releases the equipment. So all of the equipment were set up and designed with these void bolts on it, so they only needed one tool.
It really looks like a shabby piece of equipment.
It really, well, the rover, like I said, they're using the same rover for all the missions. This is exactly the same machine for 15, 16, and 17. And I mean, these are hand-built machines. There's no way that they would reproduce the same problem.
And of course, it was ostensibly just left on the moon for subsequent flights so that the astronauts wouldn't be saddled with the problem of transporting another rover to the moon.
Well, if you had a problem with the rover in 1969 or 1970, right? Or 70 or 71, they put it up there, right? And they saw that it was a problem, they'd certainly work on the next one to make sure it didn't have a problem before they loaded it on the rocket, wouldn't they? They'd be testing all that equipment out again. They certainly have this same problem over and over again. It definitely shows that it's the same machine. And this is Apollo 16. This is the jump salute, and that's a failed attempt at reduced gravity of the moon, because he's only jumping about 18 inches off the ground. And this rover is the only picture of this particular rover, and it's identified by having a double rib on the front left tire, on the fender there. It's the only shot of it going, and it's a perfectly clean rover. You see there's no dirt or dust or anything on it. It's just set there for this photo shoot.
A double rib, yes, I see it there.
Yes.
So how can they account for having two rovers on the moon?
Well, they didn't. They were just using multiple equipment while they were filming it. Like I said, they weren't able to properly fake a full simulation of it, but they still filmed it anyway and did the very best they could. And this is what they were doing. When the equipment broke down, they just brought another piece in while they were filming it.
Hoping that no one would pay close enough attention to even notice the difference.
You have to realize in 1969 that the only photographs available to the public were just what they put out for the media. There might be 2 or 3 dozen for each mission that were put out for magazines and newspapers and, you know, National Geographic, that kind of thing, right? That they put them in. The other hundreds of photos or thousands of photos were not available to the public, right? And when NASA first put up, even on their first website, right, there was only a limited amount there. And in 1999, Kip Teague, working for NASA, put the entire journal up of all the photographs. And of course, 3 years ago, they put them on Flickr as well. They've updated them and put them on Flickr as well for the public to see. And NASA claims that on Flickr in the last 3 years, they've had over 1 billion views of the photographs.
Well, 1 billion views are going to lead to a lot of observations of anomalies.
There's a few other things. Here are the 17 rover. This is right in front of the rear right wheel. Okay, that's the frame rail. You can see the arm that's going up there on the left. The arm that the arrow shoots through is for the seat itself. So you can see that in each of the photographs where it's sitting. The actual frame behind that is completely different in each one of the photographs. And I mean, you it's part of the structure of the rover itself. You can't just change that. Those are the 3 separate rovers, and that clearly identifies that there are 3 separate machines. You can see the way they're constructed.
I presume the rover was simply a variation on a dune buggy of the kind we find in Southern California ubiquitously.
Except they made this one fold up with 4 electric motors running the tires. And on the bottom are the 3 different treads that they actually make.
Which is completely ridiculous. You're supposed to have one rover with 1 set of tires, not leaving 3 set of tread tracks.
Well, it should always look the same, right? The one on the left that's very square, the top left of the tire tracks.
Yeah.
You can see it's a perfectly straight line. Well, the Apollo 15 rover was damaged. It damaged the steering and everything else. And when they tried to fix it up, it's actually dog tracking so that the tire kicks a little sideways, so that instead of the chevron, it's only running on one part of the tire, so it looks like a square bar.
You mean that you are suggesting there's a legitimate explanation for this variation in the tracks?
That's the one rover. That's the top left tread. That rover's damaged. This is Apollo 17 though. This rover's been running around in 15, 16, and 17. Okay, that's the same rover that broke down, that the steering arm fell off in 16 that we saw in the other picture. It's the same rover. They keep repairing this thing and keep using it over and over again, even though it's damaged.
Do we have any records of the astronauts performing these repairs? Were they photographing their work on the rover?
No, of course they didn't photograph the work on the rover. Okay, I mean they were sitting on Earth, and the entire support crew were coming in there, and probably Grumman and Boeing and everybody else are trying to keep this stuff running.
It's just an elaborate joke. It's such a ruse.
Yeah. Now this is Apollo 17, and they just threw the arm away when they were done. That steering arm right there is on the ground, and it finally fell off the rover completely. So they threw it away, and then they set a golf ball down beside it. And Apollo 14 is the only one to claim to have a golf ball. And if anyone is analyzing this photograph in particular, and you zoom in about 10 times in, you'll start to see golf balls all over there. They were using this as a driving range when they were having lunch between filmings. Now, this is Apollo 15. When they were simulating, and Paul and I have done a video on this as well, when they were simulating the landing of this, they actually dropped the machine. Okay? It crashed to the ground. It dropped probably 8 or 10 feet when they were lowering it down on the gantry crane, hard enough that it broke the leg right off. On the one side, the secondary struts are snapped out and the thing kicks out. That's the exhaust bell housing has been crushed on it, and it hit hard enough that the rover came right off. Okay? Broke the rover right off its mounts. On the right are the 2 schematics of the rover. The top one shows the schematic of the actual lowering arms, how it swung out and down. And on the bottom is, with the rover in place, just the schematic of that square, and then the wheels go in on the angle in there to fill that spot. So when you look over at the actual photograph, the 2 big arms are the ones at the bottom that come up on the 45-degree angle up to the rover. They're sheared. You can see they're sheared right off. And the close-up photo of it, you can see the lanyards. It's a spaceship, right? It's a ship, so they're lanyards, cables, right? Both those cables are snapped clean off on there. That's how the Apollo 15 rover got damaged initially. That's how the steering got damaged. That's how the fenders got damaged. The seats were damaged. And as well, one of the batteries, they even logged that the one battery bank was down. It wasn't functioning at all.
So give me the evidence that you want to see. This is the point. Look at the evidence, and that's what I look at. That's what the photographs are. They're evidence, and we discuss the evidence. We don't discuss the ideas or the opinions. Opinions, anybody can have an opinion, but when you're looking at facts and scientific evidence, it's either real or it's not, and that's where we're going.
Moving on to Apollo 15, I mentioned the highest mountain on the lunar surface. That is Mount Hadley, this one here. This is Mount Hadley Delta, hence the strange symbol, which is just a little bit shorter. It's 13,500 feet high. No, it doesn't sound very high. It's above the lunar surface, and I don't know what point it was measured, but let's say it was measured above here. If you get the US Geological Survey maps, which you can find on the internet as well, they give you all the various heights. Okay, so let's say it's about 6,000 feet above the surface here. This mountain here is about 6,000 feet above that. And this is what it looks like from ground level. This is Apollo 15, and there we have the lander and the rover and Irwin. And this is Mount Hadley Delta in the background. Okay, it's about 7 miles away. Go back to here, this distance here is about 7 miles. I mention that because it's relevant to what we're going to see next. Notice also the variation in the lunar surface here compared to the variation, the rather bland version that we've got here, and the very clearly defined line between the two. And also note how beautifully the American flag is illuminated in dark shadow. Again, they're very good at illuminating things in dark shadow with no additional light source. Just as a point of comparison, Mount Everest, haven't been up it, bit cold. But Mount Everest here, Mount Everest Base Camp here is about 7 miles distance. The same as in that previous photograph of Apollo 15. It's also about the same height, Mount Everest, 29,000 feet, Everest Base Camp at 19,000 feet, similar height above the viewpoint. Does it look like it? This should be a similar photograph. It looks like Snowdon's little sister, that one. It's tiny. This is what it should look like, and reasonable. Now here we have a bit of a mystery. This is Apollo 15. These are consecutive photographs. Note the numbers, 11863 and 11864. I actually double-checked that on the NASA website to make sure I got the numbers right. So, Scott here, Dave Scott, photographed by Irwin. Here's Irwin. Scott has got a camera on here. Irwin hasn't. How did Irwin take the photograph of Scott? There's only one camera. Did he put it on the ground? And why hasn't he got it here? It's just, basically, it doesn't add up. Craters come and go. This got filled in before this photograph was taken. Obviously, the set builders were pretty busy. And no, I'm not going to get involved in the sea rock. Anybody know what the sea rock is? It's a rock with a big letter C on it, which appears in Apollo 16 photographs. Now, when a lot of these images were taken, NASA was using a large model of the lunar surface, a model of the moon. And they photographed that model. There's nothing secret about it. They filmed it as well, so that when the astronauts got into their landing simulators, they could project onto the screens outside the windows what it looked like as they approached the moon. It's what any simulator will do. You know, you can simulate landing a plane at Heathrow. And it looks like Heathrow, but it's all screens around the pilot. Same on the lunar lander. They had a model, they photographed it, they filmed it. Who is to say that that isn't a picture of this model? And they forgot the Terminator. You start looking in detail at some of these photographs, Apollo 17, this one, and you'll see that there appears to be cutouts and strange background interference. You shouldn't get that sort of interference. I know these are digital images, so you'll get pixels. But these are scanned images from the original transparencies, we're told. And that's probably Earth, though it's hard to tell. Now, think about this for a minute. You're on somewhere you've never been before. You're wearing a spacesuit, which is bloody uncomfortable. Could be a bit hot and difficult. You've got a camera that's got no viewfinder, and you've got to work out the exposure and the composition. And you've got to get 3 objects lined up. You've got to get your mate, Schmidt. You've got to get the American flag, obviously. And you've got to get Earth to show where you are, i.e. not on Earth. And you've got to get them lined up exactly right. Now, I'll tell you what. I've tried to recreate that photograph. And after about 20 attempts, I just gave up. It was almost impossible to get the 3 lined up, correctly exposed, correctly focused, with no viewfinder. Come on, guys. Don't mess us about. We're intelligent enough to be able to work these things out. It's the only photograph taken. There was no other image taken in case the first one was wrong. How did they know they'd lined the moon up if they'd got a viewfinder? Moving on. Similar picture. Here we come to Apollo 17, but let's just find out where that flipping, there it is, lander. It's up there. Go back. You can't see it until you enlarge it sufficiently for it to pop up, and there it is. Tiny. Okay, just to make sure it is there. Here it is. Oh, you've got to get really close to see it. This is what a telephoto lens image would look like. The previous photograph wasn't taken with a telephoto lens. Now, assuming that that is where the lander actually landed, what's it doing over here? Now, explain this. These A here, A, these, it's the same feature in each photograph. D is the same feature, it's a little mound. B are these little craters here, and E is this little dark area here. It's basically just to show that it's looking in the same general direction. So we have here, in the first photograph we looked at, the lunar lander miles away. I mean, from this viewpoint, the lander is about 4 or 5 miles, 3 miles away, which is about right for the type of image you've got. You've got to get pretty close to see it. So if you take another photograph with the same feature in it, what's the lander doing there? That doesn't make sense. Ditto here. Same feature, different time of day because you've got more. They were on the surface for about 3 days, and the sun will move a certain distance in that, so the shadows will change. But these just don't add up. These just don't make sense. These are anomalies, as is this. Similar feature, B over here, the little crater, E, the little mound. Big mountain here, lander here. Whoops, where's he gone? Oh, it's here. Here we are. There's the crater. It didn't move. We were not told it moved once it was on the lunar surface. And it's disappeared again. It bounces around, this lander. Disappeared. You couldn't get the rover onto the lunar surface without the lander, because it carried it there. So where's it gone? Disappeared. Again, consecutive photographs here. One of them this was taken earlier here, and the footprints are here, but not here, which is weird. And then there's that genome that looks at the color image. How did they put it there? There are no footprints anywhere near. Perhaps they threw it or dropped it. Because you see, footprints do appear on the lunar surface quite distinctly. You get quite a lot of footprints. No wheel tracks. Funny that. We're told it weighed about 450 pounds on Earth, which would make it weighing about 80, 90 pounds on the lunar surface. Enough to produce a wheel track, I would have thought. And they're very keen to show us the wheel tracks, as we'll see later, but they don't appear on here. And then no wheel tracks. Plenty of footprints. No wheel tracks. Did they drop it there? You can say it's been moved. There's dust in the wheel here. Did they kick it in? Or what happened? It's an anomaly. It's an inconsistency. It's unexplained detail, which is, the more you look at these things, the more you get. Oh dear, here we go again. This is the fake photograph of Apollo 14. Spin the thing round so you've got the flag over here. It's exactly the same image, just reversed. And then this photograph, coming up now, appeared in Alan Shepard's biography called Moonshot. Alan Shepard is most famous for having taken a golf club onto the lunar surface and hit a golf ball with it. And guess what? You can see the golf ball. If you've ever watched golf on television, yes, you can see golf balls flying through the air head on. You can't see them going across because they move too fast and they're quite small. Here's Alan Shepard. Here's Ed Mitchell. Here's the craft. Oh, the flag. They've moved it. Because if you recall, it was right alongside the lander. There's a checkerboard thing here. So the question I asked originally was, who took this photograph? Because there were only ever 2 astronauts on the lunar surface at any one time. We saw one on Apollo 11, and the photograph was taken on a cine camera. No, this is a Hasselblad photograph. There are crosshairs. Not very clear, but they are there. There are crosshairs. This is a composite of 5 separate images. It was in Alan Shepard's book, and it wasn't described as a composite. This photograph, blown up to about that size, was on display at the Kennedy Space Center until we made the point to NASA. It said, well, we know this is a composite because no 2 astronauts were ever photographed together. So why are you showing a composite? Why are you showing a fake photograph? They took it down then. But they wouldn't admit that it was a fake. They did say that there was one image here, another image was here, the spacecraft was a 3rd image, the flag was a separate image, and these were all painted on. Sorry? Coming to that, there's the video image. Notice the flag is different, but it's a similar composition. That's where they got the idea from, obviously, but they didn't get it right. Either they're too arrogant to think anybody is going to notice, or too above everything to consider that anything they do would ever be questioned. And even if it is questioned, as NASA said in response to David Percy's questions, quite legitimate questions when filmed on Sky Television, his response to many of the questions was, we don't have enough time for this claptrap. That's where NASA's coming from. Well, if you're a National Academy of Space Actors, I suppose you probably wouldn't.
So we are seeing on the screen is a photograph, I assume taken, or we are meant to believe, taken by Neil Armstrong, who has already exited the lunar module, and his partner in crime, Buzz Aldrin, is starting to descend the ladder to join him on the surface of the moon. This is Apollo 11. So where should we take it from here?
Well, I think we should just say that Buzz Lightyear got his name because he was named after Buzz Aldrin. That's Toy Story, which of course is rather more appropriate. The point about this photograph is that he, in this case Aldrin, is in shadow. The sun, whatever the light source is the other side of the lunar lander. So this is technically in shadow. There is no direct sunlight illuminating him. And you'll notice if you look closely at his right foot, he's not touching the rung of the ladder. His foot is not on the top rung of the ladder. So one would think, theoretically, if his body is in motion, it's moving down. Then if you look at the whole image, all right, when you got up on top of your garage roof to clear the leaves out of the gutter, you're about 10 foot off the ground and you're going to get down the ladder. Are you really going to tell me that's how you would take the first step down onto the rung? With your left foot whacking out into space and your right foot not even touching the rung? No, you wouldn't. You make sure you've got 3 points of contact before you move anything.
Yeah, for sure. Wow.
I mean, that's the basic rule of mountaineering, 3 points of contact. He's only got 2. Oh, I hear somebody says, but he's in a 1/6 gravity, therefore his arms would be quite enough to support him. Are we sure about that? That if he's not on the moon, which he doesn't appear to be, because where did all that light come from that makes him look lit up like a Christmas tree?
Yeah.
Don't forget, this is dark shadow he's in. The sun, assuming it is the sun, the light source, which it may well be, is to the right of the lunar lander. Oh, I hear somebody says, no, that's the reflected light off the lunar surface. No, it's not. The lunar surface has the reflectivity of a road surface, of tarmac, of asphalt. 8% of the light hitting it is reflected from it. That is not enough light to create that amount of illumination, even though it's a white spacesuit. When we look at a broader picture, a broader image of this whole picture, the lunar surface, assuming that's what it is, the lunar surface is not overexposed.
That's right. That's a good point.
And Kodak Ektachrome has a very low tolerance of exposure latitude. You've got to get the exposure absolutely spot on or you ruin the picture.
Yeah.
So if the directly illuminated surface is reasonably well exposed, maybe a half stop or so above correct exposure, Buzz Aldrin is not overexposed, but he is exposed enough for the film to record it, but it's not enough light being reflected off the lunar surface. And Neil Armstrong, wearing a similar type of white spacesuit, is not a big enough figure to reflect enough light to create that amount of illumination to be recorded on Kodak Ektachrome film. This photograph was taken here on Earth under studio conditions.
With multiple light sources would appear. So yeah, it's a really good point. Yeah, to have Buzz Aldrin in the shadow there, to have the camera lens, the shutter there to be open long enough to gather that much light, then any photographer would point to the fact, I think, in thinking through this, that the surface of the moon then that was in the direct sunlight would have been completely overexposed.
Yeah, of course it would. Completely overexposed. In fact, any professional photographer, and there are interviews with many professional photographers who've been asked to look at the lunar photographs, and they say they're fake. They couldn't be taken on the moon. You can see the setup. Any professional photographer will be able to tell you what a photographic setup is. They can tell you where the lights are put. They can even tell you the intensity of the light. These are people who know what they're talking about. We're asked to look at the lunar photographs, and they say, well, where's that light coming from? Where's that light coming from? Why isn't he moving? Why is it? There are so many anomalies about it. Once you start to look at it in detail, you realize that there's no way these things were taken on the lunar surface.
This is the hammer and the feather. Okay? And they dropped the hammer and the feather right beside the strap that broke. That great big strap. You saw the cables that were on the rover. That is the heaviest piece of equipment that they would need, right? On those little tiny cables. This is a a gantry lifting strap. 4 of these would lift that machine off the ground. And there it is, broken on the ground. So they nicely set it up so that they dropped it so it would be right beside, so when they shot the hammer and the feather, they're also shooting, the strap would be in the shot. That's why they dropped it in that spot. Okay, this is Apollo 11. And that's one of Buzz Aldrin's cars down the bottom right there. I Googled that to pull that
The
up.
car is actually in the photograph? At the top there with the arrow?
Yeah.
That's the car? And you can see it on the top right? Yeah. Scott! This is awful. This is so amateurish.
Okay, flip to the next one. There's more than one car in here. There's another one.
I'm breathless. I'm breathless.
It's a junkyard. Over to the right on the rocks, you can see where the car is way back in the distance there. Over to the right of the rocks, there's more cars that are buried, sticking up. One's kind of half in, the other one's kind of upside down. It's a virtual junkyard, is what you're looking at. And you realize in the 60s, most people don't realize that, is they didn't recycle metal the same way. They just put them out. They put them out in yards and disposed of them that way. Right? How do you like that one? That's everybody loves the
Corvette.
Yeah.
Wow.
Very distinctive. Now,
covered in lunar material and dust. I love it, Scott.
Well, you know the spray insulation foam that they use to cover metal.
Yeah.
911, insulate the steel so it doesn't burn.
Yeah.
They use the same kind of stuff. Disney used the same kind of stuff to do it. If you look at the old Star Trek, they made the rocks for the original Star Trek out of the same kind of stuff, right? So this is how they prepped the set, right? They just sprayed all of that down on it. Now, when you look at this vet that is smashed up there and the windshield's crushed down, it's quite a bit shorter at the front. But what people may not realize is that it was a fiberglass car, so the metal didn't have metal rippled up. When it got into a front end accident, the fiberglass would just break off, right? So what you're looking at, you can see the one arrow there. I'm showing the front axle sitting there to the rear, and that is the tow bar is still left in place on the front of that thing, right? The back of it is very distinctive. You can't miss a 1960s Corvette for the shape of that, and there's absolutely no way that a rock would look like that to have the rear axle sitting there like that in that perfectly round shape, and the rear fenders.
My stomach's just in knots over the absurdity of all of this, Scott.
Okay, now down. This is the same crater that ancient aliens found the robot head, right? Well, it's actually just a doll's head. I've found it down here as well. And there's other things. That entire pile of stones down in the middle there, that's just a pile of junk. There's big truck axles and all kinds of stuff in there, transmissions, you name it. And there's 2 more cars right at the bottom of the hill there.
This is just pathetic.
There's a 59 T-Bird down at the bottom of there. Now, this is a central station. This powers all of the experimental equipment on it. You can see that it's between the different missions. They just left it laying down on its back on the ground. The dirt is stuck to it, and it's actually rusted the metal. You can see that on the bottom left, the zoom in there. You can see the metal's all rusted. So it's just been laying around. Okay?
But it shouldn't rust on the moon either because there's no atmosphere and no moisture.
Well, considering the fact that the equipment is said to be prepared in a clean room put in a rocket, unloaded, set up, and then photographed right away. How much time would it have to do any of this stuff? Right? You take it out of the box and you set it up and you take a photograph of it. It's got to be perfectly clean, right?
Just so sloppy. They were so sloppy the way they did all of this, Scott.
Now, what is intentional about this is the astronauts have peeled the foil back to show you that there's nothing inside of it.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be packed full of, first of all, it's supposed to have radio communications. It's supposed to collect all of the data from all of the other experiments and relay that information back to the Earth, as well as power all of that other equipment. Okay, and if you look at the so-called computer cables at the bottom, those bands there, that's just translucent film. There's no wires in it. You can see right through it. There's nothing in there at all. Down on the bottom left, on the right-hand picture, that piece of steel there, that's an electrical conduit, and up to a switch that looks exactly like what you'd see on an oil furnace. Right? All the computer stuff is supposed to be underneath the bottom panel of that, but there's supposed to be a battery that's about twice the size of a car battery in there powering it, and then the nuclear power generator, the RTG, powers and recharges that battery for it. There's no battery in there. That's showing both sides of it with the foil torn off. There's nothing in that machine at all.
This whole thing is a joke, Scott.
This thing, can you imagine that thing is supposed to send the information back to Earth? There isn't even a proper antenna on it, nothing. This shot is Apollo 12, and this is the same piece of equipment with the experimental package attached to it. And then when you see the little crisscrosses down there, that's where the foil was piled up on it. And then it just came down to the bottom thing. That's exactly what it is. The previous image you were looking at, this is the same thing as it's set up. There's absolutely...
And more preposterous mold on the moon.
Well, yeah, it's been laying around. First of all, while they're rehearsing, none of it's functional. You realize that they did all this they're using the same equipment that they did to practice with. Like they probably thought at one time they were going to go to the moon, right? Wasn't going to happen. They didn't go out and put equipment down or anything else. They just simply are using the same equipment that they were practicing with, which are just mock-ups. None of the equipment is real, right? They're just mock-ups for them to play with. The only thing that was actually running and functioning was the rover. It was the only actual piece of equipment. And here's another piece of equipment on the bottom, on the left-hand side, the arrow showing down there, you can actually see water standing in there. It's perfect, smooth and flat. Okay.
No atmosphere, no water on the moon, hence another dramatic refutation that this was taken on the moon. It's just so insulting, Scott. It's so insulting from beginning to end.
Right. If you take this out of the equipment bay, or the bay in the LEM, set it on the ground and take a picture of it. How could it look like this? How could it get like that within a minute or so after you set it up? You take a picture after you set it up. You can see the water is dried back on the right-hand arrow there, right? The water is dried back and the mud is just caked onto it, and there's actually green mold around the edge of it. Okay? The same equipment is left lying around. That's Apollo 12 on the left-hand side and Apollo 14 on the right. And you see it's just been out in the sun baking until it started to crack.
So
see
where
you look at the top?
Where do you surmise this was taken?
The landfill site, okay, which is still in operation today, which is not only a military but a NASA landfill site, is on the southeast corner of Cinder Lake.
Of which lake?
Cinder Lake in Arizona. That's the Cinder Lake is the mock-up they did of the lunar surface where they put all the craters and blew all the craters in.
So it was actually shot in Arizona.
Well, I've had other people tell me to look other places because they believe it was other places. But then I went back and I looked at the log files. I studied all the astronauts. I studied all their log files, all their schedules, everything else, right? And they were flying back and forth between Florida and Arizona, right? And if you realize these guys, I mean, you can't just make those things up because those schedules are there. And those astronauts, I mean, they're media magnets, right? They're being interviewed every day. So they have to be where they said they're going to be, right? You can't interview a guy if he's off there, or if he's in Australia, or he's somewhere else, right? Like every day they were in the media. They're being interviewed while they're doing the training, everything else, because there was such a hype about it. So the log file, when they say they took the T-38 trainer and flew from here to here, that's probably where they were. Well, that comes right up to the liftoff. Their schedules go right up to the liftoff. Okay, it's the only two places they can be.
Florida or Arizona?
Well, they had simulators in both. Right? They had the large gantry crane. They did the practice simulation of landing the thing. Okay, and of course, you can see there's no footprints around anywhere near that can. It's back
we got a beer can on the moon.
Like I said, if I found the pizza boxes, I'd know what.
I know. God.
I got tons more. This one's great. Look at that. Look at that nose cone of that rocket up there. That missile.
In the top right?
Yep. That's it in the background. This is Apollo 14. Okay. And in the center picture, you can see where the nose cone is there. Those are two cars up on their sides.
Wow.
Okay. Now, down in between, you see the round on the left car up on its side?
Yes.
Just look over a little bit, you'll see a perfectly round ring. That's about a 59 Ford with the Continental kit on it. That's the tire sitting up there, buried in the dirt. That's another car sitting in there. And then on the bottom right, I didn't use another photograph. Just to the right of this photograph, the next picture over, on the bottom, that is the Bentley that they even mention in audio, and it's in the transcript.
A Bentley.
That's the Bentley. You can see that car sitting there.
One of the most expensive cars in the world in the landfill.
Yeah, but they threw them out. Probably Elvis Presley's. Now, this is Apollo 11. Now, Apollo 11 weren't so bold when they were doing stuff. They simply took a photograph of the equipment. So there's a close-up of what's down inside that crater. And you can see the top arrow there. That's a gear with the chain on it running down. Those are all gear cases. And then this great big case down on the bottom. And it's got this big arm sticking out on it, kind of almost a bucket scissor arm, claw arm sticking out. But that's the actual gear case sitting right there. And like Kip Teague has tried to hide most of this stuff and erase it and blur it, and he's using Photoshop effects on it, right, to make it grainy and everything else. But they're all right there. That gear case is the same. That chain at the top is just a dead giveaway, right? But all of that stuff down there is just scrap metal parts.
Junk.
Yep. Now you can see how the astronauts, this is Apollo 14, they're using the handle there to point out where that rock is, where that face is, right?
Yes.
And once you understand that the astronauts are pointing it out, okay, there are many ways to point it out. Sometimes they just get off the rover and take a walk out and around it and back. They'll just walk around it and back, and you'll see it sticking out of the dirt or whatever, right? That's how they point it out. Sometimes they use this kind of method. I wouldn't have found that unless I started to understand how the astronauts are pointing it out.
Yeah.
And you could just say, oh, that's just an unusual rock that looks like a face. Okay, but it's painted. It's an Indian head, and the band is painted on the rock. This is that's a ball bag, you know, when you go grab 100 for the driving range.
Yeah.
Well, some of the golf courses back in the 60s, they just had little miniature golf bags that you carried them out in, right? And the GC on the bottom is a golf course.
Wow.
And of course, then I had to throw the sea rock in too, because NASA wants to get rid of the sea. This is Apollo 11. That's the sea rock in Apollo 11. And of course, the inset one there is the actual sea rock from Apollo 16, right? I have found that same rock in, I can't remember which one I didn't find it in, but I got it out of 5 out of 6 missions. That rock is in there because they're using the same set on the same location. This one, they took a lot of trouble. They had to trench this out to lift this rock up. And that shows you how they sprayed the equipment on the top left there. So it's like they're using a plaster or concrete, whatever, to make the rock itself. They're sticking all kinds of unusual pieces, whatever's on the ground, they're just sticking it in there for filler. And then they're putting that spray on, the same as they did over the cars, right? That's the spray. Like it's a clay mold spray or whatever. But you can see it shot on, the rock's laying on its side. If it got on there over time, when it was laying down, it would fall vertical onto it, and it shot sideways on and stuck this way. You can see it. But you can see the clear line on where they were doing it, right? Oh, and if you back one up a bit, back that other one back up. On the right, you can see that there's a steel bar there with rope tied around it. See the rope tied around the knots?
I'm looking at it. I see the end of the bar down here to the right. The arrows are pointing to various aspects of it.
Yeah, where the rope is tied around. There's rope tied around each one. There's the knots on the left-hand side, and you can see the rope going across it. Now this one, there he is pointing it out again, right? The astronaut's nicely pointing it out. And this is a different design on how they made a rock. They made a wire cage and then covered it over. And the close-up is showing you the cage, the mesh that's underneath that rock. And that's just one example of what you'll find. You'll find 3 or 4 more of those in Apollo 15 doing the same thing. What you have to realize is when NASA started out to go to the moon, that was their intention. Their intention wasn't to do a simulation. So, I mean, any film director who set out initially to do a simulation of a moon landing, okay, would have complete control of the set, complete control of the actors, complete control of all the props and lighting effects and any atmospheric effects that they would have. That would be all planned and laid out and done. And of course, if you're going to do a series of 6 of them, you'd be shooting them back to back. Well, NASA initially was going to the moon. And at some point in time, they decided that they couldn't fail. They had to prove that they were a superior nation in the Cold War. And when they decided to do the simulation, they were using the equipment that NASA had already produced, the sets that they were practicing on, and the props as well, like the lander and the experimental packages and stuff like that. And of course, anyone producing and directing this thing also had to use the astronauts as well. They weren't actors. Okay, and as a matter of fact, any director would want to have complete control of the cameras. Well, they didn't have control of the cameras. The astronauts had control of the cameras as well. And this is what has happened throughout these videos and the photos, that the anomalies are there. The astronauts intentionally wanted to show the fraud. They most likely were doing this for their three fallen comrades, Grissom, Chaffee, and White, and they were documenting this in these photographs. They probably weren't intended to be released to the media at any time. I mean, the initial photographs that were put out there was maybe 2 or 3 dozen for each mission that were put up for magazines, newspapers, and other media events. And these other photographs were just simply archived, tucked away, and 25 years later, NASA wants to keep promoting their moon landing, and they started putting up the photographs online. They digitized them, put them up, and everybody looks at them and says, oh yeah, we landed on the moon. That's not what's in the photographs. What's in the photographs is the very detailed documentation of where it was actually shot, the equipment that was used, that it was the same equipment being used over and over again for all 6 missions when they were filming this. And when they weren't using it, it was just left lying outside on the ground. It's you can see the equipment aging with time through the 6 missions. If you're looking at particularly the experimental equipment, okay, and when it got so bad, then they had to replace it.
Yeah. So let me ask you something, Scott. You know, this is one of the things that I found really fascinating about this is when you look at some of these photographs. I mean, it appears that they're like old cars and old pieces of cars and stuff like that. And you told me something that really kind of blew me away about where NASA had originally set up to do some of these pictures, and that was in Flagstaff, right? And in particular, I believe you said that it was like in a junkyard in Flagstaff. Is that right?
Well, the landfill site's still there today. It's right on the southeast corner of Cinder Lake, and Cinder Lake is the moonscape that NASA recreated on there, and that's where they were doing all the simulations. That's where Farouk Albez was training the astronauts to get their timing down and to familiarize them with the use of the equipment. And it only makes sense that they would use a landfill site if they were going to create something. They already had the big earth-moving equipment there. Nobody would even notice that you're doing anything, even if you're flying over it. It just, it's just big equipment moving dirt around. So it was quite easy to create the set, and it's quite easy to remove it after you're done.
Yeah, that's amazing. So what they did to kind of set this set up is they covered a lot of the stuff with kind of a gray ash type of soil, or a gray colored soil. Is that right? Or how exactly do you think they prepped this, to hide most of the debris in the landfill?
Well, they probably used a stone slinger, probably mixed it into a slurry and blended the color of the clay in that they wanted to get the color that they wanted for the moon. And you can see that's covered with that, and some of the rocks that are shown when they're chipped back, they're much whiter underneath. They're either using a plaster coating or a lighter clay. And even if you take a look at Google Earth at Cinder Lake, you can see the landfill site there, and you can see that very white clay in that landfill site. It's still there today.
Wow, that is absolutely amazing.
Oh, you know what else I didn't show that's on here in the lunar module? It's got heater tanks all in there. And here's something, this shows you the delusion people will go through. Supposedly, I don't know anything about physics, and the problem is not heat in space, but cold. Well, let me ask you then, why does NASA say that the ISS has ammonia, an ammonia type of transfer to take the heat off the ISS? Because that is the problem, not cooling. See, people want to be in just self-delusion. And the lunar module, in case you didn't know it, it was never in the dark. It was constantly in the sun the whole time the astronauts were up there. They also had a lunar rover that you remember they drove around. These guys are constantly out there in the sun, no way to cool this. So when they get on inside again, all right, when they get on inside, what's cooling them? What's keeping them from this 500 degree Fahrenheit? I believe it's 480 degrees is the actual temperature, something like that, 480 degrees. Now, can you imagine living in a mobile home out in the desert with no shade on it, and it's 115, 120 degrees? Walk into that thing. I've walked into them. It's like walking into an oven. Can you imagine walking into something that is an oven, 480 degrees? No way to cool it. But, Rich, it's got to have a cooling mechanism. Well, let's see what's on this thing. We have a 5-band steerable antenna. 5 bands. What 5 bands was it picking up on the moon? Radar antenna. This gets me too. What in the heck did they need a radar antenna for on the moon? Just to see if thunderstorms were coming, maybe? And why would it be pointed sideways like this? This would radiate anybody that walked anywhere near away from it. Okay, 5-band in-flight antenna. VHF antenna. They got enough antennas and things like that, don't they? The ascent stage. That takes care of all this over here on the other side. RCS thruster assembly. So this is all has to do with taking off again. RCS nozzle. Here down here we have the descent engine skirt. This has to do with the engine that supposedly landed on the moon with. We're going to debunk that too. And then you have the landing gear. The forward hatch where they went in there. They just opened this thing up like it was nothing. Any air pressure in there would immediately be sucked out. Okay? Because there's no air pressure out here. So I don't know how they pressurized it again. I don't even know how they breathed. How do these people walk around in a constant 500 degree Fahrenheit environment and have their suits cooled? And how did they even exhale? Because if you had any little hole to exhale through, to vent out into the moon, so to speak, the pressure immediately would suck out, I would think, everything in there. Am I wrong on that? So they're just breathing constantly. Now, they might have oxygen in here, so to speak, but they're exhaling carbon dioxide. That's got to be vented somewhere. Other than that, if it's not, the pressure of these suits is just going to continually build and build and build as long as they're in there. And they were on the lunar surface for hours, driving around in a buggy like it was nothing, 500 degrees. Can you imagine getting into a car at 500 degrees? That's what these guys did. Drove around like it was nothing. And still, I want to know what these thermal suits are. Okay? If this is isolating them for 500 degrees, and if they happen to get in the shade here, absolute zero or very close, or let's just say minus 100 degrees Celsius, all right? How did it keep them from immediately freezing, all right? So how did this cool? How did this cool? It couldn't have. There is no method available for this to cool. They would have gotten into a tin box. that was probably thousands of degrees by the time they got back. This whole thing would have been melting anyway. It would have been above the melting temperature of the metal. And that's just the way it is. So if someone can come up and tell me how they cooled these things out there in space, how they cool the Hubble telescope, how do they cool the space station, then I'll believe it's up there. There is no way. So today what we're going to look at is we are going to look at simple power transmission of TV signals, the way they were done back in the 1960s, the way NASA itself admits they were done, and we're going to see how impossible it is for them to set up any kind of antenna on the moon and have it transmit to the Earth using the power they had back then. Then we're going to come back to this, and I'm going to have links to all this stuff in the comments section below. So to make this as soon as possible, let's jump to the next section. Now, since the public loves to use Wikipedia because it's God on earth truth, we're going to use it. Now, you can find other external sources for this. I found it at space.com and a few other places. Again, the links will be at the bottom here. Let's look at analog television, because that is how the television signals were transmitted supposedly from the Apollo missions. And we're going to particularly look at power. Now, one thing we have to look at here is there was a supposed accident on Apollo 13. So they upgraded, supposedly, the batteries on every other one after that. But we're going to look then at, let's look at Apollo 13 and before, because we had Apollo 11 and 12 where they did plenty of transmissions from the moon. And I'm not even going to get into the part that the Earth was spinning, the moon was spinning, they're moving in conjunction from one another. I don't know if I'll get it covered here, but there's one area where it says it wasn't a problem for these cameras because even when they were filming the lunar module descending or moving in space, they were, and the astronauts on the surface, they were moving slow enough so it wouldn't blur the picture and things like that, because they get into how they had to shrink it down to a very narrow signal, and that's just technical BS to try to get around the fact that there wasn't enough power to transmit what they had on the moon, even 50 feet away probably. But people want to believe it went from the Earth to the moon. We talked to them. Think about this. We had transmission of audio back and forth from Houston to the astronauts. The astronauts could talk to each other. They could both hear each other. These are transmitters, receivers, microphones. These are all using power. These astronauts standing on the surface of the moon, supposedly their whole backpack, or almost all of it, had to be used for oxygen. So where were the batteries they were using? And these are things that I'm throwing out there for you guys to be able to even add more to what I'm going to add here. So now the LM, that's the lunar module. That's what we're concerned with, because when the lunar module was on the moon, it's not connected to the service module, which was supposedly rotating around waiting for them to come back. And it tells you what the electrical system was designed for. Guess what? None of it ever mentions powering the antenna itself. Can you believe that? They had a whole 65 kilowatts per hour at 4 kilowatts max for a 35-hour lunar stay. So check this out. They couldn't use more than 4 kilowatts. That's 4,000 watts of power. Or they run out of power before they left. And you know they don't even want to get close to running out of power before they left, would you? And here's the killer. You ready for this? 28 volts DC. 28 volts DC went into inverters to convert it to AC. And I can tell you, even 10 years ago, these inverters that we used to be able to get were a lot less efficient than what they are now. God only knows how bad it was in the late 1960s. But we're going to say they're extremely efficient. Even more efficient than today. In fact, we're not going to consider any power loss going through an inverter. How's that? And I'm not going to use any power loss going through wires. And I'm not going to consider any power loss transmitting from the air or through no air. I don't know what it's transmitting through. I guess it's just unimpeded. But from the surface back to the lunar module, through the antenna, and then back to the Earth, and then from the Earth back up. We're not going to even account for that. Originally, and this is what we're looking at, it was designed for 3 fuel cells. And they added one after the Apollo 13 so they could have more power. Well, when you look at the diagram, you show me where they had room to fit it in. And the lunar modules were made in advance, so they didn't recast them again. Here's what we're looking at. Here's the most important thing right here, the lunar module descent. There's 3 different batteries they could use. The CSM, that is the actual device that supposedly orbited the moon as they descended in the lunar module. The service module is what this is mostly known as. So we can't even count any of this because this wasn't connected to the lunar module. Now, there's 2 different battery types, lunar module descent, lunar module ascent. We're only interested in lunar module descent. As they say in this PDF, link below, these are the only batteries used the entire time the astronauts were on the surface of the moon. 29 stinking volts. It's a little bit more than 2 car batteries, guys. 400 amp hours capacity. They couldn't use much, and plus they're in, what, 251 degrees Celsius, I think it is, during the day, and minus whatever if it's in the shade. Very efficient. We're only interested in the, like I said, the details are in this thing. I'm not lying to you. Look it up. They're only using the lunar module batteries when they're on the surface, period. Now here's the design where they put the batteries in. And of course they're showing them very sleek and thin and everything like they could just slide them into the wall or something. I'd like to see a 29-volt battery, even today, with 400 amp hours each, be a nice little thin thing you can just slide into the wall. How come the technology hasn't reached us yet? You know how big a car battery is? That's 12 volts. Nowhere near this kind of amperage. Anyway, let's keep going. Now, if you know how to read a schematic, you will see that the lunar batteries are right here. Now, the most they could use for the antenna on the surface of the moon, which they don't show, is the largest circuit breaker that they have. Like if you have, let's say in your house, you have an air conditioner unit that requires 200 amps, let's say. You can't connect it to a 100 amp service. It'll blow the circuit right away, or it'll melt the wires if it doesn't blow the circuit. That's why we have circuit breakers. Most washers and dryers in the United States either run on 30 amp or 50 amp type of things, and you can't overload them. You can only go as much as the highest amp you have. Now, what's the highest here? Total is 100 amps. Now, as they keep going out, you'll see that each bus that goes out to these different subsystems, they only get 30 amps each. So 30 amps is all that was available on the surface. These 100 amps, if you know how to read a schematic, these are all internal. They don't get to the outside, but we're going to say they do. We're going to say 100 amps goes out to the antenna. All the power, 100% of the power we're going to use for the antenna when they're out there, okay? Here we go. Lunar battery was a spare added after Apollo 13, so we don't care about that. We're going to use Apollo 11, the most famous one, the first time on the moon, as the example. All right, so the most important thing to remember is they had 100 amps available in the circuit, and here we go. 400 amp hours capacity. Nothing, as you're going to see. So let's look at something else here. Now let's take a look at something that everybody can relate to. We're going to look at WABC News, or WABC transmission. We're going to look at WABC out of New York City, which has its antenna on top of the Empire State Building, so there's absolutely nothing in the way, no terrain, no other buildings. It's the highest building there, other than the World Trade Center buildings, and the antenna faces southwest, so that's not even facing towards it. So, let's look at WABC, and we're going to look at analog, because analog is what they used in the 60s and 70s, and I already know what somebody's going to say. Yeah, they had technology ahead of ours. They went digital. Well, stuff your ignorance where it doesn't show, and then pull it out again, wipe your face off, and learn that digital requires much more power than analog. So I'm giving NASA every benefit of the doubt here. So we have ABC out of New York. It's AB7. That's the channel in New York. And anybody who grew up in the United States in the 60s and 70s knew that, generally speaking, the higher the channel, the highest you would get on regular channels was 13, and then you would get into the VHF band, or I'm sorry, you would drop into the UHF band to get other channels. But generally speaking, this was just broadcast on the VHF band. And what we have here is, I want to focus in on the power that this uses. Here we go. The transmitter uses 34 kilowatts of power. That's 3,000, well, that's 34 times 1,000, 34,000 watts of power. Now, how far can this be seen? When you had analog television, how far could you see it? Maybe 40, 50 miles. At 50 miles, you were definitely getting a lot of snow and a lot of mess up. Maybe if atmospheric conditions were perfect, maybe 60 miles, but it would still be a very snowy picture. And I'm giving benefit of the doubt, saying it was a Channel 13, best technology back then, with the strongest power, which, by the way, wasn't 34 kilowatts. It wasn't allowed to have that much back then. But now it is 34 kilowatts of power. Will transmit 50 miles. 34 kilowatts transmits 50 miles. Now, there's one more place I want to look here. This is another Wikipedia article called List of North American Broadcast Station Classes, linked below. Low power in the U.S. Low power TV, U.S. VHF, these are the channels I was just talking about, 2 to 13. These are the most efficient. There's no more efficient transmission of television than this, guys. There just isn't. Everything else uses more power. Everything else. This is why VHF was picked for the main channels in the United States. It's because it was the most efficient. There's nothing more efficient to transmit television signals. 3 kilowatts. Analog video. That's what we're talking about. 3 kilowatts. And how far does it go? At most 50 miles. And then you get into all kind of fuzzy stuff. Now, people don't know that today because everything's digital, and you got these antennas that bring in the digital signal. But if you happen to live somewhere where they have an analog signal, this is the lowest figure I can figure, 3 kilowatts. This is roughly equivalent to what they used on the moon. If they used every stinking ounce of power on the moon, then they beat it by 1 kilowatt. So, how can TV channels on Earth using the same power or more, the 34 kilowatt is the one that goes 60 miles. In any case, we're going to use this. Everything to the advantage of NASA. 3 kilowatts goes 50 miles. And 3 kilowatts on the moon goes how far? Well, it's actually 4. So let's give it 1/4 more. Actually, let's give it double. Let's give it double. 6 kilowatts. So it goes 100 miles. And if they used 100% of the power, they're not keeping air conditioning or heating going on in the lunar module. The computer's not working. The oxygen inside isn't going. It's not keeping the inside pressurized and all that kind of stuff. Light systems. Again, no loss of power because of going through inverters and different wires and different things like that, which cracks me up. There's a picture, if I find it, I'll put it in here, which showing the camera outside in supposedly 251 degrees Celsius temperature in the sun, and it's got the regular plastic coating on the wires going to it. It's just absolutely insane that we believe this stuff. Anyway, So, doubling the power gives 100 miles, way more than what they could possibly use on the lunar module. And what are we told? We are told that only 4 kilowatts, if they use the entire max, risking being able to take off, they were able to transmit 232,000 miles. Not only that, but the moon was moving, the earth was moving the entire time. All they did was go out and stick the antenna out and point it straight up in the sky. There was no rotation of the antenna, nothing like that. And look at this too. You see the antenna up here pointing straight up? So the whole time the lunar module, it's pitching and going back and forth and different things like that. It's actually going sideways and it's rotating every which way, but it never lost the signal with the earth. Come on! Are you serious? No. You're freaking insane if you think that 4 kilowatts could transmit 232,000 miles with an antenna that was never pointed straight at Houston. And if it was only for the slightest moment. It never rotated. The astronauts left it there the entire stay. Absolutely insane stuff. We didn't go to the moon, guys. Wake up. Okay, guys, let's drive the point home with 4 different pictures. You know, it's okay to be fooled once. We were naive at one time. We were brainwashed, actually, into believing our government no matter what. If you haven't seen the other people's videos, I even did a video on the subliminals they used to do, trust the government, things like that, when they used to play the national anthem when the television stations would come off at night. But bury your pride and just look at what we're looking at. 251 degrees Celsius. Transfer that to Fahrenheit. This is just regular plastic wire going out to the camera. Don't worry, it gets better. Here's a close-up of the camera. Look at this plastic wire going up to into here. And then you have this on the front here. This isn't even coated. So now you can see all the plastic wire wrapping around this, going all the way up to the outside. Absolutely freaking nuts. Look at this thing. How much power do you think this thing consumed?
You see, the vibration of my voice box makes the air vibrate between us. Then when the air vibrates your eardrum, you hear what I'm saying. But maybe you've seen a demonstration of a bell under a glass jar. With normal air inside the jar, you could hear the bell clearly. But when the vacuum pump drew the air out of the jar, there was nothing inside to carry the vibrations of the bell. Nothing until the air was let back into the jar.
They can't forget your photo numbers. And this is core tube number 2. Okay, I can almost drive it without a hammer. But if you'll hand it to me, I'll get it in a second. I'm going to take a couple more shots of this before we leave. Get all in, I get the pictures. All right? Drive in real easy, Houston.
During the Apollo missions, all kinds of sounds have been recorded that should not be possible if they are on the moon in the vacuum of space.
Good.
In the Apollo missions, you can hear all kinds of sounds. The sound of 2 very hard hammer blows transmitted through Dave's gloves into the suit and to his microphone can be heard between his grunts. And we return to the Apollo Lunar Surface Journal, which more and more begins to look like damage control and misdirection. And here is what they have to say about the Apollo 17 hammering. The last paragraph there at the bottom. What seems likely is that when Gene hits the rock, the hammer rebounds against the palm of the pressurized glove, creating a sound wave in the suit loud enough to be picked up by the microphone at Gene's lips. In brief, the suit acts like a drum. Now let's return to Apollo 12.
Okay, I can almost drive it without a hammer. But if you'll hand it to me, I'll get it in a second. I'm going to take a couple more shots of this before we leave. Get all in, I get the pictures. All right? Drive in real easy, Houston.
That does not sound like the spacesuit acting like a drum at all. It sounds like a metal hammer striking a metal object repeatedly with authority. Pictured is Alan Bean during Apollo 12, striking a metal core tube into the so-called lunar surface with a metal hammer. This is an interview with Apollo astronauts Alan Bean and Pete Conrad, done by the Apollo Lunar Surface Journal. They are once again taking the position that the sound is coming through the hand and transmitting into the microphones in the helmet. Alan Bean says, "I would have said it wasn't possible," and Pete Conrad responds, "The other guy can't hear it." If the sound is coming through Alan Bean's microphone, then like his voice, it must be transmitted directly into the headset of Pete Conrad, so his statement makes no sense. Alan Bean's statement makes a lot of sense, since it would not have been possible in a vacuum. When Bean says, "I would have said it wasn't possible," he has science on his side. And he also has NASA on his side, at least up until August 19th, 2011. And this brings us to the most important graphic in the film. This is a web page that has been disappeared from the internet by NASA as of August 2011. It was at nasa.gov, running concurrently with the Apollo Lunar Surface Journal between 2009 and September 2011. However, this page, which was created for children, you can see the banner at the top, Lunar Science for Kids. This page directly contradicts the assertions made in the Apollo Lunar Surface Journal concerning the hammering sounds in Apollo 12, 15, and 17. This page talks about the science involved with sound on the moon, and it does so correctly. And that is why NASA has disappeared it from the web. The contradiction between the journal and this page was brought up in the very popular Moon Zoo forum, and that is where I first became aware of the situation. Reader Tom128 pointed out the contradiction between the site for children and the journal, and I went looking for the site for children and could not find it. I then went to my favorite research tool, the Wayback Machine at archive.org, and I was able to find an old version of the page that NASA did not clean up. And whenever I see information go missing from the web, it always starts me thinking, and this was the genesis of the film. At that moment, I became a NASA moon hoax researcher. You've seen the image on the right of the graphic before. That is Alan Bean hammering a core tube during Apollo 12, and this is the sound of such hammering. The graphic is problematic for NASA because of the contradiction to the journal, and the graphic is correct science. And I quote, "Sound needs something to travel through to get from one place to another. On the moon, since there is no air, sound cannot travel above the surface. So, there are no sounds on the surface of the moon. When the Apollo astronauts were out on the moon's surface, they could only talk to each other and to mission control by using the radios in their air-filled helmets. Even when the astronaut in the photo to the right hit a metal tube into the ground with a hammer, no sound was made." All of the sounds so far analyzed were made by the astronauts as they were handling tools, but now we are going to analyze some sounds that are made a distance away from the astronauts. So what you just saw appears to be a smoking gun. That scene, which was broadcast live to the world during Apollo 15, shows astronaut James Irwin. He takes this cord or band off of a canister, and those canisters are in the mesa table, which Irwin is standing in front of. He unravels the cord, which has two metallic locks at the end of it, pictured here. They look like bullets. He takes that off, he unravels it, he reaches back with his right hand, and he throws the cord away. Let's take another look at it. So the argument has been made for the hammering that the sound is coming through the glove and it's miraculously getting into the microphones. But we don't have to deal with that argument because James Irwin releases the object and it hits the ship and he's not touching it, and that sound is picked up by the microphone inside the astronaut's helmet. And you can always tell that that's the microphone in play because you will always hear the sound of the suit air supply system in the background whenever the astronaut is transmitting, and you will hear this sound remain on for a split second after the astronaut stops transmitting.
Yeah, you better believe it. Yeah, you better believe it.
Both the outside of the ship and the inside of the ship in the cabin are in the vacuum because the lunar module does not have an air hatch. So when the astronauts leave the lunar module, it is depressurized. Microphones in the lunar module plug into the audio centers. The only voice possibilities are through the use of the headsets. They took off with 6 microphones, 3 Snoopy caps. Each astronaut also had a lightweight headset at launch. While they were on the moon and the suspect audio event took place, they were wearing their Snoopy caps. Communication cables, which are the umbilical cords that the astronauts plugged into while in the lunar module, as you can see from the checklist, were stowed prior to EVA. Also, looking at the same exact checklist, we can see that the lightweight headsets were also stowed prior to EVA. So, there were no live microphones inside the cabin. So now let's take another listen, and we will slow down the audio so you can hear the air supply unit remain on for a split second after the object hits the ship.
Now, this photograph wouldn't have come out till '99, and I know a lot of people have researched it. I couldn't believe when I hit it that nobody had found it before me because it's very blatant. There's 3 or 4 of them in the series on this, showing this lighting. So I just took 2 because it shows the lighting with the shadow one direction, the lighter shadow one direction, and then they've adjusted the lighting, and now it's off to the other side.
Just unbelievably insulting.
Okay, and nobody can explain this. Like if somebody's going to go around and say, well, there was a guy out there running around and this reflected light is coming off his suit like Mythbusters, right? Both these guys are inside the LEM at the time when they shot this. It's just as blatant as that. This one, Paul and I did a full video on this. This is the Apollo 16, and the side of the craft, it literally explodes. Those panels literally are blown off on their simulated liftoff. Okay, and if you look at the top right, you can see that the paint, like they're using the same LEM over and over again, and the paint is peeling back on it. And I imagine the astronauts are so frustrated, they just decided to blow the panels off the side of it so that they could get the thing fixed up, right? And the video shows them blowing that off. The bottom right-hand photo there shows the panels literally torn apart. And what is behind those panels are all of the sensitive instruments and controls that run that machine. Okay, and when you see the size of the explosion in the video of the takeoff of the Apollo 16, okay, this thing would have ruptured the hull and completely wouldn't just disable the machine. It would just literally explode with the amount there when it ruptured the hull in that kind of a vacuum. Okay.
So it would have destroyed their ability to launch from the moon.
Well, this thing on liftoff, that's all of their controls and relays, telecommunications, everything else are behind that panel, directly behind it. I believe they were using steam, high pressure steam, to simulate the landing. And then when they got to the liftoff, all of that equipment was in the lander part, so they didn't have anything to simulate an exhaust on takeoff. And I actually have a shot of the interior control panel inside the LEM, and it shows a full bank of heater switches, and then it shows gauges, and it says steam pressure right on it.
Steam pressure right on it.
Right on the panel. Before we go to the next photograph, that leg there is the ball swivel joint is snapped right off when it landed. The leg is sitting off to the side of the pad. It's pushed right off to the side. It should be in the center. It's actually broken right off.
Well, the equipment was so flimsy to begin with. I mean, you know, nothing like this could have sustained the actual pressures and stresses to which it was purportedly subjected on the moon. Had any of this been real, I think this flimsy thing would have fallen apart immediately.
Yes. Flip the next one up. There we go. Okay. On the right hand side there, on the ground, are the ball swivel joints for the secondary strut. Now they didn't even clean this equipment up. All the broken pieces, you can see all the broken pieces have been stuffed up underneath the machine. But those are the two ball swivel joints that broke off of that leg. Okay? And on the left hand side, if you're looking, the leg on the left, you can see the distance, the length of that leg is a lot shorter than the one on the right, because they had to bring in another strut long enough to prop it back up, because it was now sitting in that crater.
The one on the right being longer than the one on the left.
Well, the legs actually do compress. The bottom 32 inches compresses down, but if the one on the left had compressed, the foil would have rolled up. Okay?
Yeah.
It hasn't compressed at all. So the other one they replaced it in, the one on the left is 32 inches up to where the secondary strut comes in, and the other one is around 4 feet.
Or 48 inches, a foot longer.
When the astronauts, you see photographs of the astronauts walking up, that's almost at the shoulder height, and the other one's at their waist.
And of course, if this had been bona fide, they'd be symmetrical, the same length.
Well, they would compress down shorter. Now, this is, those are their backpacks on the ground. If you look at the top right one, you'll see one has the covers taken off, and the other one there is sitting up underneath the machine, still together. And of course, the astronaut taking the photograph has to have one on. He can't function out there. And the astronaut in the background's got one on, and only two were supplied.
So we got two extra backpacks.
Well, that backpack isn't really a backpack. That's just a cooling system for the suit. When you're running around doing a simulation on Earth, you got to keep these guys cool in those suits. And that's all that is. That's the sublimator core. What's laying outside that thing is sublimator core.
Right.
Now, here's the close-up of this is a museum photograph, what they have on display in the museum. And in the center there, that round core, that is the sublimator on a full active backpack, the PLSS, right? The battery's down on the bottom right, the oxygen tank's on the bottom left, and the 2 oxygen purge tanks are at the top, right? What's on the ground beside that leg is just 2 canisters with that sublimator core to keep the suit cool. Like, they didn't need to have extra oxygen or anything. They're running around on Earth. They just needed to keep the suit cool, and that's what you see. You see that core in there. This is Apollo 15. That is the opposite side. Straight across from quadrant 1. On it, quadrant 3, this is shooting in from quadrant 3. And you can see the scratch marks down on the bottom and the wrinkle on it. And then on the right is Apollo 17. They never replaced the bell housing underneath it when they were doing the simulations. They fixed the rest of the machine up. Well, they got it off the ground. They got the legs adjusted right for it. Got it back up off the ground. But the same scratches are on there. They're identical scratches on there, and the wrinkle's still in there.
Close enough for government work, Scott.
Yeah, pretty amazing, eh?
Stunning.
This shows that they're simulating. And you can't have that on the moon either.
Mist.
Little morning mist. Somebody said it could be dust. Well, there's no wind either.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
The fact of the matter is, it just can't be there. Okay, this is the Surveyor. Okay, this thing managed to get to the moon all by itself, landed by itself. Didn't need people on board or anybody else.
Didn't even need a transporter.
Okay. What is interesting is the Russian machine is identical to this. The panels, everything, even the way they're cut out, are identical. The only difference I found when I was studying it is the top panels. One are solar panels and the other is supposed to be a high gain antenna. These ones are supposed to be solar panels, and if you look, it's just a piece of particle board with a 1x3 down the front of it. Okay, and the other one, you can see where it was glued down to something else. It could have been an old countertop or school desk or something like that, and they're reusing it here. And you can see there's standing water on top of the on the right there on that panel.
Yes.
You can quite clearly see it, and if you've really got a good thing, you can see where he wiped his finger, because the cuff checklist tells him to wipe their finger. The mirror, the panoramic mirror on this thing is just covered in dust.
Well, you can even see a reflection from that little mound there in the water.
Yes, absolutely. But the panoramic mirror is pointing on an angle down, and it's covered in dust. The rest of this machine is absolutely whistle clean.
It's all absurd. It's all just absurd beyond belief, Scott. Absurd beyond belief.
This is just mock-up equipment that they were using to do the filming. None of it's real. None of it's functional. Okay? And it was used, this is exactly the same equipment for all 6 missions. The same rover, the same LEM. Everything is being used over and over again.
One small step, one footprint on the moon. Iconic photograph. How did they take it? How did they take that photograph on the moon? Right, the camera was mounted on the chest. A Hasselblad camera has, the nearest you can focus it is about 3 feet. So you take it off the chest, and you point it at your foot, and you take one photograph. No, that is not the way it works. It's beautifully exposed. It's right in the center. You're seeing exactly what you expect to see. That was taken here on Earth under controlled studio conditions. And if anybody can prove me wrong, I'd love to hear it. For 20 years, I have asked that question. Please prove me wrong. I'm still waiting. And then the moon rock, of course. Don't forget the moon rock, because that proves we went to the moon, doesn't it? Moon rock proves we went there. The Russians, not questioning it, prove we went there. And the reflectors left on the moon, at which we fired giant lasers, prove we went there. No, it doesn't. The Rijksmuseum thought it was a big joke and kept it. It's a piece of petrified wood. Nobody told us they had petrified wood on the moon. If you saw this original, would you believe that this would commemorate the visit of 3 astronauts on their world tour to the Netherlands, presenting the Dutch government with a piece of moon rock? Yes, you would. And then when you find that the whole thing is a complete fake, and you laugh about it, and NASA chose not to respond.
And every single activity they did, especially on Apollo 11, was recorded. And they were talking to Houston the whole time. There is a timeline that is timed to the nearest second. So we know exactly what they were doing on all occasions. Touching the flag never features in any record after they had planted it in the ground.
Yes. That's one thing I've noticed, or what I've learned quickly, is that how well this was all documented. You know, understanding, like you said, what was happening every second, where they were, what they were saying, everything was extremely well documented, which we would expect, obviously, for something of this caliber.
Yeah, and in fact, one could say that this is an extended film script. Now, anybody who's had anything to do with the film industry will know that every film is scripted to the nearest second. It has to be, because you have to know where the cameraman has to know where to put the camera, the sound man has to know what to record. Of course it's scripted. It's called storyboarding. And you get the images that are put there so that you know roughly what your next scene is going to be. It's a major part of filmmaking. And what we have here with Apollo is a script. It's a film script, which they followed quite accurately, because the whole point about Apollo was it was simulated. The whole thing was simulated over many years. In fact, in different parts of the United States, there were simulations going on all the time. And when they were simulating the Apollo 11 mission, it was done in real time. It was 8-day simulation. There's nothing unusual about that. And also, a key point, there's nothing secret about it either.
Yes.
People involved knew what was going on. It was a simulation.
It was a simulation.
Yeah, they're recorded, they're filmed, they're photographed. So when you have a debrief about it, you'll say, "Oh, Buzz, don't put your foot there, put it there." You fall off. It's called debriefing. That's what you do. Of course you do. There's nothing secret about it.
You've got the cuff checklists were very interesting. So, obviously
the first one, the cue cards, would be a good one to go through. It's got the checklist in it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So, Scott, why don't you talk about those cue cards? Well, we call them cue cards, but they were the astronauts' cuff checklists. So they had these checklists on their suit, and so we kind of covered a little bit what it was included in those, and they're very much like a director's notes.
Well, NASA calls them cue cards as well.
Oh, there you go.
How appropriate.
If they have cue cards inside the CSM, they're all over the place for them to do their staging with. But when you realize that the astronauts, when they're wearing the suit, they really couldn't, their vision was cut down. They really couldn't see anybody giving them direction, and they really couldn't hear them giving them direction. So they gave them the cue cards on their wrist, and that's why the cuff, right? The wrist is the cuff. So that's the cuff checklist, and those are just little staging scenes. They're little storyboards on what they're supposed to be doing during that scene. And what you'll see is that they're showing a rock. They're giving the dimensions of the rock. They're giving the dimension, the direction of the sun, the camera settings that they're supposed to take, and there's no way they'd know that in advance on a manually operated camera. They'd show that, how many shots they're going to take of it, the distance they're going to stand away, where their footprints are, where the disturbed area is, where they picked a rock up and moved it where the hole was and where the rock's going to be, and what the mineral content of a rock, once they split it open, is described for them in the cue cards in advance.
Wow.
And those are all there. And then there's director's notes giving them, that they're supposed to give the observations enthusiastically and stuff like that. It's quite interesting. When you look at all of them out there, and I think Apollo 17 has their own little language where they're talking about different beers that they're drinking, whether it's a Coors Light or a Pabst Blue Ribbon, and they're referring those to a short can and a long can, which also refers to a 4-minute film for the DAC camera or a 12-minute film. You see up on the left there, they're showing where the footprints is, where the disturbed area would be. I mean, they haven't been there before, right? All the camera settings are there. You can see that clearly. Even the dimensions of the rock and what the mineral content would be when it's split open.
Scott, who made this stuff available for public release that we're looking at?
NASA.
They weren't concerned about this? I mean,
They don't know.
It's kind of leaked out.
Everybody from NASA that was there in the 1960s is long gone.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay? And when the public are demanding information on NASA or on Apollo, right? They just go into the file room and pull up the archives and put it online for you.
Yeah.
They have no idea. That particular plate there, the color plate at the start of the video, shows the date and time, who the director was and who the photographer was. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Well, even what we showed
Okay.
before that is in the cuff checklist, you've got the guy's name, Jones. Yeah, right there. So there on the right, you've got Jones standing. So he's obviously, the director knows where he's going to be, so he's not going to be on the shot. And then if you go and you can see his name is on the color plate, so he's the inspector. And then if you look at the dates of the color plate, look at the dates there, and then compare it to the actual Apollo 17 mission dates.
Now, all of those are online. All of those are on YouTube.
That's unbelievable. Because
See this
I mean,
there, November 28th, 1972.
Yeah.
Okay, now go a little bit further in the video, and you'll see what and I put in there what obviously the mission dates are.
Week and a half prior to, right?
Yeah.
This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, they have literally released the information that busts them dead to rights.
Yes. All of them are on YouTube for each of the missions. And just look at the raw uncut. And the color plates are on there. The other ones have been edited out. They're realigned and stuff like that. They've been edited out.
Wow.
I have a copy of all of them right back to Apollo 7, I think.
God, if I were NASA, I would be on a mission to scrub every one of these from YouTube.
They should take everything down. They should take everything they've put up down. All the 10,000 photos are exactly the same way.
That is absolutely over the top. I had no idea. I mean, I knew there was a lot of, a ton of it, of debunking information, but it almost seems like at this point, NASA just doesn't care. And the only reason that they could possibly take this attitude is they think that they've already won. Essentially, they think that nobody's ever going to give a crap about this. Nobody's ever going to look into it. Nobody's, always the fanboys are going to make up some excuse. There's always going to be a plausible deniability. And honestly, after seeing what I've seen today, anybody that could possibly come back and say any of this is real has got to have rocks in their head. I mean, just with what you've shown us today is over the, not to mention all the stuff that's come out before that, but I had no idea that like these diagrams existed, person placed here, prop placed here. This is the specs of everything.
You can read through the checklists all day long and not see anything until you understand what's going on. You have to study it like I've done.
Apollo 16 Cuff Checklist. The checklists are prepared months before launch. However, the information contained in them is impossible for NASA to know in advance. How could NASA know the size, shape, exact location of a rock, exact time the astronauts would arrive at it, the camera settings, position of the sun, where the footprints and the disturbed area would be located? How could NASA know the mineral composition of the inside of a rock before it is split open? On the lower left, ALSEP photos taken, past tense. The checklists are storyboards and cue cards used for filming the scenes. The astronauts, when wearing the suits, could not hear instructions from the film crew, and the helmets would restrict their vision, so the cuff checklists were used in Apollo 12 to 17. Apollo 11 did not have these lists. Apollo 17 checklist contains impossible details, locating 4 craters to drive through and around. This is a very well staged scene. One astronaut operating 2 cameras and taking photos at the same time. Jones is the inspector for the filming, and his location of where he is standing is clearly marked. So what is he doing on the moon? Well, they had to make sure Jones wasn't in the shot. It's a director's note. Jones was the inspector of the simulation video shot weeks before takeoff, and this is the same video that NASA claims was taken on the moon. This is the plate at the start of the video showing the date it was shot, November 28th, 1972, and of course Jones was never a crew member. Note the dates of the Apollo 17 mission, however. December 7 through 19, 1972. But the video was shot November 28th of them on the moon, more than a week earlier.
Yeah, and you wanted to have a look at the cuff checklist, a few more anomalies in here, and in these as well, you will find the timeline. Now they started a timer just for the cuff checklist, just for the EVAs. They have their own timeline in there. But
yeah.
Those are also given. The exact number of minutes and hours are given in the press kit. Okay, and the exact kilometers the rover is driven in the press kit before they went. Like, it's one thing to say, well, they went 20 kilometers, but it's a little different if you say they went 20.1. You know?
Yeah,
that's
no
just
question.
a little too precise. Now, this I came across the other day. Station 9. This is Apollo 16. Okay? Station 9, somehow they had to put a note in here to say that it is now on vacant lot number 25.
Wait, what now?
Okay.
Break this down. What does that mean?
Well, it's right there on the screen in front of your face. It says Station 9 is at vacant lot 25. Just in case you didn't know where it was located, guys, lunch is on lot number 10. They're serving beer on lot number 8. But when you go back to work, we're going to Station 9, and you got to go to lot 25 to film it. That's what this tells me that it
I want to know where on the moon there was non-vacant lots.
Well, maybe, that guy that's selling lots online on the moon, maybe he knows where this one's located. Maybe he sold it to somebody. But these kind of layouts, again, this is Station 10 on here, and it's giving directions on how to make a trench 20 degrees off of the sun and none of this makes any sense on what you would be doing on the lunar surface whatsoever.
Yeah.
All of these are like that. And right here is the 6 hours and 20 minutes, and then 3 minutes more, and 3 minutes more, and 3 minutes more, right, as you go in. I don't know how they could possibly know how long it would take to drive from one location to the other. You don't know what the lunar surface is actually going to be like.
Sure.
I'm
surprised the lunar
module. It only takes a little crack in the ground that's a couple of feet high that you can't get over, that you might have to drive around. It doesn't have to be the Niagara Escarpment that you need to drive around.
Yeah, the rover getting caught in the sand, I mean, anybody that's driven in sand knows the dangers of that, or at least what the surface was like.
But the instructions in here, like this one we went through on the video before, describing the mineral contents of a rock after it's split open.
Before they left.
Yeah.
Because these are obviously prepared in advance of the mission. And I really wanted to get to this timing issue.
First, I'd like to do is
jump in.
just introduce everybody to what a press kit actually looks like and the type of detail that it has.
Okay. Can you maximize that window, Scott, so we can see it all on your screen? There we go.
Probably go to 125% then.
Okay. So let's talk about the press kits. Yeah. What is a press kit?
Well, it is prepared prior to launch. Okay, and it gives detail to the media, basically on basically what is going to happen up to and including liftoff and things like that. So it has information on all the people that are involved, the size, the weight, and everything of the craft itself, and they give the detail here. They give approximates of the weight of the vehicle and a bit of science stuff and things like that. And basically sun degree angles when they're going to land on the moon and all of those kind of things. But then they get into some serious detail, which actually shouldn't be in these press kits. Things that can't be until after launch. Here are the launch windows right here that are being shown. And so the date and time that they're actually going to land on the moon is unknown at this time. These are released to the media about a month before. So you have 2 different days in July, 2 in August, and 3 in September. And each of them have about a 4-hour window. Okay? Whichever one is selected, or whichever one works out whatever the weather's going to be like, because whatever could delay the launch, it could be, their fancy computer could have failed or something like that, and they'd have to reset everything, or it was a storm and they couldn't launch. But here are the dates and times. So that absolutely there's no way that they're going to be able to tell you exactly when they are going to be in orbit. They can't tell you when they're going to do a trans-lunar injection. They can't tell you when they're going to go into orbit, and they can't tell you the exact time they're going to land. And yet, as you come down through here is the actual schedule and the timeline. The get is the timeline of the number of hours and seconds from the actual time of launch. Now, you could estimate that to a particular degree.
Sure.
But right next to it is the actual date and time. And you can see that translunar injection actually occurred on the 26th at 12:30 p.m. Okay? This is before they launched. And like I said, you had 5 different days to launch. This is where the detail is far in excess, and it continues on right down through every step of the way throughout that. And it shows all of these things, and the dates and times and everything else are included in the press kit. So just to keep it quick and short in here, in the press kits, there's an example of it that I pulled up for it there. Here is the splashdown. I clipped this out. The splashdown is at
295 hours and 12.
95 hours and 12 minutes.
Yeah.
On the 7th at 4:46.
Yeah.
And there it is right there.
And the actual landing time was
they
on the 7th.
They actually landed, this is rounded up to the minute, but that's actually within 7 seconds.
So the entire mission lasts what, 12 days or so? 12, 10, 11, 12, 13 days? Is that what these missions lasted typically?
Yeah, pretty much in there.
Somewhere in there.
10 to 12 days, yes.
10 to 12 days. And these are released a month before, saying here's the plan. Here's when Neil's gonna urinate. Here's when Buzz is. I think one of them was one of the astronauts was talking about how much fruit they had eaten.
Yes, but they have no idea what date they're going to take off at, and yet in the press kit, they return to Earth and splash down within 7 seconds.
Yeah, I was making light of this whole thing, but yeah, that was the point.
They've splashed down on, and here they are touching down. This one that I clipped out is the touchdown on the lunar surface. Okay, and it's within the minute. Same date and time, and the difference in the time here is one is UTC time and the other one is Eastern Standard Time. So there's a far time difference on it, and you can see that.
With so many variables that came into play here, and obviously, I mean, the launch windows, like you said, they had 2 in July, 2 in August, and 2 or 3 in September. But
you could even say that they landed on the 30th of July because they have no idea when they released the press kit what day they were going to take off.
So they said a month in advance, they said that they would be splashing down on a certain day and a certain time.
Yep.
And obviously when you're in the press kit.
On August the 7th, they're going to splash down. Okay? At 4:46.
And it was at
they splashed down. Sorry, they splashed down at 4:45:53. There's only 3 seconds difference between it.
3 seconds.
Yes.
They were off by 3 seconds. Well,
over 500,000 miles, and they had no idea. They had no idea what day they were actually going to take off on.
Marcus, what do you think of all this?
Well, I was just going to say, as a pilot, you'll know how long it takes you to travel between 2 points. If you had a 2-hour flight, would you guarantee to arrive within 3 seconds of your estimated time of arrival?
Well, we do that. We don't get that close, and I do a short flight between my hometown and Seattle, Washington, which is about a 40-minute flight. And sometimes it's 35 minutes, sometimes it's 45 minutes. It's, and that's for a very short flight. It's 171 miles as the crow flies. So 500,000 miles and all these different variables, and they're within 3 seconds. These guys are really, really good.
And of course,
and considering the fact that the actual time that they took off is not within any of the launch windows described.
So they didn't even take off when they originally thought they would.
On the very first launch window, okay, which I think I have the launch windows here, right there, they are about an hour and a half after the window closes.
This is
July 26th. If you look at
26th.
Wikipedia, they launched an hour and a half after this last window closed.
Which mission was this? 1971.
This is Apollo 15.
This is a 15. Okay, so they took off an hour and a half late. Anyway, after the window closed.
Yes.
And they were within how many seconds of landing? What they
3
were
seconds.
splashing down?
3
they were
seconds
within
on
3
splash
seconds.
down.
Well, you know, sometimes if you take off late, the pilot will say, "Hey, we're gonna try and make it up in the air." You know,
If you're making a
we're gonna
movie,
travel a little bit faster.
making a movie, you can make it all work out, right?
Yeah,
You
and
can
that's
do
the
the
point here.
editing to make it work out.
That's the point here. So, all 6 missions. How close are we? Are we all?
I haven't gone through
minute or
all
two?
of them for the timeline, but I have looked at most of the landings. Everything is within a minute. Like the estimated times that they give in the press kits are rounded up to the minute. Okay, the splashdown times are right to the second. Okay, but you're within a minute on all of them when you're looking through them.
Wow.
And of course, don't forget, this was all navigated over the 500,000 miles, 240,000 odd to and from the moon, with a computer that had about as much memory as an average pocket calculator. Now, if you're navigating anywhere in air, if you can see your target, that's fair enough, but you still got to navigate towards it. And I'm sure you know, Paul, navigation of an aircraft is a fairly complex process.
Yes.
It needs a degree of computer technology. You've got radio beacons, which you will fly towards, but they didn't have any radio beacons on the moon. They had a sextant to do star sightings with a computer that had no memory, no ability to calculate changes if necessary. In fact, there's a new book just published called The Apollo Moon Missions, Hiding a Hoax in Plain Sight by Randy Walsh, who lives quite near Scott in Toronto in Canada, who is a commercial pilot. So that's why he was interested in looking at the navigation aspects of Apollo. And he couldn't believe it. He couldn't understand how they could do it, because the computing power available on Apollo was so primitive, and the computer itself was so primitive, that he thought there's no way they could have done what they said they did. And that's from a pilot, somebody who understands how you navigate across distance. But this is distance on Earth, not distance in space.
Now this is the Apollo 17 press kit. The image is on the right-hand side. Okay. The press kit, of course, was released months in advance prior to launch. So somebody was able to completely show the view from the commander's window, the entire view of the entire scene at the bottom there, and then the schematic view at the top right. Okay, the lander itself is basically in the middle of that scene, and in the actual photograph, in the photographs to the left is the bottom right. Okay, these hills, if you look closely on that, they have arrows on them so they can be moved. That little thing in there shows arrows that they can be slid up and down or side to side to move them into place.
So once again, they've got a press kit that reveals features that would only have been discerned had this been real after landing on the moon and you took the photographs, blowing their cover completely. It's difficult to see how this could have been inadvertent.
This shows how they built the set. That said sculptured hills. It says subfloor. Right at the front, it says subfloor.
Yeah.
I'll send you the big one on that. Those are arrows on the lines of the mountains to show that they can slide up and down or move side to side as they place them. So
Scott, this is just embarrassing, just embarrassing.
So I put these 3 photographs together. I put the names of the photographs up there to show the layout. That layout that you're looking down to is actually to the front of that schematic. It's shooting that way.
Nicely done.
What you see on the left is the bottom right on the schematic is the left side of the photographs. That's what you're looking down to.
Nicely done, Scott.
I think we should start at the end with the heat shield.
Very good.
this is one of the major problems with space travel. You've got to get back to Earth, and you get back to Earth from the moon at the same speed you leave at, 25,000 miles an hour. There are no brakes on the spacecraft, so you've got to slow down by hitting the Earth's atmosphere, which is only 75 miles above the Earth's surface. We're not talking a long way. So in order to protect the spacecraft, you need a heat shield. And what we see here are two comparisons between the Apollo 10 command module, which is actually on display in the Science Museum in London, and the very recent Orion command module, which was tested in December 2014. And the difference between the two is that the Orion craft has a heat shield, as you'd expect, on the base of the craft, where it compresses the air, which generates the heat up to about 2,700 degrees centigrade, as it compresses the air, being slowed down by the Earth's atmosphere. But it also has heat shield covering the whole of the upper part of the command module. And they actually use the heat shield tiles from the space shuttle, or they made a few more and stuck them on this Orion capsule. I mentioned that the Orion capsule was launched one time only, December 2014. We're now in the summer of 2019. We're not talking nearly 4.5 years ago, and it hasn't flown since. The story is that the heat shield failed, because on the main part of the heat shield, this has to be.
These parts in here, yeah.
Yeah, there are two little indicators. They're called compression pads. Compression pad is where the command module is attached to the service module.
Okay.
With steel bars. So when the service module is detached from the command module, so the command module can then re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, you have to have something to protect the heat shield, to basically fill the gaps. Now, the point about the comparison between these two is the Apollo 10 command module has no heat shield above the base, and it's made of aluminium. We know that aluminium melts at 600 degrees centigrade. So what was protecting this? Because the heat would flow around the craft. It wouldn't miss the aluminium parts of the command module. It would generate enormous amounts of heat, but it's not protected. And this is a major anomaly, because if it needs to be protected, why is the Orion craft fully protected? It's unexplained.
Yep. That's what I was going to point out. For those that will see this at a later date in video, what we're looking at is the Orion capsule is completely covered in what appears to be a heat shield of sorts.
Yes,
and then the Apollo 10,
including the windows.
And the windows are covered.
Yes.
The Apollo 10 capsule, I'm assuming the heat shield there was just at the very bottom. And like you said, Marcus, obviously there would be the entire craft would be subject to these temperatures. The windows are, I assume, just made out of normal glass or whatever, and not nearly as covered, not even closely as protected from the heat as the Orion craft. And as you mentioned, it was reported that the heat shield from the Orion craft wasn't even up to snuff. It failed.
It did. It did. And in fact, that's part of the delay, that the heat shield is having to be redesigned. But why didn't they just go and use the heat shield that was successful 9 times on the Apollo craft? It's called AVCOT 5061. That's the formula for it. It's an injected form of resin. It's an ablative material. Ablative means it destroys itself and protects anything that is inside it. In other words, the command module. Otherwise, the astronauts would be fried. So if the heat shield didn't work as expected on Orion, and it wasn't even returning on the, basically the return speed of the Orion craft was not as fast as the return speed of the Apollo craft. It was the first test, and I think it caused major problems because it also measured radiation, which is the other major problem of space travel. It measured radiation, which, surprise, surprise, it was much higher than they thought. Because
even though they had been through the supposed that area, like you said, 9 times.
Exactly.
Parachute drop tests are being conducted by the subsystem contractor Northrop Ventura at the Navy's El Centro, California test facility. A modified C-133 aircraft is used for the tests. The last of 12 Block 1 qualification drop tests was conducted in February 1966. Block 2 qualification testing is scheduled to start in mid-1966.
At this point, we are left with only one consideration to make. If it's true, like all this evidence seems to suggest, that someone at NASA decided to fake the lunar landings, they would have certainly needed to convince the astronauts to play their role all the way through to the end. It could not have been possible to fake the lunar landings without their full cooperation. Let's then take a closer look at the story of the 3 most famous astronauts of all: Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins, the historical crew of Apollo 11. On July 24, 1969, astronauts Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins triumphantly returned from the most important mission ever accomplished in human history. They have just been on the moon. They are the first human beings to have ever visited another celestial body and to have safely returned from it. On the recovery ship, they are welcomed by President Nixon in person. After a brief exchange in front of the cameras, Armstrong, Aldrin, and Collins are placed in quarantine for a few weeks of isolation. Then, on September 16, they appear for a press conference in front of the global members of the press, who welcome them with a standing ovation. Everyone expects to see 3 absolute heroes radiating with happiness and pride for their incredible achievement. But their faces appear somber, tense, somehow preoccupied instead. They seem uncomfortable, and there are several truly embarrassing moments during the event. When the 3 astronauts are asked the meaning of a mission that has brought mankind on another celestial body for the first time, the 3 don't seem too eager nor too enthusiastic about answering the question.
Many of us and many other people in many places has speculated on the meaning of this first landing on another body in space. Would each of you give us your estimate of what is the meaning of this to all of us?
And when Armstrong describes their achievement as the beginning of a new era, he seems more like a person forced to read from a script than someone actually convinced of his own words.
The entire program, it's a beginning of a new age.
Possibly the most embarrassing moment of all comes when the famous astronomer and journalist Sir Patrick Moore asks the astronauts whether they could see stars from the moon.
When you looked up at the sky, could you actually see the stars and the solar corona in spite of the glare?
But not one of them, surprisingly, remembers having seen a single star by the naked eye.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics.
Even Collins, who was left orbiting the moon while the other 2 descended on the surface, does not remember seeing a single star.
I don't remember seeing any.
Whilst
from
in
Mark
space,
Cameron. This is from Mark Cameron.
Whilst in space, have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah. So
all
because
the
you can
time.
see, so you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not
which
a
is
black
cool
void.
thing.
I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all the stars there, and the cool thing is about it, you can see it during the day.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the Milky
you
Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one
I didn't
and
want
a
to
small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Those are amazing. Right before
the lights
sunrise.
of the zodiac.
The lights of the zodiac, the zodiacal lights. Okay, you can see those.
Which are
and
what?
Then you can
Explain
see
those
the
to
upper,
us.
Oh well, it's,
I mean, I know what they are, but explain it to the audience.
It's this vertical column of fuzzy glow that comes up perpendicular to the horizon shortly before the sunrise.
Every time?
No, it depends on the viewing angle and such.
Right.
Not every time, but if the viewing conditions are right, you see this big fuzzy glow that goes way up high, maybe 30 or 40 degrees above the horizon, perpendicular to the horizon, and it's this fuzzy glow. It's a zodiacal light.
But one thing to add to this, I think, which is kind of interesting about being able to look into the black void, is that we can't do that when the sun is out here on Earth. And it's not because the sun is so bright. It's because this atmosphere. Right? The light comes through the atmosphere and refracts, and we see blue. It scatters. We see blue.
Scatters.
So what we see is we see the blue color because the way the light gets bent. Was it only the low scattered, but it's the wavelength of the light that penetrates.
Yeah, it's 1 over lambda to the 4.
Right, and that's the blue light.
Really
so blue light is what, the low wavelength or the high wavelength?
Low wavelength.
Okay, so only the low wave.
Yeah, the short wavelengths get
scattered, and that's why we see blue.
More than
the sunlight washes out all the starlight, so you can't see any stars, just like here on Earth. But then when you look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest black you can imagine.
Yeah, you can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
In like just hanging there in a vast sea of darkness, and the most frightening darkness that you could ever imagine.
Magellan clouds of the
you
Milky Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic clouds.
Magellanic. See, I just wanted the Magellan clouds.
There's a large
I
one
didn't
and
want
a small one, right?
Yeah.
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Those are amazing. Right before
the lights
sunrise.
of the zodiac.
The lights of the zodiac, the zodiacal lights. Okay.
Mr. Armstrong, I do realize that when you were on the moon, you had very little time for gazing upwards. But could you tell us something about what the sky actually looks like from the moon, the sun, the earth, the stars, if any, and so on?
The sky is a deep black when viewed from the moon, as it is when viewed from cislunar space, the space between the Earth and the moon. The Earth is the only visible object other than the sun that can be seen, although there have been some reports of seeing planets. I myself did not see planets from the surface, but I suspect they might be visible.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
The sky, of course, was black, but it had sort of a velvet sheen to it.
The biggest visual surprise was just how black the sky was. You have a brilliant sun, brighter than any sun you normally would see, even here in New Mexico. You have these extraordinarily high mountains. We were in a valley deeper than the Grand Canyon. But then you have this black sky, a sky blacker than black, as the old Vidicon expression used to be.
And we have to realize that in space, without the intervening atmosphere, the heavens are 10 times as bright, stars 10 times as numerous, because there's no atmosphere to block the light.
Just the inherent beauty of it, the velvet, bottomless bucket of the universe.
In like just hanging there in a vast sea of darkness, and the most frightening darkness that you could ever imagine.
I've often tried to explain the difference between darkness, when you turn out the lights and it's dark in here, or blackness. Blackness is the endlessness of it all. It's hard to comprehend.
When you get up on a clear night in Colorado, up in the mountains where there's no light and you can see all these stars, we'll multiply that by 1,000. That's what it's like in space.
And we could not see stars.
One wonders where the Apollo 11 astronauts have truly been in the crucial 8 days of their mission, given that they don't remember seeing a single star by naked eye.
Each of these men has had one flight before, and here they are as they left the Manned Space Center, Armstrong, and then I believe it's Collins and then Aldrin, isn't it?
That would very likely be the order, yes.
They left Manned Space Center. there at about 6:30 this morning. Deke Slayton, the chief astronaut, and one of you Mercury 7 fellows, Wally, climbing in last there in the polo shirt. The van is specially equipped, air-conditioned. Normally this trip takes 12 minutes. It's about 12 miles along roads that accommodate traffic at 65 miles an hour normally, and they take about 12 minutes to get to the pad. But this morning it took almost twice that long. Even with all of the police escort, they got into quite a little bit of traffic. They did finally arrive at 39A, just a couple of minutes late. There the van backs up to this cage elevator of the permanent structure and takes them up a couple of floors to the second level. Then out of that cage and across a few feet through a large hatch in the permanent launch structure, down a battleship gray corridor, and a salute, which was new.
It's kind of fun every once in a while. You see a little tribute to the crew, such as that salute. Little things that add up to make this team that we keep talking about, the launch team, very significant.
That patch on the back, you see, that's Armstrong with a special patch on his back, which we were surprised to see. We hadn't seen it before, and we speculated a little earlier, you and I, Wally, on what it was. You were right, as I expected you to be, when you advised that it probably was for wear or scruff protection. Yes. That's what it is. It's a chrome cell patch. Houston advised a chromel patch that they put on there. Why would only he wear it, however? I don't see. Now, this, we're seeing Collins back here, and he apparently doesn't have it.
I suspect he may have had some wear on that flight suit, his prime suit, as we call it, and this patch was to protect the abrasion that he may have found in his couch or while in the trainers. We try to wear the suits enough to break them in, but we also try to preserve them as carefully as we can.
Landing module OI shutdown.
OI shutdown, complete.
Capricorn 1, you should have full CM internal power. Roger, Houston, we have internal power. Vehicle final status check. Begin status check.
TLR pressure reading is 45.2.
Roger, Houston.
Roger, Capricorn. We copy.
Crew, would you and your men please follow me?
Hey, what the hell is this?
There's no time to explain. Please follow me.
Are you nuts?
I said there's no time to explain. This is an emergency. Please follow me. Now!
Is an emergency, but like everything else, they're ready for that too.
Once the crew are on board, they get out and head down this tube, specially insulated against fire, and zigzagging down not to some point out and away from the rocket, but to an escape room exactly where you'd think it shouldn't be.
Three and a half minutes after they get the warning in the capsule, the crew could be down here in the blast escape room via that 200-foot escape tube, 40 feet below the base of the rocket. They find themselves in a totally rubber room, walls and floors, and they head for safety through a 6-inch steel door. Once they're behind that door, it doesn't matter what comes down this tube behind them. On this side of that door, the rarely seen blast escape room itself. It's totally isolated from everything around it by a series of 24 giant springs underneath the floor and shells all round it of steel, concrete, and sand. It contains enough food, water, and air for 20 people for up to 24 hours.
This is Paul Cunningham, Capricorn Control. The space vehicle final checks have been completed. The access arms are swinging in the final retract position. The destruct systems are now fully armed.
TLR pressure reading is 45.2.
Roger, Houston, 45.2. The flight crew has completed the final launch vehicle range safety checks. At T-minus 50 seconds, the launch vehicle will be on full internal power. That begins the actual launch sequence. The weather's reported good, scattered clouds at 10,000 feet. All systems are go, all lights are green. We're at T-minus 3 minutes, 6 seconds, mark. The launch officer is given a go to begin the firing command automatic sequence. From now until T-minus 50 seconds, that system is preset.
Initial stage thruster check is normal.
Roger. We're coming up on T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds. The final range safety checks are completed. The launch safety officer reports all systems are nominal, and we are go at this time. The launch escape tower is now fully armed. In the event of an abort, the tower will carry the command module away from the launch vehicle and will activate a system of drogue chutes at 10,000 feet. The flight crew reports all guidance and navigation systems are functioning properly. The range safety officer reports all tracking stations are operational. Should have launch vehicle power transfer right about now.
Capricorn gives your ALCS update. Roger, Houston, we read nominal ALCS. Roger, Captain. Copy.
We're at T-minus 30 seconds. At the present time, all systems are go, all lights are green.
Colonel, we're going to be a little while. You and your men might be more comfortable in these.
We are T-minus 18 seconds from liftoff. We're T-minus 15 seconds. T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 8. We have ignition. 6, 5. We have outboard engines. 3. We have inboard engines. 1, 0. We have a launch commit. We have a liftoff at 35 minutes after the hour. Roger, we are starting yaw. Engine roll program complete. The vehicle is on target, running smoothly. We're coming up on T-plus 40 seconds. Staging should be in the next 30 seconds. Outboard cutoff should be in 10 seconds. Roger, Houston. We have outboard cutoff. We'll be go at T-plus 2 minutes, 29 seconds. We're go for staging.
Roger, Houston. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We read staging.
We copy.
We have separation. It's confirmed. We have separation at T-plus 2 minutes, 43 seconds.
S2 ignition.
We have S2. We have second stage ignition, S2 ignition at T-plus 2 minutes. This is Paul Cunningham, Capricorn Control. We're at T-plus 2 hours, 16 minutes into the flight. The spacecraft is now in an elliptical orbit with an apogee of 141 nautical miles and a perigee of 122 nautical miles. Mission Control reports full voice contact with the flight crew. This is Capricorn Control.
Welcome, Colonel Brubaker. Could you please come with us?
I'm not going anywhere till somebody tells us what the hell's going on.
Everything will be explained to you.
Bullshit. I want to know right now.
Colonel, I know this sounds strange. We are all working for the same thing. We are not your enemy. Please wait here.
I suppose you're wondering why I called you all here.
Good morning.
Well, why don't you all sit down? Now we're getting to what they call the moment of truth. Come with me. I want to show you something.
Roger, Houston. TMI burn time will be 5 minutes, 45 seconds. Roger, Captain. Delta V burn time, 3.3 seconds.
There's a door here. I'm going to open it and walk into another area. If you follow me, you'll see a bit more. I'll answer some questions, and you're going to... Why don't you just follow me? Well, I don't know. It's a chance. Maybe it's not a very good one, but it's a chance.
Who knows about this?
Almost nobody. Houston is monitoring the actual flight. All the telemetry is coming from the command module, so are your voices and medical data. We recorded everything from the practice simulations. They don't know. All we need from you is the actual television transmissions during the flight and landing. That's all. Just the television transmissions.
That's all. Just the television transmissions.
We inserted a change in the onboard computer so the spacecraft will land 200 miles off target when it returns to Earth. You'll be flown to an island near that point. From there, you'll be transferred to a helicopter. The helicopter will fly you to the space capsule, and you'll be put inside. It'll take the recovery forces a minimum of an hour and a half to reach the splashdown site. By then, you will be inside the capsule. When the prime recovery carrier arrives, they'll find you inside the capsule and take you out of the spacecraft. Well, that'll solve everything.
What's this all going to solve?
It'll keep something alive that shouldn't die. Before you all begin to moralize, you take a look around. You look at what we've done and how much more we can do. You look at what we've meant to this country. Nobody gives a crap about anything anymore. People close their garages and triple lock their doors, they hide under the beds. They're even afraid to turn on their television sets for fear of what they might find out in the evening news. There's nothing more to believe in. Now, you want to blow this whole thing wide open? God knows what it might do to everybody. I'm sorry. I'm so goddamn sorry. I just don't know what else to do. I'm hanging on by my fingernails, just like everybody else. Go on. You want to be the ones who give everyone another reason to give up? Go on.
This is really wonderful.
Oh, shit, this thing is out of my hands. You think it's all a couple of loony scientists. It's not. It's bigger. There are people out there, forces out there, who have a lot to lose. They're grown-ups. Don't you understand? It doesn't have to be like this. You have to help. It's gotten out of control. It's too big.
You wouldn't. Tell me you wouldn't.
I can't tell you that, Brew.
Another surprising fact is that, instead of pursuing a successful career within NASA after their triumphant mission, the three astronauts suddenly decided to leave the space agency. A little over a year after their mission, with the Apollo program still in full swing, all three astronauts resign from NASA. Armstrong literally disappears from the scene, moves to the country, decides not to give any more interviews, and shuns the public eye. And when NASA celebrates the completion of the Apollo program, which has carried 12 men to the moon in the course of 3 years, the most important of all, Neil Armstrong refuses to take part in the ceremony. Buzz Aldrin also falls into a deep state of depression, which leads him towards the abuse of drugs and alcohol.
I thrived on addictive substances, alcoholism, and clearly that began to predominate in my unstructured life.
In 1973, he appears in a photo in Paris Match, definitely changed in his physical aspect. To the French magazine, Aldrin declares, "They think of us as heroes, but the moon has destroyed us."
All the commitments and responsibilities that would go along with being on that first flight. And I was a little apprehensive about all the public appearances and so forth. At the time, you feel very much, or I did feel very much on stage. But when you know that
millions of people are watching on television, listening to your voice. You're, in a word, apprehensive of not doing something wrong or not fulfilling what's expected of you.
In a 1994 interview, Aldrin is asked to give some advice to the young people who want to become astronauts in the future. But instead of encouraging them and inspiring them with enthusiasm, he warns them against possible disappointments.
Space and its frontiers certainly are new and challenging, and because they're new and challenging, they're also uncertain, and I think anyone aspiring that as a career field has to be equipped with a lot of patience and the ability to cope with things not turning out exactly the way they may perceive that they would ahead of time.
Why would a man who has just accomplished the most important mission in the history of mankind warn young people against the risk of disappointments and failures?
Ladies and gentlemen, Neil Armstrong.
Armstrong sometimes reappears in public, but it's definitely not to sing a praise for NASA. In a ceremony hosted by Bill Clinton in 1994, Armstrong makes an ambiguous and mysterious statement. While talking to a group of students, he mentions some of truth's protective layers that young people should try to remove in order to go on.
We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers.
Later on, Armstrong stuns reporters again when he refuses to take part in the celebrations of the 40th anniversary of the Apollo mission. In 2004, filmmaker Bart Sibrel produces a documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild, in which he interviews the astronauts from the Apollo missions and asks them to swear on the Bible that they really have been on the moon. We must keep in mind that in the United States, a sworn testimony filmed on camera can be used in a court against the person who has made that testimony. And in the United States, perjury is a crime that can even end you up in jail. We don't know if this is the actual reason, but it's interesting to notice that once Neil Armstrong realizes he is being filmed by Sibrel's camera, he refuses to swear on the Bible.
I wanted to give you the opportunity to swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Will you put your left hand on the Bible and swear to God that you walked on the moon?
Gentlemen. Mr. Sibrel.
Yes? If you really walked on the moon, why would you not do that? So why don't you just put the...
Even after Sibrel offers him $5,000 in cash to be given to charity, Armstrong still refuses to swear.
You have $5,000 cash. You can give it to charity if you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon.
Please
I have
give
a
it to
tape.
charity. It'd be fine.
Why don't you swear to... Why not? Why won't you do it?
Buzz Aldrin also refuses to swear.
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
Sibrel keeps insisting and even insults Aldrin until the former astronaut hits him with a punch. But at the end of the day, just like Armstrong did, Aldrin also refused to swear. Michael Collins, too, the third Apollo astronaut, refuses to swear and actually runs from Sibrel as if he had seen the devil.
Well, asking you to swear on the Bible that you orbited the moon.
Would you please go away?
Well, if you really orbited the moon, why won't you swear in the Bible that you did so? I just don't understand why if you orbited the moon, you wouldn't have a problem about swearing to the Bible on it.
Sibrel certainly doesn't have a pleasant approach, but if someone has really been on the moon, why not swear anyway? All you would have needed to do to get rid of the nuisance would have been to stretch your hand out and swear on the Bible. On top, Armstrong could have given $5,000 in charity by simply performing that act. But none of the three astronauts wanted to do it. Why?
You'd do it all again?
Yeah, I'm sure there'd be trying moments if I did it again. But having gone through it once, I'd be a much smarter person.
And yet, Buzz, it almost destroyed you.
Right. But I think I'm a better man for having experienced it.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know.
because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened. And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen, so in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why something stopped in the past that we wanted to keep it going.
At some point in the future, we're going to look back and say, how did we do it without space? The Vice President will serve as the Council's chair. Several representatives of my administration.
This is an interesting photograph. This is of course, the iconic photograph of Buzz Aldrin. And he's actually pointing at his watch. And because the astronauts themselves are the whistleblowers, they do a lot of pointing stuff out. A lot of pointing stuff out. And if you see, the watch is 14 minutes after 11. And David Percy wrote up the article on here on the importance of the 11 and 14 for both the Freemasons and NASA. The fact of the matter is, he stepped on Buzz Aldrin's, the official file is he stepped on at 3:16:15 UTC time, and that would make it a quarter after 11 Florida time, I think. However, this photograph was taken 59 minutes and 20 seconds after he set foot on the moon. So it should say quarter after 12 if he was set on Florida time. Okay. If he was on Houston time, it would be quarter after 11, which is also Arizona time, right?
Expand on this significance for Freemasons and NASA and the role of the astronauts in blowing whistles, even though clearly they have been severely constrained, possibly even threatened with the loss of their lives if they should speak out openly about the fraud.
I believe that at the time, with the death of their three Grissom,
yeah,
Chaffee, Grissom, and White,
yeah,
I believe that they were very disgruntled employees. Okay, and you can't imagine, unless you've ever had a disgruntled employee, you can imagine how they will mess you up, and they will mess you up in ways you can't imagine. And I mean, over time, those things pass. These people were paid a lot of money after the fact, and if you realize that every one of them quit right after their missions, all of the astronauts quit. Why wouldn't you work for NASA? You know, you're Neil Armstrong. You're known worldwide. It's the best advertising they could have. Why couldn't they keep him there? Right? Why couldn't they keep any of these people there?
Who wants to live a lie?
Well, most of them became alcoholics. Buzz Aldrin's rather well known for that. But when they were shooting the photographs in their very disgruntled state and upset with their employer, they took these photographs to reveal the fraud. They are the whistleblowers. And when you start looking through at what they point out and how they point it out and how they reveal it, and we're going to get into a few of those, so that how they point things out. Now this is some real staging, and it took me a long time because I was kind of stuck on the fact that the wheel was off the ground, and I still haven't figured out why they did that. If you look at this tool, they've set it up on this dirt pile. Well, first of all, this dirt pile looks like it was put there by a front-end loader, and there's no other dirt pile like this on any of the photographs, right? They're all kind of smoothed over little mounds, but not just a pile of dirt like this. So I'm looking at this tool, and it just struck me that the shadow of the tool makes an arrow. Well, if it's an arrow, it's pointing to something. So I zoomed in, and if you look at the center image, the blown up image there, you can see the black ring and the rubber tip of the glove on the pinky finger. And then if you follow it up to the top, there's three little knobs at the top that they've held it in place with. That's a right-handed glove. And of course, there's enough dirt falling off it that you can see how white it is, right? On the top right, those are gloves sticking out of the dirt. You can see there's 4 fingers, 4 fingers, 4 fingers, 4 fingers. And when you look through that entire pile of dirt on that side, there's probably a whole skid full of gloves. And they probably had a manufacturer that, you know, they'd be putting out contracts for different stuff. They didn't use this particular style of glove, but there's other kinds of work gloves in there, and they're stacked up in like half a dozen in a stack and bunched together. And you can see the fingers sticking out all over it just by zooming in and looking on this thing.
This is an anomalous and inadvertent product placement, Scott.
This one photograph showed that everybody was in on it. The people that were designing the sets, the camera crew, and the astronauts. Okay, out filming this. They put this together and set it up.
And you can see they would have had to have done that for security, because if someone were naive and thought this were bona fide, they'd of course have their mind blown and they'd be a security risk. So they had to recruit with the understanding that what they were doing was simulating a moon landing and that they were consigned to secrecy.
Well, they're trying to expose it as best they could, but they still had to get these photographs past NASA.
Yes.
Right? So
Yeah.
Here it is. Here it is. You look at it. If you don't look at it, you imagine somebody in NASA looking at the photographs, and they went out there and they shot 1,000, 1,500 photographs, right? And they're looking through them for clarity, color, whether they're in focus, whether they're sun blinded or whatever, right? They're not looking at the details that's in there because they're assuming that these people are doing their job. All of this stuff is in there. Okay. And yes, it took 50 years to get to this point. Many thousands of people have looked at these photographs. First of all, I have what everybody else, like, that there's something to look for. And I have every photograph available. I've downloaded every photograph. I have them all to look through. And I'm sitting here with a 4K video screen, 30-inch video screen, and I can zoom in 10, 15 times, and it's still clear. It doesn't pixelate, right? I can see the detail, right? Nobody had that 20, 25 years ago, 30 years ago. So what they did, like, even, you know, like Ralph Renee and Bill Casing and that, they should have settled this back then. I mean, James Collier, he had them dead to rights as well. David Percy, you know, Bart Sabrell. Every piece of evidence that they have come up with, any one of them, NASA should have conceded. Well, with what I have, they might as well throw all these photographs away because it clearly shows the intent of the astronauts exposing this fraud. When I started to find a few small things, I became more and more interested. And when I really found some solid evidence, okay, I was intrigued and I had to keep looking to see what else there was there. And eventually put together just exactly what the astronauts were doing, okay, because they're the ones taking the photographs and they're the ones that are showing it to you. Okay.
Very much.
And each pair of astronauts have their own methods on how they present the stuff. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were very subtle in how they presented it. They simply made some nice clean shots of it, and by the time you got to Apollo 12, I mean, they're literally pointing it out. The surveyor itself, even in the cuff checklists, they're required to photograph it, wipe it with their finger, and then rephotograph it again. And you'll see that in there. And the reason they do that on the surveyor is because the piece of machinery is 100% clean as a whistle, all except for the panoramic mirror. Back that one up to the must-see video where I've made that little plate up. Right there.
Oh, let's see. Okay, more 2C rocks. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Now look underneath Paul's name.
What is that?
Exactly. It's dead.
It looks like a dead something.
It's dead. I don't know if they made it up as a plaster mold and made it look like a dead animal, or it's a real dead animal.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what that is. It's nothing.
That's why I put it on that. That's why I put that one up there.
Very interesting.
Notice there's no Earth in the sky anywhere. You never see the Earth in the sky, only in still pictures, guys, that I know of.
Today we have with us a group of students among America's best. To you, we say, we have only completed a beginning. We leave you much that is undone. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those who can remove one of truth's protective layers. There are places to go beyond belief. Those challenges are yours. In many fields, not the least of which is space, because there lies human destiny.